Preface to The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings from the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. The Influence of Monarchs. Steps in the New Science of History by Frederick Woods, M.D., lecturer in biology in the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, author of Mental and Moral Heredity in Royalty. Copyright 1913 by the Macmillan Company. Set up in electrotyped, published May 1913. To the Memory of My Mother. Preface. In 1902, I brought together and rearranged under a single interrelated group the main historical statements concerning some 3,000 members of royal and noble families, with the double purpose of measuring the force of heredity against circumstances, and of making a beginning in the systematic analysis of historical causation. The summary of that research was published in 12 papers under the title Mental and Moral Heredity in Royalty, which appeared in the Popular Science Monthly August 1902 to April 1903, and afterwards New York, H. Holt & Co., 1906, in book form, somewhat amplified and reinforced. The present volume is the first application of the methods of historical measurement, hysterometry, to the larger questions of national growth and decline. It has long been recognized in a general way that many nations have had their eras of splendor and decay, but these transformations have never been represented with definiteness and completeness. One could never place one's finger upon a specific date and say that about here the decline began in such and such a special feature, or that at another point a minor way of progress rose upon a downward slope, or at some other point there was a pause in a general advance. For this reason, the mere tabulation of economic and political movements in modern Europe has a value of its own. This forms a line of departure from which journeys can be made into the more fascinating domain of historical causation, and whether such explorations do or do not meet their goal, discussions of this nature must always proceed from some such widely collected series of simple and easily verified facts. Beginning from the 10th to the 16th centuries, and carrying the study as far as the time of the French Revolution, there are two series of historical changes presented in this work. The first concerns itself with the successive alterations in the material conditions of the 14 European countries which have been made the subject of comparative study. The second concerns itself with the personalities of the monarchs themselves, whose mental and moral characteristics are here summarized in brief. The history of these 14 countries furnishes 368 reigns or periods. These are matched against the personalities of the monarchs, and parallel columns are formed. Only very rarely has the nation progressed in its political and economic aspects, save under the leadership of a strong sovereign. It is indeed strange that so plain and simple a truth has never been dwelt upon before. There are, moreover, cogent reasons for believing that the monarchs have, to a very large extent, caused the changing conditions and not the reverse, that the monarchs have been the product of the environment in which they lived. If the differences among the kings of history, whose varying types range all the way from imbecility to genius, and from bestiality to heroism, are in their essence caused by qualities contained in and carried by the germ plasm from which they have been engendered, and if these differences among rulers have been of such transcendent importance, and the master key of history is hereditary, that the genealogical method should furnish the clue to the successful interpretation of history is not at all surprising, since the genealogical interpretation is the only correct interpretation of natural history, i.e., all classifications of animals and plants are based upon descent. In the metagenesis of human affairs, neither heredity nor personality are everything, but they go so far towards being everything that they may well be made the first forms to be measured, and as the extent of these ceaseless and omnipresent forces is appreciated, the presence of contrary forces can also be ascertained. This, the second volume, has methods and aims, on the whole, different from the first. It does not deal with precisely the same branches of royal genealogical trees that some dynasties appear in both studies. This has given opportunity to here and there remold a personal characterization. Each of these researches has been made thoroughly inclusive as far as it has gone, with definite limits as to outlined dates. The outposts once fixed, every individual possible and every reign possible has been included in the judgments. Thus the first and most elementary necessity for the avoidance of self-deception is at once achieved, and to pick instances favorable to a preconceived theory becomes impossible. Whatever difficulties may lie ahead in the way of successful conviction, one chief difficulty is avoided. This error arising from conscious or unconscious bias towards a personal a priori point of view is, I believe, the principal reason why the philosophers of history have left no heritage to their successors and have thereby forfeited a general respect. Even though the limits of time, the data outposts, are rigidly fixed and all instances are considered one after another in systematic succession, there still remains some danger of fallacy from bias. The interpreter may prevent each individual instance, and also he cannot escape the deviation from strict truth incidental to historical record, even in the sources themselves. But any scheme which is able to override a good portion of these difficulties can claim the name of science, since science is a relative term, and many of the so-called exact sciences are only approximations. Even the measurements of astronomy are only approximately correct, and the classifications of organic species is being constantly shifted. The most exact natural sciences of today were once very inexact, but as soon as they began to show the spirit of science, they deserted its name, and their early efforts, which today seem crude, are just as willingly given a place when the history of its development is reviewed. The present attempt to make history scientific, to find correlations and to weigh causes, must be measured by what has preceded it. And so measured, it will be found that no forerunner exists for which it can either feel envy or from which it can receive aid. In the present volume, I have kept on the safe side by conceding to the opposed point of view the doubtful cases. In this way, I have measured not so much the full instance of monarchs as their lower limit of influence. History, at its best, is teeming with minor errors. No record is indeed to prove this, but any assertion that history is too full of errors to lend itself to scientific treatment is a gratuitous assumption unsupported by proof. The coordinated results of this volume, and of its earlier companion, are themselves the proof that such an assertion is ill-founded, for if it were well-founded, then orderly, reciprocal, and interlocking results could not be obtained. What I have been able to get, I have got in spite of the errors of history, and the grasping of this principle, which I explained at length in the second chapter, is a sine qua non of any intelligent criticism of the method I have called histrometry, and which I hope will more and more furnish a better balanced judgment of historical values. Sociology, psychology, and eugenics, as well as economics and political science, need all the aid they can get from the long-established laboratory of experimental evolution known as human life, and that account of individual and natural experience known as history. Frederick Adam Woods, Brooklyn, Massachusetts, February 1913. End of preface. Section 1 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Adams Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org, recorded by Leon Harvey. The Influence of Monarchs, Chapter 1. Introductory. No subject of speculation lies more in odium, confusion, and neglect than the philosophy of history, and yet no questions arouse more heated discussion than those concerning the causes of human action or the reasons for a nation's fate. Here everyone speaks with the utmost assurance, and the same man who would contend that the record of history is unique, and that the human drama has been too complicated ever to be interpreted into a science, is the first to advance his cause as the cause, and the last to see the many alternatives which indeed do inhere, and are the warp and woof of its complexity. It is more than 2,000 years since the saying, "The proper study of mankind is man," was accepted as a safe remark, and in its passage through the ages, this oft-quoted phrase has not been seriously contradicted. If then man is apparently interested in his own welfare, beyond the concrete needs of the hour, and does, for some reason, crave a rational account of why some succeed and others fail, he will always in some way turn to the records of the past. Even if his desires be entirely utilitarian, he cannot avoid it. His knowledge of the past may not be more than the records written in his own brain, impressions of his contact with his fellow men. They may not be reinforced by memories of what he has read beyond the vague impressions gained from the daily press. Yet in the formation of his judgments, he has used the human record. He has been obliged to weigh probabilities and not certainties, and measure men in terms of a standard which has come to him as a composite resultant? If then man takes recourse, nolens volens, to records of the past, how much more wisely in the game of life the play must unfold under the hand of the person who remembers what he has read as well as what he has seen. And if to the usual reading of history and biography some scheme can be devised which can compel that printed record to divulge even a fraction of its deeper meanings, then by so much the knowledge of mankind for mankind will progress. There is a fascinating interest in explaining the decline of the great civilizations of the past, and there is always much that is superficial in such explanations, from the failure to take into account causes of growth which acted prior to the beginning of the decline, factors which are at one time present but were afterwards withdrawn, and no factor of such a character is more important than the dynastic factor, and indeed the whole aristocratic element of which royalty is but the top and crown, because Egypt, Greece, Rome, the Italian cities, Spain, and Portugal all declined. There is no reason why other nations should follow in the same track. The new Western nations may be built upon entirely different foundations. They may have been evolved in such a way that great masses of people have become elevated and able to govern themselves, whereas the earlier civilizations may have been dependent for their life and growth on a very few people who formed an aristocratic class far superior to the masses whom they governed. A knowledge of the relative intellectual differences between royalty and nobility and commoners becomes, therefore, a desideratum for each nation and each age. The present research makes a beginning towards such an appreciation of class differences. No historian will deny that monarchs have had at least some importance in moulding the course of ancient, medieval, and modern history. No complicated and exhaustive research like the present is needed to arrive at an agreement on this point. But as soon as one asks how much, when, and where, the answers can be given only by systematic comparisons and quantitative tests. There are several reasons why an accurate knowledge of the personal influence of sovereigns is among the first desiderata in the true science of historical interpretation. And not the least significant among these reasons is the fact that in some countries, and especially with modern times, this factor becomes reduced to a minimum. By indicating all the points at which regal influence has been at its maximum, one at the same time marks out those periods when the same factor has had little importance, and these periods, once isolated, may well become the objects of further investigation. One can see if these democratic or anti-monarchical periods have elements common to all, or if they can be put in any way classified or better understood. If the monarchs themselves have had great weight in directing the course of history, how did they get this importance? How did they utilize it? How and when did they lose it? These become historical questions of unsurpassed interest. The present book will have something to say as to the first and last of these queries, the origin and decline of royal power, but its chief concern will be to describe the uses which these privileged persons have made their exceptional positions, or more exactly, the personal influences of monarchs on political and economic history. This research will be almost entirely objective, and will at the start make no assumptions whatsoever, unless it be an assumption that a book is a book, and a printed word is a printed word. It is important to note that I do not assume that any book tells the truth, or that any statement is correct. While a statement in a book of history need not be a fact, it is at least a fact that the book says so. And as with such facts that I begin, in collecting the printed statements of history, I am just as much dealing with objectivity and reality as if I were picking up pebbles on a beach. I have made a rearrangement of historical statements under a new classification, and am ready to show that when such a rearrangement is made, then certain conclusions follow as the most probable interpretation of the observations. The next step in the process will be readily granted. Whatever one may think of kings as a whole, some kings have certainly been more able than others. It is also a fact that the amount of admiration shown by historians for the intellectuality of some kings is greater than for others. It is also a fact that some periods of national history are more generally recognized as progressive than others. We are therefore justified in attempting to express these differences by means of common methods of classification. Of all methods of classification, the threefold is the commonest and the most promising. We do not commonly find that men are either good or bad, or all men can be divided into two classes, the successful and the unsuccessful. What we do see on every hand is that out of large groups, some few stand out as distinctly superior, some few as distinctly deficient, and between the two, a mediocre class which bands gradually into the two extremes. If any large group of kings be divided into three classes, and the names pigeonholed as superior, inferior, and doubtful, according to reputed ability, a fair proportion will fall inevitably into the superior or inevitably into the inferior category, no matter who makes the classification. The point is that, comparing them with each other, some must go to these extreme classes, as there are sure to be some who stand out from the average. The middle grade may then be reserved for those who do not easily fall into one of the two extreme classes. Following the threefold method, I have graded each ruler in one of three classes except where information is seemed too meager. The symbols plus and plus or minus and minus are placed at the left of each name in the tables found in the appendix. They refer to three grades of rating for intellectual qualities. Moral traits are, as far as possible, left out of consideration while making up the classification for intellect. The reader may wonder if it is possible sharply to separate intellectual from moral attributes. Without going into the psychology of the question, and considering that there is a border line in which these two commonly employed terms blend and become indistinguishable, it is nevertheless undeniable that for everyday purposes we all do classify and distinguish between goodness and brilliancy, wickedness and stupidity. Experience proves that it is usually easy to place adjectives qualifying psychic differences either into the class called mental or the class called moral. By looking over the summaries for the characteristics of rulers, one can see that only a few of the adjectives employed fail to fit one or the other of these arbitrary psychic categories. The words courage, bravery, and perseverance seem to divide their significance. I have let these words carry a particular weight. I have not followed any mechanical or objective scheme in weighing the value of adjectives, not because of any inherent difficulty, but simply because it is not necessary for the purpose of my conclusions. Indeed, even by the dictates of strict science, I am not beholden to describe any part of the method by which I have attributed these summaries under the parallel columns, ruler, and conditions of country. These tabular columns are formed of 736 elements, or miniature histories. 368 of these are descriptions of the chief economic and political changes during the years of 368 different monarchs, regions, or other rulers, royal or non-royal. The 368 elements which form the left-hand columns are my own descriptions of the traits of character of the rulers, formed, it is true, out of materials collected in a systematic way, but presentable as they stand, without the need of further justification. It is only necessary that each of these separate elements, condition of country and characteristics of ruler, shall be sufficiently accurate to be assigned rightly to its proper grade. As there are only three grades, and the doubtful cases are allotted in a way to give the benefit of the doubt to an opponent of the conclusions, my position in the matter is a very safe one, and the assignment of grades becomes very easy. That is, on presenting the elements with their grade symbols attached, I am ready to ask, who will challenge more than a very small percent of these assignments? If most of the elements go unchallenged and are accepted, then any conclusion afterwards made must be accepted, providing a subsequent reasoning be correct. That is to say, I start fresh from a new position. This is one way of developing the thesis. Those qualified as specialists on the history of the various countries will, I hope, pass a sufficiently favourable verdict upon the judgments I have made to allow the data to serve as a basis for the amplification. The unfavourable critic must remember that it is not sufficient to indicate places where my own judgments fail to correspond to his own historical opinions. He must, if he discredits the value of the research as a whole, show that the errors which I have made tend falsely and improperly to favour subsequent conditions. If, for instance, a ruler whom I have graded as minus is, in his opinion, plus, unless the grade symbol which I have made for the conditions is also minus, it would not lessen the weight of my conclusions if the symbol marked for the ruler were changed. Suppose the conditions were plus, then it would actually strengthen my conclusion to raise the grading of the ruler. If conditions were plus or minus, then it would not make any difference one way or the other with the ruler wearing grade minus or grade plus, as each of the extreme grades is at an equal distance from the medium grade. So from the standpoint of strict logic, I must hold myself entirely aloof from mentioning any authorities and say, these statements about historical characters and historical events are so well known and agreed upon that any justification is unnecessary, or even if they are not entirely so, the remark applies to a sufficiently large percentage of the statements, and I will rest on this. It may be worthwhile, however, for some purposes, to give an account of the method used in making up the grades and tabulations. Such details have a technical interest and may be serviceable later on. It has been my aim to rely on the usual or standard authorities, histories which are well known and cover a considerable portion of the life of the nation. These are perhaps just as useful and reliable in this particular research as a large collection of special monographs. I have purposely omitted biographies of individual sovereigns and special works on short periods, because first would take a much longer time to complete such research, and even then it is a question if the advantages would outweigh the disadvantages. It is presumable that special histories are more correct in recording facts and details, but it is not likely that the historian who has dealt with only a short period of time with the biography of a single ruler will have a good judgment of comparative values, changes in national welfare, degrees of difference among royalty, as one whose field has been more extensive. Some might suppose that in looking at material of this sort, biographical, political, and economic, one would find many disagreements and expressions of opinion, but this is not so. Historians may and do disagree upon minor points, but not often upon essentials. This is one of the facts that I've already found to be certainly true as regards individuals, and the whole material of this work shows that this statement is equally true for political and economic conditions. Sometimes the more detailed histories have also been consulted, and according to the following plan. Usually such specialized works are necessary. A sufficiently clear idea can be gained at once as to the intellectual rank of the sovereign and the tendencies of his reign, even from the most generalized accounts. The encyclopedias alone contain sufficient data to fix the extreme examples, those which deviate the widest from the doubtful or medium grades. For instance, if only 3 grades are employed, no detailed reading is needed to decide the intellectual grades for Frederick the Great or Peter the Great, or as an antithesis for Charles II of Spain, or for the conditions during the reigns of these monarchs, and so on from the extreme deviations towards mediocrity, where the decision becomes more difficult. It is not necessary to go to specialized sources in cases like Frederick the Great and Peter the Great. No amount of subsequent reading would remove them from the plus grade for mentality. They might be shifted up or down within the grade, but such would not affect this research. The rulers and reigns that deviate far from the mean are fortunately easy to place. They are also fortunate the ones which affect the weight of the conditions most. Just as any weight on a balancing beam tends to tip the balance more, the farther out it is from the center. If the grading of the ruler and the grading of the conditions cannot be satisfactorily depicted upon at once, then one naturally looks to more specialized sources. A considerable number will even then not be assignable with precision, but these will affect the conclusions least, owing to their medium position in the scale, and as before stated, they are so placed as to weaken the conclusion to which I have come. The bibliographies printed in the appendix are made up of such works of reference as one sees mentioned at the close of the special articles in the standard English, French, and German encyclopedias. These articles on the history of European countries are assigned articles written by well-known scholars and ought, therefore, to be valuable as a starting point, not only for their references, but also for their own statements of fact and judgment. Under the condensed summaries in the appendix, the letters A, B, C, D, etc. refer back by volume and page to the books that have been consulted. It may be noticed that some of the authorities are either out of date or notoriously partial. Some criticism might be directed against Dunham, Cox, or Motley, but I have not used these when their statements conflict with others. The great majority of the historians relied upon are modern and have the reputation of being impartial. Even if their impartiality be questioned, the general effect of their partialities will not lead me to a spurious conclusion unless they tend in one direction. This possibility will be reconsidered in the next chapter. The history which I am analysing concerns itself almost entirely with political or economic affairs, the side of history which may be called material, in contradistinction to the spiritual or intellectual. Although it is not possible, from one point of view, to separate these two factors in history, it is nevertheless easy, in practice, to place under the term material affairs all changes which have to do with certain stated features of national life. This research will note all the important statements on the following topics: finances, army, navy, commerce, agriculture, manufacture, public building, territorial changes, condition of law and order, general condition of the people as a whole, growth and decline of political liberty, and the diplomatic position of the nation, or its prestige when viewed internationally. No attempt is made to include literary, educational, scientific, or artistic activities. The monarchs as patrons doubtless were not influential here, and also it would be interesting to compare eras of intellectual and artistic growth with political and material splendor, especially as many believe in the influence of the latter upon the development of higher culture. Such a research is already half completed if the politico-economic tabulation which I here present be sufficiently correct. The question of political liberty and how far this is to be considered a material and how far a spiritual advantage sometimes, though not often, enters in a way to cause perplexity. One frequently finds that under strong kings the country flourished in almost every way except that the people were oppressed. It is naturally difficult to weigh the value of political and personal liberty against prosperity in commercial, industrial, or other materialistic affairs, but the question which I am dealing with is as far as possible the economic or material side apart from the intellectual or ethical. Nearly all the statements in history are found to fall naturally into one or the other of the two classifications, materialistic or idealistic. It is just the same in dealing with the traits of an individual. Most aspects fall naturally to either the intellectual side or the moral side. Some few, like courage or perseverance, might well be thought to belong to both. It would not be a bad first approximation to divide in halves these middling attributes. In any event, a certain amount of individual judgment or personal equation is unavoidable, or is perhaps even advantageous in works of this sort. If I succeed in eliminating by any methods a great mass of preconceived notions and a priori dogmatisms, I shall not be disturbed if a few are found to remain. It is better to divide the intellectual, moral, and artistic conditions from the materialistic and correlate them separately with monarchs, or with whatever series one wishes, than it is to mix all the national conditions together. Sometimes one set of conditions is minus and the other is plus, and so they would confuse each other and mask a correlation which might be truly present. For instance, the literary and scientific conditions are plus for the reign of Alfonso X of Castile, 1252-1284, while the material conditions are minus. Both are highly associated with the strength and weakness of this monarch, who was scholarly, though unpractical. Even as it stands, there is, at times, a masking of the true correlation by putting all the material conditions together, as for example when the nation is successful in warfare, though declining internally, financially and otherwise, under the leadership of a warlike sovereign, who is both brilliant and reckless. Therefore, as far as this source of error is concerned, the real parallelism is higher than I found it, and would be proved higher if the separate factors which fall under the general heading material conditions were each correlated separately with the peculiarities of the rulers. Sometimes the activities of one king were not realized during his own reign and became manifest only during that of his successor. Sometimes a country has been devastated by uncontrollable forces of nature, earthquakes, famines, or plagues. The general effect of all such chance happenings is, of course, to reduce still further the parallelisms which have been found in spite of all such happenings. There is one source of error which would work in the opposite direction, since it would illegitimately raise the correlation and so lead to an overestimate of the influence of monarchs. A consideration of its probable magnitude becomes of the first importance. This arises from the possibility that historians, especially the earlier historians, the chroniclers, and contemporary writers were wont to panegyrize such kings as were fortunate or ruled when the conditions were favourable, at the same time unjustly condemned those who, though no fault of their own, suffered reverses or lost their crowns. The answering of this objection is a long story. Its importance will be constantly kept in mind, and the arguments reunited in Chapter 17, where the whole question is gone into in detail. I need only say, for the present, that this source of error is shown to be slight when viewed in the bearing on the entirety of this research. It is not a general danger associated with the entire research, but is rather a special danger coexisting with certain specific periods. 14 national histories in all are analysed in this volume. Most of the accounts cover a period of about 500 years, and for some of the countries, England, France, Spain and Portugal, it's been found feasible to extend the study into earlier centuries, so that about 800 years can be given. Each account begins as early a date as the exigencies of the case permit, the special reasons for which are given at the beginning of each chapter, and closes with the reign approximating the French Revolution and the last part of the 18th century. Thus the anterior and posterior date limits are systematically fixed. The territorial outlines include all the lands actually under the monarch in question, except occasionally when the territories are too much separated geographically to be treated as one country. These 14 countries cover the greater portion of the map of Europe as it is today. They are representatives of various races and climatic surroundings. They are in general the nations that have succeeded in maintaining their entities, being on the whole successful politically, having grown at the expense of surrounding areas. For this reason, more plus periods are found than would be the case if one studied the areas which, from the international political standpoint, have disintegrated and diminished in importance. The monarchs themselves are not representative of the stock of the nation over which they happen to rule. They are, from the standpoint of race, an international breed, and with the exception of the House of Osman, which still rules in Turkey, an interrelated and biologically segregated group of persons of ultimate Germanic Scandinavian origin. In addition to the monarchs themselves, the personal influence of prime ministers and other leading statesmen is naturally an important question, and while I have not laboured with the same definiteness to correlate their personalities with national political and economic conditions, I have nevertheless noted in each country these non-royal leaders and their entrances and exits, historical distribution, and presumable effects of national changes, and I do not hesitate to suggest that they constitute a force second only in importance to the monarchs themselves. These non-royal rulers appear upon the scene frequently during the minorities of sovereigns. Frequently also a far-seeing sovereign appoints a great statesman to a point of extreme leadership. How frequent, when and where, is a question, and this will be answered in the course of the text as well as summarized among the conclusions. When a regency is in non-royal hands, whether under a single regent or divided in form of a council, I shall treat the period as if it were a period in which the monarchs were minus, that is, absent or weak. If conditions are favourable or plus when the monarch or ruler is absent, it counts so much against the influence of monarchs. If disaster and decline set in under non-royal rule, then there is the amount of indication that monarchical rule was needed. It is sometimes difficult to say just when a minority ends and when the debit and credit account should be taken out in the name of the young king himself. I have frequently taken this at the date when the king reaches the age of 21, but very often the youthful sovereign has been in actual and practical control of affairs, and indeed making revolutionary changes much earlier than this age, so that each case must be treated on its own merits. In a way similar to a minority, there is another form of government, which lends important aid in unravelling complicated questions. This is the existence of an interregnum. These definite interludes have much of the experimental method about them, and although some of the debatable questions of history are necessarily interwoven, they are especially valuable because of the undebatable material which they contain. An interregnum has a definite beginning and end, and the royal authority being completely withdrawn, this influence becomes for a time nil. The amounts and kinds of progress made during minorities and interregna, their distribution in place and time, are among the most instructive of the tabulated facts. An inquiry into the causes of the same serves to throw light on several other historiological problems not directly involved. Many points like this have been taken advantage of in developing the conclusions. The methods of historiometry differ so fundamentally from the older philosophies of history that it will be necessary to give considerable account both of the history of historical speculation and of the ideas and aims of the newer science. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2. Philosophy of History and Historiometry. The present indifference to any systematic outlook on history is not hard to understand. Although the most brilliant and gifted minds have worked in the field of historical interpretation, it is not surprising that little advance has been made. The famous champions lie well in the past. They could hardly have been expected to have any clear conception of human development if they lived and died before the days of Darwin, Wallace, and Spencer. Evolution, in some form was, it is true, already the conviction of nearly every great thinker from Thales to Goethe. They guessed at the continuity from general considerations, but they did not know it until the naturalists proved it. And furthermore, the ideas of natural selection, survival of the fittest, hereditary, and modification from the environment were practically non-existent, or at least not utilizable as they are today. Not only did the pre-Darwinian philosophers of history lack assurance for the correct genetic point of view in regard to the development of human society, but more painful still, their systems were developed in a way to give free rein to the most rampant theories. Never once did they be convinced, in earnest and erudite, apostles of historico-political doctrinaires, devise any check to curb their waywardness, or recognize the dangers of the personal equation. The result has been that the well-known writers who have attempted to interpret historical meaning are always found unconvincing. They have been one-sided in their devotions, or narrow in their scope, and always deficient in scientific method. The partnership of each famous writer is so evident that it is worthwhile to go over a list of the leading philosophers of history very quickly, and show that each can be associated at once with some particular presumption. It is unnecessary to begin as early as the ancients. Neither the Greeks nor the Romans regarded history as a subject for special philosophy. Political science and political experience occupied much of their attention, and here they were, the great pioneers. But the world had then but a brief historical past to look to, and was not much interested in gazing backward. Perhaps the earliest contribution to the philosophy of history was the De Civitas Dei of St. Augustine. It recognizes historical unity and the progress of mankind, but it subordinates all things to the Church, is essentially a theological discourse, and ignores secular culture and the ordinary human interests. It was more than 900 years after the death of the great Latin father before another considerable attempt was made to interpret the record of the past. Ibn Khaldun, the Arab historian, wrote during the last part of the 14th century a so-called universal history, the first volume of which, Muqaddama, or preface, is devoted to discussion of causation. Although the Arab race has produced few original thinkers, the Muqaddama, whatever its defects may be, is certainly an original work. Ibn Khaldun was the first to treat history as a proper object of a special science, and, considering the age in which he lived, the Arabic philosopher was indeed remarkable in the depth and keenness of his observations and the numerous anticipations of modern theories. By him we first hear sounded the well-known themes taken up by Montesquieu, Drapier, Buckle, and scores of others. A nation's life is like the life of an individual, with youth, maturity, and decay. A civilization is determined by its geographic, climatic, and personal entourage. Soil, rivers, moisture, mountains, deserts, seas, all come in as factors in his reckoning, nor are the psychological causes entirely overlooked. Luxury and town life enervate the native vigor of nomad tribes. Adequate proofs of cause and effect are of course lacking, but the mere suggestion of so many naturalistic factors in civilization was a wonderful thing in itself. And more than this, Ibn Khaldun appears to have been the first historian to appreciate not only human adaptation, but also progress. He went far beyond any of the Christian chroniclers of the Middle Ages. They were quite unconscious that history had been unfolding successive stages of development. Ibn Khaldun was the earliest devotee of what may be called the environmental school of historical philosophers. He had of course no idea of the force of hereditary or of natural selection, sexual selection, or many other internal causes recognized today as important factors in the rise and fall of nations. Bodin, 1530 to 1596, and Montesquieu, 1689 to 1755, show much the same bias. Theo, 1668-1744, great in his understanding of the evolution of Roman law, brought into history his own law, the law of cycles, and then forced facts to conform. Boisset rode around a theological centrum, and his eye never wandered far from the focus. Rousseau made a paradox of history, and did not even recognize the truth of the general progress of humanity. He more than any of the others excelled in the arts of the special pleader, and whatever service this eccentric genius may have rendered the cause of liberty, his effect on the philosophy of history was to introduce even greater confusion. Hegel, with his universal interest and own theory of the universe, plunged into history, but not until he had already developed his philosophical system. Hegel reduced everything to his formula, the development of the idea. His philosophy of history is his most popular work, has been much translated and recently reprinted as part of a popular science series in English. It is unsatisfactory to historians, not to account of its metaphysical point of view, but because so many of its chief subsidiary theories are in defiance of the facts of history. For instance, according to Hegel, man in his primitive condition lived in the mountainous regions of the globe, next in the plains and valleys, lastly by the coasts and mouths of rivers. The first form of government which we see in history is despotism, the second democracy and aristocracy, the third monarchy. All-powerful is the spirit of the age. The great man is merely its incarnation. Hegel has no place for the opposite view, that the great man may be the accidental result of favorable inherent qualities and himself the moulder of his age. Frederick von Schlegel also wrote from the metaphysical point of view. Man was created free, two courses lay before him, upward towards God or downward to the abyss. The lectures on the philosophy of history, first published in 1829, still maintain a certain popularity and are included in Bonn's standard library, but they show the same general fault of all philosophies of history, written from a premeditated position. Schlegel's desire is to glorify the Catholic Church. He was opposed to principles of political and religious freedom. Auguste Comte, from an entirely different, though equally a priori conception, tried to make the statements of history fit his theory of the law of the three states. The earliest and most primitive stage of human evolution was the theological, next came the metaphysical, and finally the positive or scientific. Whether his generalization be true or not, when viewed in its widest interpretation, it is certain that Comte strained the facts of history in his handling, and was partial to the selection of only such materials as attracted his eye, as would decorate a handiwork to which he had pledged his life's devotions. Scientific knowledge has advanced since man dwelt in the savage state, and seemingly at the expense of theology and metaphysics. Comte did not realize that the sources of theology and metaphysics are infinite, and that reservoirs feel not the loss. Take something from infinity, and infinity remains. Theology and metaphysics continually expand anew from higher and higher levels. This depreciation of religious and spiritual forces is generally considered a primary defect in the writings of Buckle. From the biological standpoint, his theory of history is very one-sided. Environment is extolled and hereditary decried. Moral forces, so neglected by Comte and Buckle, became for Droysen the one important consideration. Historical things have their truth in the moral force, as natural things have theirs in natural laws. Historical things are the perpetual actualization of these moral forces. To think historically means to see their truth in the actualities resulting from that moral energy. The names of many other less notable philosophers of history might be cited, and it would be easy to show that they, like their more famous brethren, generally can be at once associated with some particular theory. More often than otherwise, their writings are biased, usually notoriously so, but even when their views are many one-sided and their discrimination is fine, as with Guizot and Turgot, no mention is taken to ensure objectivity. The interpretations, excelled as they may seem to one reader, may not suit another reader, for the very fact that they do not stress that particular reader's private fancy, and so, even here again, all go out the same door where they went in, and nothing permanent is gained. All these considerations make it increasingly clear that a new method is needed in historical interpretation, one that shall make the investigator able in some way to take cognizance of contrary forces and contrary explanations at the same time that he is testing his own working hypothesis. The business of science is to get concerted agreement about the only ideas on which the great majority of historical philosophers may be said to agree are the ideas of progress, of humanity, and of freedom, the last two embodied in the first, so that there is not much more agreed upon by historians than the general conception that somehow and on the whole there has been a progress and increase of the store of human knowledge and the advance to more complex levels of what we call civilization. The economic interpretation, the geographical, the anthropo-geographical, the Kulturgeschichte, the individualistic, the political, and the ideological are all current. It is not advancing very far or a proof of any great discernment to adopt the view of the autonomic or sociological school and say that there is some truth in each of these one-sided interpretations. Of course, there is something to be said for each set of opinions. The question is, how much? The method I propose has for its chief aim just this quantitative valuation. We have had enough of idle argument, of a priori dogmatism, of free generalizations from half-truths and entirely conflicting conclusions. The time is now ripe for the introduction into the study of history of the methods which have so much improved the conditions of human life through advancing the sciences of physics, chemistry, electricity, medicine, and public hygiene. Inductive methods, methods of the laboratory, methods of experimentation. No objection can be raised because you cannot set up governments merely in order to see how well they work, or place races in new surroundings, or control the breeding of man as man controls the breeding of domestic animals. All objections of this sort are swept away by the simple reply: the experiments have been performed. History is their record. It is estimated that 400,000 books have been written on the subject of human history. All or the greater part of these writings have been read and reread, culled over, rearranged, criticized, and utilized by the historians, and the whole concentrated into textbooks, standard histories, and encyclopedias. This great mass of knowledge may be likened to a pyramid in which the sources lie at the base, and the few books that are often read by many people, not the mere popular, but the standard and authoritative works, lie somewhere towards the apex. Their statements are drawn from the material which lies beneath. They are fewer in number, and the material is more concentrated. Resting upon these standard works and taking support from the broad nether structure lie the most concentrated of all, the brief historical articles written by the special experts and bound up with other quintessential matter in the modern encyclopedias. Can it be that all this information is useless, that there is no lesson to be learned except the bare narrative, no prime causes to be demonstrated as more important than other causes in determining the destinies of nations? Considering the importance of the subject and the great advances made by objective investigations in the organic and inorganic sciences, it is not only high time that a beginning be made, but there are many reasons for thinking that now, and only now, all things favor a successive issue. After the theory of evolution became established and the excitement of the fray had dwindled on the great primary problem, there still remained the question how evolution had taken place, and questions centering around modes and manners of inheritance. This led to the introduction of new methods as an adjunct to mere observation, the propounding of numerical laws covering heredity, and the bringing over into psychology and sociology, as well as biology, of systems of grades and measurements. Quetelet was the first to apply on a large scale quantitative expression to human attributes. He worked from 1823 onward. Galton took up the idea and developed it further, and especially applied it to heredity and eugenics. The total number of investigators who in one way or another have used methods of measurement in psychology and biology is certainly in the hundreds, if not in the thousands. But it is only since about 1895 that this movement has been well underway. The recentness of this development is one explanation why no attempt has so far been made to quantitate historical movements. A very few, not more than a dozen persons at most, have made some more or less objective analysis of groups of persons mentioned in history, chiefly historical celebrities, with the idea of discovering the qualities of such men and explaining the origin and psychology of genius. These researches have not as yet been applied to historical criticism or historical interpretation, but their results are valuable as a line of departure in this direction. In the issue of Science for November 19, 1909, under the title of A New Name for a New Science, I published a brief bibliography of such researchers and proposed the term historiometry for the same, i.e., any researches in which the statements of history have been subjected to more or less objective method of measurement. In some of these researches, the personal bias of the investigator is slight or negligible. In others, the personal equation is higher, but all aim at providing something by means of counting historical instances, pro and con. The advance which these scientifically inclined writers have made over all earlier interpreters lies in the counting of the cons. But all the objectivity does not necessarily mean the attainment of even roughly satisfactory truth or the conviction of the properly critical. The criticism is at once raised that unless we can be sure of the accuracy of our sources and the truth of our data, it is unsafe to draw generalization and conclusions. Skepticism arises in the midst of the reader, and he is inclined to doubt the value of any and all such researchers. As I said before, such a general criticism is entirely unfounded. It is perfectly possible to proceed as if the sources were all verified and the original data correctly drawn, as if the errors were negligible. When the results are all in and lie before the eye, it may turn out that the errors of the original data are not negligible, or that nothing but confusion can be made of the original data. In other words, that the research is a failure, but on the other hand, it may turn out that the results contain within themselves something which proves that the original data must have been of sufficient worth. In other words, the amount of approximate error which the original data contained may be grasped as the research proceeds, and its measurement made a part of the problem itself. This concept, which it is so necessary for the reader to get at the start, and which I have said is fundamental in the development of historiometry, is perhaps most easily obtained by recourse to concrete examples. In Hereditary and Royalty, I came to the conclusion that hereditary is a very strong force, and that environment is not. Can this conclusion have been wrongly arrived at because of the errors which history and biography necessarily contain? What I did in this research was first to bring together, as one collection, all the easily available statements concerning the mental and moral characteristics of royalty. The second, to arrange the individuals in the order of their reputed merit. Two kinds, mental and moral. Third, to rearrange the individuals according to reputed ancestry, genealogical arrangement. Fourth, to measure mathematically the correlations between individuals close of kin, or more strictly, close of reputed kin. I showed that when this was done, it was found that correlations existed agreeing substantially with those already obtained in the anthropometric laboratory. As I wrote in Science, April 14, 1911, such would not be the case if historians perverted the truth greatly, or, if for any other reason, the truth were largely unattainable. To make this clear, it is only necessary to think what the result would be if history were merely a pack of lies agreed upon, as the extreme view puts it. We should then fail to properly pick out our true intellectual giants and runts. The result would be nothing but confusion. A whole series of errors would be distributed at random. This would act like rain on waves and flatten down to a common level the real differences between the individuals. The correlation measurements would fall, and we should get no results comparable to those obtained from the delicate and accurate measurements of the anthropometric laboratory. Furthermore, any weakness in the method of grading, any failure to properly classify the great men in the high grades and the degenerates in their proper grades, would work in precisely the same direction, to lower the correlation coefficients. The supposed errors of history and the difficulties of grading act as two united strains in tension to pull the coefficients down towards zero, which would be the coefficient for random distribution. If the coefficients can stand the strain without declining, then roughly speaking, we may conclude both that the historical foundation is just and that the method or procedure is sound. Once this simple mathematical principle is comprehended, it becomes evident that several specific criticisms that were directed against Hereditary and Royalty were entirely beside the mark, and were due to the inability of the reviewer to understand the significance of the very objections which he raised. These pretended scientific criticisms appeared exclusively in literary or historical reviews, or in the daily press, not in journals devoted to science. Although the reviewers in scientific journals did not fall into such errors as the following, they did not call the attention of their readers to the point that the random errors of history in this particular series had hereby been shown to be trivial and immeasurable. False criticisms like the following were fairly common. Some complained that the authorities, words consulted, were out of date or meagre in material. My reply is that while it is perfectly true that I took authorities uncritically, I had at the same time proved that such a method apparently introduces no error commensurate with the truth which it somehow does obtain, truth evidently sufficiently accurate for the needs of this particular study. The point is that the out-of-date authorities would not, in their separate descriptions of different individuals, have any conscious or unconscious bias towards the theory of heredity. On the contrary, there is reason to suppose they would be especially free from such a bias, because they wrote long ago, before there was any general belief in the force of heredity. Yet even with such material, blurred and incomplete as it was, the hereditary factor was unmistakable. The strongly contrasted traits of character could still be seen in the hazy and ill-defined ensemble of only partially authenticated history. How strong then heredity must be? That should be the nature of the mental reaction growing out of the observation that poor authorities had been used. The same kind of reply is to be made to those who criticize the use made of encyclopedias and the arbitrary use of Lippincott's biographical dictionary as one of the criteria of admission into the grade called genius. Some few critics, newspaper critics only, wish to throw overboard all the results because of the great difference of opinion in regard to some historical characters. One cited Loyola and Luther, and asked what the result would be if in their cases one tried to balance opinions and strike an average out of such notorious discord. My reply is that I was not concerned, for the time being, with Loyola and Luther. I was concerned with showing, among other things, the need presupposed conflict of opinions, which some persons might have supposed to permeate history could not be great, in at least one department of history, because if it were, the sequences which I have uncovered could not possibly be found. Another type of criticism was made chiefly in historical journals, which had no bearing on the main conclusions of the work. A historian would here and there see a character described or graded not in accordance with his personal judgment. He would point out and name those kings, queens, or other personages whose characterizations he believed unjust, and would then argue that because a portion of the work contained error, the rest might not be above suspicion, whereas he should have tried to show that the particular specific errors which he had noticed were of such a nature as to lead me falsely to magnify hereditary. That is, he should have done so had he wished to prove the errors vitiated my conclusions. It was perfectly proper for him, as historian, to suggest a different opinion regarding the classifying and grading. I should be glad to readjust and improve the assignments of grades, but the general effect of such improvement would be to strengthen the conclusions already obtained. At least, that is what the probabilities indicate. These conclusions I have been able to demonstrate as clear and certain enough for ordinary purposes, even though I use rough data. If the data had been absolutely fallacious, my correlation ratios for offspring and fathers would have been approximately R equals 0. As a matter of fact, this correlation was found for intellectual qualities to be R equals 0.30. The only way to attack the conclusion from hereditary and royalty that the judgments of historians are now proved and known to be fair approximation to the truth would be to show a bias in the material constantly working towards raising the correlation ratios, or else to attack the work as its only subjective point, namely the arrangement into grades. Here my own personal judgment to some extent entered. If it can be shown that I have, on the average, unjustly overrated the kinsmen of the individuals in the highest grades, 9 and 10, I should then spuriously have raised the correlation ratios. A critic should take a few sections of the book at random and see if this tendency can be detected. To summarize the situation, if one wishes to discover a correlation between two historical variables, deviations from random distribution or from the average type, one should start with materials supposed to be good, because only with true statements as data can one detect the full force of the correlation. But having found some correlation, it is not necessary to go back and justify the materials used. except there is a bias in the whole material towards the conclusion. The correlation found, if it sufficiently exceeds the probable error, is guarantee that some correlation exists which is, in all probability, even greater in reality than the measurement indicates. Another example of a research based upon data known to carry some scattering errors, yet yielding a conclusion all the more certain on this account, is the following. In the year 1909, I happened to wish to know whether more leading Americans of the present generation had been born in the cities than in the rural communities. In other words, had more leading Americans come from the cities than their population would lead one to expect, or have the cities failed to produce their proper quota? As a convenient way of answering this question, I turned to the latest number of Who's Who in America. Arithmetical computation showed at once the cities leading, and only a little further investigation was needed to prove that according to this book, the cities had done more than their share, and with a wide margin for accidental error, whereas about 16% was all that, in proportion to the population, could be expected from the cities, that actually furnished about 32%. There are, then, but two conclusions, either that the editors have been unjustly partial, indeed doubly biased towards men of city birth, or that there is really something in city birth, either inheritance or environment, that favours the achievement of notability. It would be a vain criticism to suggest any ways in which the list might supposedly be biased towards those of city birth, but unless such specific criticism be made, any general criticism that the list contains scattering errors, contains names of doubtful merit, omits other names that ought to be included, is a criticism that works in precisely the opposite direction from detracting from the belief that the cities have been the chief birthplaces of notable Americans. To make this clear, let us think of it in the following way. Unless the list had been made up of persons possessing some peculiarity, there would be no more and no less born in the cities than the population demanded. Some peculiarity in the list, some predilection on the part of the editors towards men, not random samples of the entire population of the United States, is absolutely proved. Therefore, if the editors have not been biased, the only other inference is that this observed deviation in the birth ratios is associated with the quality which the book claims to select, namely, notability. A list made up at random would show no greater number born in the cities than the total urban population demands. Next consider what the result would be if a very bad list were used, one made up only a few of the real leaders, and almost entirely composed of mediocre or worthless names. Such a list could, of course, only give a very slight, perhaps doubtful correlation between notability and city birth. Next consider what the result would be if a somewhat better list of names were used. The truth of the matter would then begin to show itself more clearly. The better the list, the more the truth would stand out. In other words, if the list were worse, more full of error, than the one that I have used, it would bring out the fact less strongly. Therefore, if the list of names were better, more ideally chosen, than the one I have used, it would bring out the truth even more strongly than I have found it. Two conclusions then are warranted. First, that a list which, in any and every portion of its entirely, shows twice the number born in the cities that random expectation calls for, must be worthy of being called a very good working list. And second, that the cities have produced probably more than twice their share of notables. All this is said under the supposition that the list does not carry any prejudice in favour of the conclusion to which the investigator has come. This is a very important question, for if there be any special reasons why the constant, on the average, unjust bias enters, the conclusion is in part artificially induced. It must be remembered that I have only said that if a general criticism is brought against a list of names, from random errors, this acts to strengthen the conclusion already obtained. If, on the other hand, a bias in favour of the conclusion is present in the original list, then it is a very different matter. In this particular instance, we start with the common sense belief that the editors of this reverence work have not compiled their list with the object of proving that city-born boys reach a higher degree of leadership than non-urban. There may, however, be ways in which the list unconsciously and unjustly favours the city-born. Criticisms of this sort are entirely proper, for it is part of the work of historiometry not only to avoid bias, but to be able to detect it and measure it. Let it be suspected that part or the whole of the increase of city birth leadership is due to an excessive partiality towards professional men, and that the same result would not be found if business and practical types were considered. This is a fair criticism. The answer is reinvestigate. Split the whole material into two parts, the practical business types and the learned professional, then compare the two results. It is not to the point to discuss the possible special criticisms that might be raised a propos of this particular research. It is enough to say that any just criticism raising the point of bias should be answered. Any defect in the method which would in any way falsely magnify the conclusion ought to be closely scrutinized, but the general criticism that any and all such researches are rendered less solid and reliable on account of the general errors of judgment which permeated the original material on which they rest is an utterly false objection. The tendency of the random errors of history is to make the true but hidden causes, correlations, and other generalizations which laws, though actually existing, are more or less buried or overlooked in the mass of historical detail. Any device that can work out a general or continuous principle from the historical elements does so in spite of these random errors. This being the case, the random errors of history may be ignored when generalized causes are sought, and the results cannot be wrong simply because the original material is known or supposed to carry some amount of random error. The concrete example I've just given illustrates what may be called the paradox of historical generalization. The worse material, the more certain is a generalized conclusion, provided there be no bias in the selection of material towards the conclusions reached. This statement does not apply to the usual types of historical investigation, and this, I take it, is the reason why so many historians are unwilling, at first sight, to accept the truth of such a paradox. A typical problem for the historian is the measuring or judging of some historical detail. Take, for instance, the dispute concerning the real characteristics of Richard III of England. Surely it cannot be that the worse our sources, the more certain we can be of our conclusions. The difference is this. Here is the no third point against which a triangulation is made, and an overplot's found which must be accepted as significant and taken as a lower limit of proof. In the case of city birth and leadership, we measure these two elements over against a third element, namely normal distribution of the population, and measure its deviation from the normal or random distribution. In historymetric work, there is this third element which is a novel and peculiar feature. The case is quite different when we are dealing with details and not with generalizations and correlations. In dealing with the question of the real characteristics of Richard III of England, an examination of the worth of each separate statement becomes necessary. The reason for this difference needs careful consideration. There is some assurance that the mere balancing or averaging of the opinions pro and con gives a good and true picture of any one king or prince specifically selected out of all royalty. This conclusion is drawn from the generalized conclusion that usually such a method must give a fair approximation of the truth. But any one specific individual selected out of a group may be the very one to whom such a method of balancing opinions applies the least. What is true in the general is likely to be true in any specific instance, provided we know nothing further about the particular instance. But as soon as we do not know something about the particular instance, the case may be altered. The same sort of reasoning applies in our ordinary human social relations and in our everyday knowledge of mankind. For some purposes we may wish to know as much as possible about some individual person. In default of special knowledge of the individual, any general knowledge as to his age, race, class, profession, or education would help us to form an opinion about him, but a particular and intimate knowledge of the individual would be more to be desired, as long as our interest centers on the individual. On the other hand, for some purpose of generalization, as in anthropology, sociology, life insurance, etc., our interest may be general, not special, so our interest in history may be special and detailed, or it may be directed to discovering general principles, correlations, and causes. In studying the life of Richard III, a few original documents may be worth a great deal more than the multitudinous statements of later historians, eminent as far as one can see from the writers under the patronage of Henry VIII, Richard's rival and enemy. If an historian disbelieves the older and unfavorable verdict of history, he makes use of the reliance on probabilities, but his reluctance is essentially subjective and personal, and a part of his general judgment and common sense, as a result of his contact with men and with books. He knows or thinks he knows the probability of human vanity, the probability that certain documents found in certain places are likely to be genuine. He thinks that certain contemporary writers are more likely to be trustworthy than others, which ideas are based on other probabilities he puts all together and gives what to his mind is the most probable view of the whole situation. The reader accepts, in so far as it fits in with his own judgment, that he never is obliged to do so in the way one is obliged to accept a mathematical demonstration. It does not seem possible in the present state of knowledge to devise a method which shall give objective proof in problems of isolated periods or in questions of historical detail. Nor does it seem desirable to do so. We do not wish to eliminate the personal equation from the specialist of historical details. The personal equation is the best thing about him, or at least should be. It ought to represent advanced knowledge from advanced experience. But the historian who goes in for explaining general causes or even the special causes of limited periods is in a very different position. No excuse can be offered for the self-sustained historian who plumes himself for the gratuitous task of confidently supplying the reader with the reasons why this or that has taken place. The difference is this. Many a man has been able to handle the purely descriptive side of history in a way to give fair satisfaction to the great majority of his intelligent critics. The world of scholarship as a whole is satisfied with most if not all of his statements. Therefore something definite has been accomplished. Something permanently worthwhile has been done when a specialist publishes a book or memoir of descriptive history and confines himself to facts and judgments. But no one has ever gone high enough in subjective judgments to settle questions of historical causation. This is evidenced by the great diversity of interpretations, both major and minor, and the disaffection on every hand which such attempts have always met. And even if there should arise a superhuman being whose subjective judgments were so perfect that he allotted all causes correctly, ordinary mortals would still need the proofs. Otherwise, how should we know that he was right? The orthodox methods may suffice for those who seek to weigh documentary evidence and reconstruct the past. In so far as historians are unearthing mess and comparing sources and deciding in their own minds what evidence is genuine and what is false, no slurs can be cast at the modern school. Their methods are scientific and their aims are in the majority of cases sincerely directed to the discovery of the truth. Nor are such specialists merely worthy of being called into court as witnesses of facts. They are also entitled to qualify as experts on questions involving opinions. History, as we commonly find it in the printed accounts, must approximate sufficiently to what actually happened, to meet the need of ordinary purposes, both of scientific analysis and superstructure. Historians must have already sifted facts and reported judgments with a high degree of sanity and completeness, at least in some departments of history. Otherwise, the interlocking results of historiometry, which I have found, could most emphatically not be found. The phrase report of judgments I use to cover all expressions of valuation of the traits of historical characters, good or bad, the general use of adjectives of praise and dispraise, and also the giving of opinions concerning the condition of a nation's army, navy, treasury, trade, and commerce, or other direct statements which historians make involving the use of judgment, but stopping short of questions of cause. It is very easy to say that George IV of England was immoral. It is not easy to say, but it is easy to find agreement in the sources and to get agreement among the readers to bring everything together and to arrive at this one conclusion and no other. It may be, judging from the naive way in which some historians write, very easy for them to say why George IV is immoral, but it is not easy for them to make other people believe it. An author who says, commerce declined, assumes a very different kind of responsibility when one who says, commerce declined because, etc. It is the unfounded, I might say confounded, introduction of the word because, against which I protest. There may be a few obvious causes of broad historic movements for which general agreement can be reached without any specially arranged contrivance for compelling the proof, but I do not happen to think of any for the moment. Even the classical assumptions that Rome declined because of its luxury, and Greece was injured through the rivalries of petty states, are open to serious objections and to many counter-arguments, and even it can be agreed that these factors enter somewhat into the problem, unless we have some kind of a notion of how deeply they enter in, unless through some scientific scheme we have arranged the many contributing causes somewhat in the order of their importance. What is the use? Dogmatic statements do not and will not satisfy, so complicated are the problems of historical causation. The historian who glibly says because of and then trips slightly on his way to deal with some other political cataclysm or human enigma and satisfy psychology or political philosophy as superficial in the reader as it is in him should be ridiculed out of existence. Although the methods of objectivity and induction seem slow at first, results will multiply as time goes on, and one well-grounded research makes another that much easier. The paradox of histometry, which I have explained at such length, is a mathematical concept which gives great encouragement to ventures in the domain of historical interpretation, especially because it shows that it may not be necessary for the investigator to spend a great deal of time deciding upon the reliability of the sources he proposes to use. He should start with authorities supposed to be good, because good authorities contain fewer random errors than do poor ones, and therefore any previously hidden truth will be forced to show itself more distinctly. He should, on beginning the research, consider the question of constant errors, biased towards a hypothesis which he has in mind, and before closing the research he should consider this question again, either to prove its triviality or measure its importance. But he need not concern himself again with the scattering errors. The random or scattering errors become important only should he wish special refinement of measurement. For instance, in the present research, my conclusion is that the monarchs have influenced history. Moreover, that monarchs have influenced European history from the 11th to the 19th century very much, and that the characteristics of monarchs are correlated with the conditions of their countries to at least a probable r equals 0.60. None of these conclusions could have been falsely induced by the random or scattering errors. Consideration of random errors is necessary only when measuring the full correlation. In all attempts to unravel causation in history, the comparative method is needed, and reliable results can only be obtained after a wide range of historical reading has been methodically systematized. We must discover correlations, and after finding that A is correlated with B, we must then devise ways of determining how much A is a cause of B, or how much B is a cause of A, or if both are caused by still another force. We can only have a science of history by comparing facts drawn from a great many countries. We must not ignore the evidence from the smaller nations. A knowledge of the history of Holland, Denmark, Spain, Portugal, or even Mecklenburg and Rus may be, for some purposes, just as valuable as a knowledge of the history of Rome or Greece or England. The 14 countries here studied are widely representative of the various people of Europe. I should like to have included Hungary, Poland, Greece, Saxony, and Bavaria, and several other countries. Indeed, the Italian cities might very profitably be studied in relation to the Sforzas, the Viscontis, and the Medicis. As every reader must imagine, the labour is considerable in bringing together all the relevant materials covering several centuries for any one country, but it would not have done to have stopped without a sufficiently large collection of elementary data. The number of elementary parts, miniature histories, which I have constructed, 368, being large enough to meet statistical demands and to answer nearly all the questions which I had in mind at the start, I have stopped with this number. The following 14 chapters gives a summary, as briefly as possible, of the history of the 14 countries studied. They discuss the more concentrated tabulations found in the appendix. If a monotonous story is thus presented, the reader must remember that it is only the reputation of observations that compels the surety of science. Probably no other single factor will be found as important as the one here emphasized, and if this be true, then the key to this section of European history is to be found in the material which lies ahead, a disclosure which clearly merits the most careful scrutiny. End of Chapter 2. Section 3 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Adams Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 3. France. With Hugh Capet, 987 to 996, commences the history of the real and lasting French nation, as distinct from the Germanic Empire of Charlemagne, and therefore there is here, in many ways, a point of departure, clear-cut and convenient. Yet there are drawbacks to beginning at so early a date. The small nucleus, then called France, continued to grow as such. The era is near the beginning of the 11th century, the approximate date from which I would wish to trace the histories of the various countries of Europe, and we here begin a new dynasty. But records of some periods are still very meagre, and the pen portraits of certain sovereigns far from satisfactory. However, concerning a number of reigns, even for this early period, interesting and well-known facts are sufficiently authenticated for the main purpose of this inquiry, though it may be best to treat some sovereigns with less assurance, such as Henry I, Louis VII, Louis VIII, Philip IV, Louis X, Philip V, Charles IV. Even for Hugh Capet, famous though his name certainly is, materials lacking for a proper estimate of his personality and influence. Hugh Capet was probably not a very great man, though more than a mediocre one. He possessed the art of managing the turbulent men who surrounded him, and often by subtle or conciliatory means adapted himself to the needs of his times. One must remember that the claims of Hugh were recognized by only a fraction of the entire population, and his rival, Charles of Lorraine, needed to be vanquished. One must also consider how circumscribed in domain and power the country was over which he held the title of king, a title which had long since failed to carry any especial dignity or influence. The lawless barons were strong. To them Hugh was scarcely more than an equal, and thus to gain his ends the new king felt himself obliged to make many handsome grants of territory, so that at the close of his reign he had less land than when he began. Yet against all the warring interests of this troubled time, Hugh Capet held his own. He beat in battle the Carlovingian Clement, maintained his dignity in the face of the papacy and the empire, gave a certain meaning to the sovereign power, and had his son and successor crowned during his own lifetime. In fact, the Grand France of Reichenau and Louis XIV made its modest start. Unfortunately for this embryonic nation, the next king, Robert, was not cast in the ancestral mould. For 3 generations the vigour of Robert the Strong had been bequeathed to the male descendants of that redoubtable warrior. Now a mentally weak, though kindly pious, prince came upon the throne. The reign of Robert, 996 to 1031, was long and inglorious. A ceaseless struggle against the barons. The rising of the servile population ended in a sad slaughter of the peasants. A weak king in those days had always his own household to fear. Robert's latter years were beset with civil wars forced upon him by his own queen and only son Henry, and Robert of Burgundy. Burgundy and the Duchy of France suffered under the ills which formed the sum of war in those days. The conditions were not improved under Henry I, who ruled during the 29 years following 1031, with petty wars, civil wars, frontier wars, devastating invasion by the Normans, who came within 20 miles of Paris. France stood for nothing, and the kingly power was the same. Unfortunately, our perception of the personal character of Henry I is extremely vague. Contemporary chronicles have left nothing of value, and later historians have described his traits in conflicting terms. It would be best to pass over this era entirely, for it cannot enlighten the present problem. When Henry I died, his son Philip was then a child of 7 years of age. The crown was of so little importance by this time that no one wanted it. Perhaps this is why no usurper seized the reins, and until Philip came of age, his brother-in-law, Count Baldwin of Flanders, was willingly given the regency, which he so ably maintained. Baldwin is credited with wisdom, energy, and prudence, and he soon brought about a decided change in the affairs of France. He curbed the nobles and suppressed sedition. The country enjoyed in 7 years' breathing spell, and his untimely death was regretted by all. It is true that Baldwin's regency was luckily favoured by the Norman conquest of England, which diverted the foes of France towards other plunder. Baldwin's title of Count was virtually as good as that of King. He had, moreover, married a daughter of the late King. Therefore Baldwin is entitled to rank among royalty, and this period must be taken as a second example in favour of our thesis. Robert, the son of Hugh Capet, furnished the first, though in quite the opposite way. The good influence of Baldwin lasted only during his lifetime, for his royal pupil Philip did not follow the excellent example set by his kinsmen. Philip had a good education and was not deficient in natural aptitude, yet this promising young prince developed into one of the very worst of all the early kings, and the unhappy country was soon to know the terrors of misrule. Philip was not only weak and self-indulgent, but also devoid of any virtues. He was false, honourless, and grasping, lacking in judgment and courage, a dissolute libertine of the most extreme type. Under him, France again became the scene of interminable petty warfare, dreariness and desolation. The Normans again invaded the territory of the French. Mantes says Seine was taken and burned, and the victors were pressing on even to the gates of Paris, when fortunately for France the Norman leader William the Conqueror died. When Philip was 47 years of age, he retired into obscurity, the most praiseworthy act of his life. His son Louis VI, then but a mere lad of 19, was called upon to assume the uneasy and likewise unmeaning sovereignty. He was a man of different mettle. With him came a sudden and momentous change when viewed in the light of the entire history of the French nation, for only now did France as a true power begin. When Louis VI took upon himself the burdens of government, the limits of the royal domain were very narrow. The pretended extent did not amount to 1/10 of the present territory of France. In reality, there was little more than the cities of Paris, Orleans, Etampes, Melun, and Compiègne, for the land between was held by the robber barons at war with each other or with the king. Almost within sight of Paris itself, the enemies of France could be seen. 5 miles to the north stood the Lord of Montmorency with his army. 15 miles to the south, Montferry cut the royal domain in two by blocking the way to Orleans. There were many other rebellious chiefs on all sides. The valiant lad mustered what forces he could, and by dint of real genius for war, and ability to bring the forces of the clergy and the populace over to his side, subdued and humbled the rebels one by one. The frontiers were rendered secure, the poor found a protector, and one even sees the faint beginnings of independent communal life. All authorities agree that Louis VI was a man of very superior ability, and they likewise never fail to praise his many virtues and noble qualities. The change which came about was sudden, and a great contrast to the reigns of his predecessors. It is true that the Crusades lent their aid by diverting the attention of some of his enemies away to other lands, but aside from this, everything was against him. Louis VI had at the beginning the same feeble resources and the same lawless barons, yet he overcame all obstacles and died one of the great men of his time. Another notable figure of the period was the Abbé Suger, whom Louis VI prudently chose as his counsellor, and to whom much of the great work accomplished during his reign is said to be due. Fortunately for France, the influence of their shrewd and political churchmen was equally great in the reign of Louis VII, at least during its early years, while this king was away on chimerical crusades. Under Suger, the country enjoyed the blessings of peace and security. The foreign policy was strong. The finances were well administered. The royal power expanded and its revenues increased. Churches sprang up, cities renewed their franchises, and moreover something of liberty and justice was accorded to common men who glorified the name of the great prelate and called him Pater Patriae. Here was a country prospering without a great king, for Louis VII was at most mediocre. He was weak and pious, easily under the dominion of the Church, which fortunately had so good a leader. Louis was gentle, well-meaning, and virtuous, and indeed rather learned for the times. He may be placed in the doubtful or inferior grade intellectually, while the material conditions must be classified under the general term progress. Louis VII might be placed in the middle grade, but to be on the safe side, I grant this reign to count against my thesis, the importance of royalty. I do not, however, grant it against the broad theory of the preponderant influence of a certain few individual personalities, for in Suger we find our notable man. We now come to the second of the great French kings, Philip Augustus, 1180 to 1223. When he began to reign alone, he was but a lad of 15. The vassals and barons, on account of the youth of the king, thought that now was the time to make merry with the crown. They were considerably disappointed. What certain boy kings have done in the way of dignified and successful leadership immediately after coming into their own is extraordinary. In the maturity of after life, these royal prodigies have always, as far as I recall, developed into superior or indeed extremely illustrious rulers. They have during their lives, times and time again, been called upon personally to lead and direct their armies against the best generals of foreign realms, or to meet some rising tide of plotting factions within their own domestic circles. Judging by the record of the latter years, it would seem that these precocious princes must truly have been geniuses in embryo, and that their early triumphs could not have been the outcome of mere fortunate circumstances. Philip Augustus at once began to show the mettle he was made of and the characteristic policy of his reign. He demanded subjection from all and took orders from no man. His untiring ambition was to get for himself and the monarchy which he represented as much as he possibly could of that power and dominion which the great feudatory chiefs had so insolently and lawlessly administered. Being but a lad, his mother and uncles expected to keep him still in leading strings, but with the help of Henry of England and a following of young men of the realm, freelancers and paid men, Brabacons, he showed his would-be repressors that he was indeed already a king. Within 5 years, and before he was 21 years old, this proud stripling grandson of the able Louis VI had won 65 chateaux in Vermandois. Also the important city of Amiens had vanquished Flanders and seized parts of it, and had reduced to docile servitude the Prince of Champagne. It is said that he had dreams of restoring the empire of Charlemagne, and the story goes that about this time he was seen one day by his courtiers gnawing a green bough and glaring about him wildly. One of them asked him boldly what he was thinking of, and he replied, "I am wondering whether God will grant me or my heirs grace to raise France once more to the heights she reached in the days of Charlemagne." A few years later he had conquered Maine and Touraine, but much of this was restored. The chief work of Philip Augustus was the conquest of Normandy. This he easily brought about because his ruler, John of England, of Magna Carta notoriety, was both weak in nature and resources. It had no proper following. John's subjects having turned against him, outraged at the murder of the little Prince Arthur, Philip found an open road in taking upon himself the burden of vengeance for the lad's death. Chateau Gaillard held out for a time against the French, but John himself did nothing save fly to England. When his famous castle fell and Rouen had been taken, all Normandy readily accepted the mastery of the French king, feeling no doubt that Philip could not be worse than John. Thus a large and important territory was permanently added to the French monarchy. It was a question of kings, but it was brought about more through the weakness of one king than through the strength of another. With Normandy came also those other possessions of the English crown, Touraine, Anjou, Maine, and Poitou. France was open to the sea from the Seine to the north, and its territory was more than double in extent. The other great event of Philip Augustus's life was his signal defeat of the triple alliance formed against the French by the English, Flemings, and Germans. At the Battle of Bouvines in 1214, he worsted the Emperor Otto IV and won the first great French victory. After this, Philip lived in comparative tranquility and devoted himself to the consolidation and improvement of his country. He encouraged the growth of cities, paved Paris, increased the efficiency of the army, and managed the finances well. Industry and commerce took new life, and France was again on the upward road. Thus a period of marked national progress is synchronous with the presence of a remarkable personality. Philip Augustus was certainly a great king. As a conqueror and administrator, he stands forth one of the most striking figures in early French history. His intellect was that of the clear, cold, and crafty type. Ambition and force form the most conspicuous traits of his character. Further analysis of his virtues and vices must be rather uncertain, owing to the dearth of contemporary records. Some say he was hard on the lower classes, some say not. It can scarcely be supposed that he was a man of tender heart or super-refined scruples. He loved wine and women, and was something given to angry fits of passion, but soon recovered himself. Whether Philip Augustus was, strictly speaking, popular or not, we cannot say, but certainly his subjects believed in him and unquestionably followed him in the great work which he laid down for himself in early life, the realization of which he in such a great measure achieved. After the reign of Philip Augustus, there follows the brief period of 3 years, when Louis VIII sat upon the throne. The chief events of this reign were the submission of Lower Poitou, Limousin, and Périgord, a successful but costly crusade against the Albigenses, and the granting of freedom to the serfs in the fief of Etampes. Altogether it would seem to have been a rather prosperous period. However, we know too little of the personal traits of Louis VIII to estimate his own position in the events of the time. Authorities differ as to his ability, some crediting him with vigor and understanding, others calling him weak and attributing his activity to the promptings of his queen, the famous Blanche of Castile, about whom none differ, all praising her superior qualities. He appears to have been at last pious and chaste. Louis VIII died in his 40th year and was succeeded by his son Louis IX, then a boy 11 years old. Again the barons thought their time had come, but again, as in the early days of Philip Augustus, they were doomed to bitter disappointment. This time was a woman who came to the fore, Blanche of Castile, daughter of Alfonso the Noble, and maternal granddaughter of one of England's greatest kings, Henry II. Blanche, by her powers of fascination, won over the leader of the barons, Theobald of Champagne, and then by dint of rapid action, by securing the burghers of Paris for the royal side, brought victory out of languid wars, until at last she found the country pacified, and even in the meanwhile actually extended the royal domains. The long quarrel with the Count of Toulouse came to an end, with marked advantage to France, and thus the way was paved for the gradual absorption of the south. Beaucaire, Carcassonne, Béziers, Narbonne, Nimes, Falaise, and Albigeois were added to the territory of the crown. Most worthwhile was the condition of tranquillity which Queen Blanche established as a foundation for the great work of her son Louis IX. There seems to be no question about the high ability of Blanche, and the son was worthy of the mother, and she in her turn had been an honour to her own illustrious forebears. Blanche came of remarkable stock, and her sister Berengaria was one of the greatest and best of Spanish queens. Thus Louis IX, being a grandson of Philip Augustus, and considering both sides of the house, a pedigree such as is seldom met with. The expectations of heredity did not fail, for Louis IX became one of the greatest and best of French kings, and all in all, one of the best and noblest characters of his time. After her son reached his majority, and even up to the time of her death, the Queen Mother did not cease to lend her counsels and take an important part in the affairs of state. The whole period of Louis IX is 44 years of signal prosperity. The chivalrous and pious king must needs, following the craze of the times, make 2 unprofitable and futile crusades. Yet even such mistakes were not serious, and he reaped a certain glory. During the first of these crusades, the Queen Mother successfully managed affairs at home. The second was of brief duration. It lasted but a few months, when the king contracted the fever which cost him his life. On the side of progress, there was a great deal to more than outweigh these 2 ill-timed expeditions. Most important of all, the country remained within its own borders in a state of quietude, while justice was well administered. Population, commerce, and industry increased, and with it the total wealth of the land. This is especially shown by the great number of public buildings such as hospitals, asylums, churches, and abbeys which sprang up. In addition to his great work of quieting feudal hostility and of destroying the strongholds of feudal independence, he added largely to the actual domain of the crown. Louis IX, who in his day was King of Kings, the idol of his people, had lost no lustre in the passing centuries. He was canonized shortly after his death. For long ages his anniversary was solemnly kept by the French people, and to this day the name of Saint Louis stands among the very foremost of French history. He was not a great general. He was perhaps too scrupulously conscientious for that, but as an example of what one man may accomplish when the higher moral purposes are united to a steadfast aim, the patron saint of the French illustrates in the strongest way the force which springs from personal character. Philip III, 1270 to 1285, was a weak, ignorant, though pious prince, guided entirely by his counsellors. These were mostly lawyers and seem to have known how to maintain the royal authority now that it was so well established. Internal tranquillity remained, but this is the most that can be said to its advantage. The actual territory of the crown was increased, but this came through inheritance and not by conquest. Languedoc, Vivarais, and Lorraine fell to Philip through the extinction of the house of St. Gilles, with the deaths of his uncle and wife. France received, to her external relations, a distinct check in 2 serious disasters, the Sicilian Vespers, and the victory of Roger de Laria, which deprived Charles Vanjol, uncle of Philip III, of the throne of Naples. Furthermore, an expedition led into Aragon by Philip III himself met with poor success and cost the king his life. Philip III was followed by Philip IV, Louis X, Philip V, and Charles IV. We know too little about the personal traits of these kings to bring their history into the discussion. The whole generation, 1285 to 1328, was one of confusion and in general one of decline. It is natural to feel that if these kings had been distinctly able, the records concerning them would not be so meagre. After the death of Charles IV, we come upon firmer ground. The character of Philip VI is very clearly drawn. He was brave and headstrong, and as ambitious for military fame as he was for the idle glory of pomp and tournament. But he was totally lacking in most of the qualities useful in a king. Moderation and ideas of justice were far removed from his mind. Though pious and possessed of some generous impulses, he was vain, false, heartless, and violent, and worst of all for France, no high ability compensated. His reign must be marked as the great beginning of woes to his nation. Philip tampered with the coin of the realm, and by vexatious restrictions interfered with, and in fact almost stopped the course of trade throughout France. Thus he alienated the merchants and burghers, and at the same time dried up the source of revenue. Commerce ceased to pass through France. France was in a state of desolate barbarism, her people sunk in misery. In one respect alone did the kingdom seem to gain. Philip brought Vienne and the district, then city of Montpellier, to pay, for which he debased the coin. Thus ended a dark and melancholy reign. All things seemed to be evil in France. Oppression, war, pestilence, faithlessness in king and people, days of shame and distress. It was during the reign of Philip VI that the overwhelming French defeat at Crécy occurred, at the beginning of the 100 Years which placed France in chaos. Another king almost exactly like Philip VI follows, and also a similar reign. John II, the son, appears to have inherited his traits exclusively from his father, Philip VI. He is described as rash, ignorant, obstinate, incapable, passionate, cruel, self-indulgent, gay, and luxurious. He was called Le Bon because he loved tournaments and dances. Affairs of state were left to weak administrators. France suffered a great defeat at Poitiers, 1356. Everything went wrong. Finances were wasted. Taxes were excessive. Bands of lawless soldiery ranged the land. Anarchy was alone supreme. John himself was taken in captive into England, little of a prize that he was, and his son Charles, afterwards known as Charles the Wise, ruled as regent during the 4 years' absence of this monarch. Charles, at the beginning of his regency, was but 19 years of age, and although in later life he well merited the epithet which history has bestowed on him, at that period of his career Charles was anything but the wise. He was only a foolish, extravagant youth, rather indifferent to the seriousness of the situation. During the absence of John, darkness and confusion continued throughout France. The Jacquerie, an organization of the peasantry, made an unsuccessful attempt to govern Paris and wreak revenge upon the nobles. There was a further financial decline, and at the end France had to submit to the humiliating peace of Bretigny, 1360, which he gave up to England a vast extent of territory and agreed to pay a ransom for their king of 3,000,000 francs. France is now smaller than she had been under Philip Augustus. No clearer picture of the miseries of the times and the utter dejection to which the nation had fallen can be drawn than in the words of the unfortunate and pernicious King John himself. This oft-quoted passage appeared in connection with a certain ordinance which he issued about this time, in which the king takes occasion to excuse the shame of the peace of Bretigny. By the space of 4 years and over have we and this our people ever sustained and suffered many ills, discomforts, and griefs. For as these grew daily worse and worse, tidings come to us how that the people of our realm were divided, and were slaying and destroying each other, and giving themselves up to rebellion and disobedience, and were committing divers horrible and enormous crimes, such as made it plain that had such things gone on, our realm and people would have been utterly destroyed, with perdition of all they had. Wherefore, all things considered, we made the aforesaid peace, for we have found that in our own realm there have been divisions and rebellions, robbery, pillage, arson, larcenies, seizures, violence, oppressions, exactions, extortions, and many other cruel misdeeds and excesses. Justice is administered, many new taxes levied, and much seizing, carrying off and putting to ransom the personages, stores, horses, beasts, and other goods, whereby all industry is at an end. It would seem that the king imagined that this woeful state of affairs was somehow associated with his own enforced absence. He had indeed little ground for such a vain belief. King John returned to France for a brief space and then went back again into English captivity. During these years of John's return to France, 1360 to 1364, Charles also acted as regent, but he had not yet begun to show the exceptional strength and practical wisdom for which he became famous after the death of his father, who fortunately for France was taken off in 1364. These 4 years were years of disorder and misery, without a soul to hold the anarchy in check. The free companies ranged the land, and want and pestilence added to the awful scene. With the actual reign of Charles V occurred a remarkable change, both in the character of the king himself and in the visible conditions of the country. Charles was now 27 years of age. He had always been crafty in furthering his aims and not devoid of natural ability, but he had shown himself indifferent to affairs of state, a spendthrift in his habits, and a poor and cowardly soldier in the field. Now he took to work and directed everything. He worked hard in his own methodical, mysterious, and scheming way, shut up in his closet, a sinister figure not unlike Philip II of Spain, with all the strings of government leading from his own person. Charles V never himself took the field, but he knew how to choose the ablest commanders to do the fighting for him, and found in Du Guesclin and others men to carry out his most pressing needs, the abolition of the roving free companies and the expulsion of the English from French soil. The king shrewdly turned the one against the other, and sent the free companies to fight the English, who were then with the Black Prince in Spain. It is not necessary to go into details regarding all the warfare of this reign. It is sufficient to say that Charles's policy was successful, that the tottering monarchy again became the powerful, and that law and order were re-established. The English were gradually driven back to their island, until at the close of his reign scarcely anything of importance remained to them within the confines of present Europe. In addition to accomplishing this weighty task, general peace and order led to an increase in the general prosperity of all classes. The internal administration was good and the financial condition improved. The taxation was no doubt heavy and enforced on clergy and lay folk alike, but in return there was peace and security during which men could work. Charles V was unquestionably a very able sovereign, and the true fountainhead from which the various beneficial measures sprang. Thus the fourth important period of French growth, 1364 to 1380, was under the leadership of the fourth distinctly superior king, the other 3 being Louis VI, 1100 to 1137, Philip Augustus, 1180 to 1223, and Louis IX, 1263-1270. The brilliant reign of Charles V was followed by the minority of Charles VI, some 8 miserable years, until his half-witted youth came to his legal majority. Years of discretion Charles VI never attained. The guidance of the government was entrusted to his 3 uncles, a worthless trio. Each worked for his selfish interests. The ruling power was so much divided that it was difficult to correlate the traits of any one or all of them with the condition of times. The period illustrates the rapid cessation of progress and order as soon as a rugged king was removed by death, and no other suitable person was on hand to take his place. The rule of the uncles was disastrous for France. No good government seemed possible for that unhappy land. Charles VI was feeble-minded even as a youth. Before he reached full manhood, his mind gave way entirely. Influenced partially by debauchery, and he was ever after exempt for lucid periods of short duration, a mad king. The same dismal political and economic conditions returned to France as in the reign of the weak and useless John. Since the death of Edward III and the Black Prince, England had been falling back under her own weak king, Richard II, while France had been steadily rising under the leadership of Charles the Wise. Now under Charles the Mad, the reverse was to take place, and there is no more gloomy period in French history than the coming 50 years. France lost at Agincourt. Rouen was taken by the English. To add to this were burdens from excessive taxation, and riots and turbulence of civil wars, as the country was torn asunder under various factions. Moreover, Burgundy, under a line of able dukes, was gradually overshadowing the French monarchy. This inglorious period lasted all through the reign of Charles VI, and continued unabated for about 7 years into the reign of his successor, Charles VII. The turn in the tide is again synchronous with the appearance of a remarkable personality, but this time it is no royal will that stems the onrushing current of disillusion. It is a poor peasant girl of Domery, whose inspired leadership is to rouse the French nation and turn defeat into victory and mark an epoch in the upbuilding of France. With the siege of Orleans in 1429, the fortunes of the French were at their lowest ebb. The city was about to surrender. Joan of Arc personally led and inspired the troops and raised the siege. Whatever may have been the secret of her mysterious power, the years which followed demonstrated that the relief of Orleans was indeed the end of the long period of decline which, broken only by the reign of Charles the Wise, had been dragging on in France for more than 100 years. The Maid of Orleans was not permitted to serve long in the deliverance of her country, but before her death the English were already broken. Charles VII did nothing to save the incomparable heroine, to whom he owed his throne, and in fact did little at any time that can evoke the historian's praise. He was a shallow, lazy, self-indulgent prince, temporarily browsing himself, but ever sinking back in debauchery. His end was wretched in the extreme, and he died beset by terrors and delusions almost as insane as his father, Charles VI. Charles VII, however, was not without prudence, patience, and judgment, and in the choice of servants he was particularly fortunate. He was indeed the well-served, sometimes also called Charles the Victorious, but his victories were the victories of others, to which Joan of Arc, the able Dunois, and the Dauphin, afterwards the crafty and celebrated Louis XI, contributed. During the reign of Charles VII, the English were driven out of all France, save 3 sea-coast towns. Taxation was regulated, a standing army was organized and well established, lawlessness was suppressed, and finances were reformed. Yet this reign cannot be taken as counting to the credit of royalty. Charles VII may belong to the doubtful class of plus or minus as far as mental qualities are concerned, or he may belong to the inferior group. It is difficult to say. The general misery which accompanied the 100 Years' Wars did not by any means disappear yet. All in all, the conditions of France was clearly one of progress, and we shall take the king at minus to be on the safe side, and let this reign stand as an exception. The son of Charles VII had rendered great assistance to his father, but he had also turned in rebellion against him. He had filled his father's mind with strange terrors, until, his besotted intellect giving way, he died of starvation, fearful lest the son should poison him. This son became one of the best-known kings in history, the notorious old schemer Louis XI. We think of him as a sly, suspicious, and heartless creature, a rat-like contriver of mischief. It is hard to find his personal moral virtues, yet France grew notably stronger in many ways under this silent, sinister, despotic ruler. Perhaps Louis XI really had the good of his country at heart, when on his deathbed he expressed his only wish that he might live to put the affairs of state in a little better order. As it was, a great work had been accomplished. In the first place, the actual territory of France was greatly enlarged. Furthermore, it was unified and strengthened, and rendered a compact and powerful entity. With security within its borders, trade and commerce, especially the cities and corporations, and the silk and mining industries, made rapid advance. The country grew richer, and although the taxes were heavy, they could well be borne. There was undoubted progress on the economic side during his reign. The only serious point against the administration of Louis XI was that the strongly centralized government seriously undermined the personal liberties of the people. It is said to have prepared the way for the France of Richelieu and Louis XIV. But that as it may, the marks of territorial and economic growth are so noteworthy, and the ambition, industry, and ability of the king so well acknowledged, that the reign affords a clear example of marked progress under an exceptionally able, though morally deformed ruler. The next period, a regency during the minority of Charles VIII, was entrusted to his sister Anne, who proved exceptionally gifted. She was energetic and well-informed, firm, wise, and prudent. Like her father, her virtues were not her strong point. She was an austere and haughty temperament, selfish, perhaps unscrupulous in her methods, but as far as the results of her rule of 8 years were concerned, they were all on the favourable side. Intrigues and revolts were suppressed. France triumphed over the rivalry of Austria. The Allies were defeated. Brittany was forced to submission. There was even one important internal reform, a new method of election of the States General. Charles VIII unfortunately did not resemble his elder sister and inherit the superior ability of their father. No contrast could be greater than that between Louis XI and Charles VIII, called the Affable, who in 1491 married and began to rule dependent of the regent. He was then 21 years of age, a self-willed prince, deformed in body and weak in mind. He was indeed amiable and gracious, and filled with romantic ambition, but lacked judgment, and his education had been seriously neglected. To ignorance he added debauchery, so there is little to be said in his praise. Foolish and quixotic, the story of his reign reflects the character of the man. The chief event was the Italian campaign, part of that ill-advised and useless chain of events in which the princes of France laid claim to the throne of Naples and Sicily. What Charles VIII conquered he soon lost, and the wars only wasted the resources of France and brought no advantage. During the reign of Charles VIII, France also lost Sedan, Roussillon, Burgundy, and Artois. Trade and industry remained about the same, but the reign as a whole was certainly a weak one, and the king both mentally and morally a minus quantity. During the reign of Louis XII, 1498 to 1515, there are a number of points which definitely count on the side of progress. The finances were brought into good order. There was improvement in the army, as well as in the condition of agriculture and in the administration of justice. The arts from Italy, especially architecture, made a notable advance. It does not appear that the king himself was strongly influential in this upward movement, except in so far as he relied on able ministers, chiefly d'Amboise, though perhaps he had the good of the people at heart. Louis XII is altogether a puzzling character to understand, undoubtedly a bon enfant, a humane king, except in war, when he was correspondingly cruel. Louis XII was far too lazy and self-indulgent, and too often narrow of mind to bring about the marked improvements of his reign. A leading authority says that his intellect was superior to that of Charles VIII, but not above mediocrity. His lack of judgment allowed him to be drawn into Italian affairs, and his foreign policy was always weak. Yet on the whole this period must be considered one of progress, and altogether the ability of Louis XII may properly belong in the middle grade, but for the sake of being in a secure position, I will place him in the minus or inferior category. This is the third and last example in French history in where the intellectual rating of the king and the conditions of the country fall in diametrically conflicting grades. Much may be said on both sides concerning the reign of Francis I, and also there is much to be said pro and con in regard to the mental endowments of the king himself. He was brilliant and accomplished, called the king of culture, brave and ambitious, but his gifts were superficial and his chivalry a mockery. Though shallow in brain and heart, Francis was undoubtedly an exceptional man and played a great figure in his day. The marked advance in wealth, industries, agriculture, and internal trade, the increase in population, especially the new skilled artisans from Florence, and the judicial reforms may be taken as offsetting the high taxation and the wasting of resources in foreign wars. These wars were, on the whole, neither successful nor unsuccessful. They brought no new territory, yet France, beset as she was by many powerful enemies, held her own, and in the end remained intact. The wars continued through the reign of Henry II, 1547 to 1559, ending in the Peace of Château-Cambrésis. The terms of this treaty showed the indecisive result of the long conflict waged chiefly against the House of Habsburg. Financial resources suffered a further decline, and likewise, as in the period of Francis I, industry continued to advance. The reign of Henry II falls in the doubtful grade. Henry himself had little influence on the affairs of his time. It was really the reign of the Constable Anne of Montmorency, Diana of Poitiers, and the Duke of Guise. Henry was of mediocre or inferior intelligence, dull, gloomy, and obstinate. He was perhaps honest, and not evil in his intentions, but his character lacked strength and was much under the influence of his aged mistress Diana of Poitiers. Francis II was 16 years old at the time of his father's death. Being a feeble, sickly, backward youth, the government of the nation fell naturally into the hands of others. In a divided regency, they intrigued for power, until the king died, a year and a half after his accession. The Dukes of Guise, Charles and Francis, had charge of the civil and military affairs, respectively, while Catherine de Medici was regent in title but without influence. This divided state of the regency is reflected in the conditions of the times. Violence, party factions, civil and religious strife made up the story of France during these sorry months. This condition continued during the minority of Charles IX, younger brother of the late king. The religious wars injured mercantile and industrial activity, but there are several points on the favourable side. Catherine de' Medici was now sole regent. This remarkable and gifted woman, so notorious for her unscrupulous career, had the good sense to appoint as Prime Minister Marco L'Hopital. To him are ascribed the measures taken to reduce the debt and to place the finances in a better condition, and also the reforms of the administration of justice. To the credit of France, we may add that Havre was retaken in 1563. Thus the minority of Charles IX, so troubled by the religious wars, was not a period of frank decline. Whether these favourable aspects outweigh the unfavourable is impossible to say. I shall allow this regency to rest in the doubtful class. At the head of affairs was a woman of indisputable ability, devoid of moral sense. In 1571, Charles IX became 21 years old. Therefore, the next 3 years must be charged to him, although his personal influence was very slight. He was a poor, weak, vacillating creature, diseased in mind and body, immoral and dishonourable, completely under the control of Italian partisans. The religious wars and party struggles plunged France deeper still in ruin and destitution. Taxes became heavier, trade and industry made further decline. Nor did the debacle cease under Henry III, idle, childish, and dissipated, one of the weakest of kings both mentally and morally. France reached her lowest point since the 100 Years' War. National decadence can go no further than the condition pictured in this single word, anarchy. Either a foreign power takes control or a great man arises in the realm. Now under the white plume of Navarre came forward another Henry of the royal blood of France, who was destined to bring an end to all the civil wars. Henry of Navarre, afterwards Henry the Great, or Fourth, of France, found a way to solve the difficulties of his time. We need not enter into the question of the motives which led to abjuration of his religion for the sake of the crown, or into the details of the wars which ended in a triumph for reason and toleration. It is sufficient to recognize first that whatever may have been the faults of Henry IV, he was a king of decidedly superior ability, and second that during his regime France prospered immensely. The founder of the Bourbon dynasty was not a man of good education or high moral character, but he possessed, nevertheless, in a conspicuous degree, certain qualities which enabled him to shine, first and always, as a leader of men, and to live even to this day as a great hero of the French people, Henri IV. Their beau ideal of warrior, a statesman and a king. Gifted with tremendous energy, dauntless courage, and an intellectual fervour at once vigorous and sane, his example and eloquence inspired everyone. France had long needed a master. The master had at last arrived. We see in his later life selfishness, sensuality, light-hearted ingratitude, but all through his reign we cannot fail to admire the outward marks of his great achievements and the glorious change in the condition of France. First of all, peace and order were secured and maintained. Then in 1597 the king took the Lord of Rosny, afterwards famous as the Duke of Sully, as his right-hand man, and the Herculean reforms began. France advanced in practically every way that a country's material interests can advance. Financial reforms, improvement in the army, better roads, more bridges, the beginnings of canals, the remodelling of Paris, advance in agriculture, increase in trade and industry, and the acquisition of new and important territory, are the marks of the reign of Henry IV. He was one of the 4 greatest kings of France, and it was in his reign that France experienced one of her 4 greatest periods of material progress. An abrupt change took place in 1610 with the assassination of Henry IV. Now a great man had gone, and a scheming, capricious woman found her way to the helm of state. Mary de' Medici, who acted as regent during the uninspiring years when Louis XIII was a youth, has little to recommend her in the eyes of the historian. Her methods were petty, her ideals low, and her capacity was of a narrow and inferior order. Her government being always in a state of indecision and feebleness, the foreign prestige of France was considerably weakened. Industry experienced a sudden check, and the burdens of taxation increased, while various grandees depleted the treasury. The royal power did not diminish, but it passed into acknowledgably weak hands, and the regency of Mary de' Medici became a period of frank decline. In 1670 the influence of this woman came to an end, and her favourites, the Concini, were put to death. Louis XIII was then 16 years of age. From this time until December 1621, neither incompetent or unscrupulous person, de Leonese, held the chief control. Conditions continue as before, with no glory to record for these 4 years of confusion and intrigue. The Huguenots took heart and organized themselves very strongly, threatening even complete political severance from France. The attack in Languedoc was unsuccessful and cost the lives of many French soldiers, among them de Luynes himself. He died of malignant fever December 21st, 1621. This seems a suitable date to consider as beginning the true reign of Louis XIII, although he had been declared officially of age in 1614, when only 13 years old. He was now nearly 21, and must be considered the sovereign ruler of France, just as if Recollet, who, from this time on, did in fact control everything, had not at all existed. No example of a weak king made glorious by a great minister is better known or more quickly cited than that of Louis XIII, who was so completely overshadowed by the personality of Recollet. But if the internal conditions of the country are examined in the light of modern opinions, it is questionable if, even here, France made genuine progress under non-royal leadership. There are excellent examples of incontestable growth under feeble kings, but this does not happen to be one of them. Of the outward splendor there can be no doubt, nor will anyone question the enhanced political prestige which made France the center of the political stage and kept her in the limelight during the world movements of that century. The policy of Recollet may be summarized under 3 heads: humiliation in the House of Austria, centralization and aggrandizement of the monarchical power, and suppression of the Huguenots. In all this he was eminently successful. The armies of France were, in the end, everywhere victorious, and all parties and powers bowed to Recollet's will. Even some new territories like Sedan, Roseland, and Catalonia were added to the crown. Yet there are several serious charges brought against the administration of the great cardinal, a regime which, in point of time, coincides almost exactly with the reign of Louis XIII. The great wars could not be carried on except at an equal financial cost, and the absolute centralization could not be instituted save at the expense of personal liberty and civic independence. While the taxes increased, the lavishness of the government augmented beyond all bounds, and the deficit steadily grew. Internal discord and conspiracies were common. Although the manufacture of certain luxuries like silk and tapestries increased, especially in Paris, trade and industry made on the whole but little advance. Commerce with the Levant and with the North American colonies declined, and furthermore, the common people as a whole were impoverished rather than enriched during this famous period of outward glory. The king himself was unquestionably a weak man. The period itself must be placed in the middle grade. On the death of Louis XIII, Anne of Austria became regent. Her intellect was of the narrow, intriguing type, lacking in depth and political capacity. Neither in virtues nor in vices was she a striking figure. The 8 years of her regency resembled very closely the reign of Louis XIII. France gained outwardly and politically. The Treaty of Westphalia brought prestige and territory, but the strictly internal conditions continued on the downward road. Taxes became more burdensome, while public and private wealth declined, as did commerce and agriculture. We now come to the famous reign of Louis XIV, which, long and complicated as it was, may be judged and described in a very few words. The first portion, up to 1683, was a period of progress. The last portion was just as certainly one of decline. This is so generally agreed upon, relates to, and includes such a complete summary of all conditions of political and material affairs, that further details are necessary. France first progressed, and then in turn degenerated. It does not seem possible to satisfy oneself whether, at the end of the reign, the nation was actually better off or worse off than it was at the start. The personal characteristics of the sovereign are all well marked, and few monarchs have left a better defined or more generally remembered portrait of themselves in the pages of history than Louis XIV. The vain and egotistical figure, with the high heels, great wig, and the walking stick, the admired centre of all things, goes strutting through the dazzling but artificial age. Yet the very fact that Louis XIV was able to keep so much power and command so much glory speaks something for the personality of the man. The Sun King was certainly no ordinary mortal. He had a great capacity for work, an unbounded ambition, a good knowledge of men and of methods to gain his ends, and had what was perhaps more essential in enabling him to play his part with such selfish success, an unconquerable will which seldom bowed to another's wishes. The long reign of Louis XIV was followed by the regency of the brilliant and dissolute Duke of Orleans, 1715 to 1723. The conditions here being also in the middle grade. On the one hand, weak diplomacy and financial disorder. On the other, improvements in agriculture, road, canals, trade, and industry. The regency of the Duke of Orleans was followed by that of the Duke of Bourbon, 1723 to 1726. This brief period appears to have been weak, both from the financial and diplomatic standpoint. For Bourbon himself there is no good word. His mind was brutal, his character greedy and debauched. He was completely under the influence of his mistress, the Marquise de Prie. 5 years' ministry of the Cardinal de Fleury begins us to 1731, the time when Louis XV was 21 years of age. For the sake of being consistent, I will charge these 5 years to non-royal rule, and the years after the king himself. Fleury's rule was not strong for good or for evil. If no great reforms mark it, still it was free from exacting tyranny. The picture on the whole, however, as gained from the consensus of opinion, is rather favourable than otherwise. The government of Fleury extended 12 years further into the reign of Louis XV, and its total value in the end may be somewhat problematical. But I shall take these first 5 years, which alone concern us here, as beneficial or plus in the rating. Louis XV, who held the throne till 1774, proved himself, both as man and king, one of the weakest and most despicable of all royalty. He had little capacity, and he is only famous as a libertine. Timid, indolent, and sensuous, he was at the same time cold-blooded and indifferent to the sufferings of others. One finds nothing good in his make-up. His long reign, covering the half of the 18th century, is one of the least glorious in the annals of France. The 7 Years' War was a great disaster, and Canada was lost. The political and military affairs of the country took on a most decadent aspect. Commerce and agriculture declined. The financial condition approached bankruptcy, while taxes became more and more burdensome, until the peasantry were reduced to the most extreme misery. The wretched conditions multiplied until even the dull wit of the king saw ahead the deluge which was so soon to sweep away a rotten structure and bring an end to his ancient line. Following the death of Louis XV, the conditions improved for a time in the reign of Louis XVI. Under Turgot, 1774 to 1776, financial and agricultural betterment is apparent, and during the American Revolution, France grew stronger through her victories on land and sea and through her diplomatic successes. By the latter half of the reign of Louis XVI, presenting as it does one of the most frightful pictures in European history, must be held to more than outweigh the earlier years of moderate improvement. Whatever may be thought of the ultimate effects of the French Revolution on the progress of France and on the world as a whole, the actual 10 years preceding the execution of the king were years of marked decline. The national finances were so depleted that the country found itself again on the verge of bankruptcy. The army reached a stage of utter confusion. Famine and misery increased among the lower classes until the reign ended in the anarchy of the Revolution. The intellectual standing of Louis XVI himself is not particularly easy to fix, for he seems to belong somewhere between mediocrity and marked deficiency. Probably he more justly belongs to the lower grade. He was undoubtedly weak and vacillating, and timid at times, although courageous enough at the last. All his acts appear to have been governed by ill-timed obstinacy and a general lack of judgment. He was truly well-meaning and had many private virtues, but as a king he was certainly a complete failure. Looking backward over the entire reign of French history from the time of Hugh Capet to the Revolution, the summaries in the appendix show that the correlation is very high between rulers and political and economic changes. There are 45 periods, 27 of which give identical symbols, i.e. ruler plus paralleled by plus conditions, etc. There are only 3 cases of conflict. The first of these exceptional instances is of progress under the weak Louis VII, which seems to be part due to the leadership of Suger, and in part to the expression of a social change which invigorated town growth during this era. Again, during the 15th century, in the age of Joan of Arc, France progressed under a weak king. This continued after the death of the Maid, and does not seem ascribable to any one person. Various and general causes again seem contributory to the reign of Louis XII. On the whole, it is somewhat surprising that only 3 cases of conflict can be found in the 45 periods. France has had a large population for a very long time, For centuries prior to the Revolution, the population of France was many times as great as that of Great Britain. In most forms of genius, France has not been behind her ancient rival, but in the kind of genius which makes a statement, all historiometric research shows France to be deficient. The French, as a people, have never shown any great ability in government. Their history from the 10th to the 19th century proves that little material or political progress was made by the Latin race, except under the guidance of a royal stock essentially Germanic Scandinavian in its origin. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on the volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4. Castile. Modern Christian Spain, like France, took a modest beginning, and in about the northern mountains of the peninsula, in rugged fastness or inaccessible valleys, a few unconquered tribes lived on during the centuries of Muslim domination. From these narrow territories developed the independent kingdoms of Leon, Castile, Navarre, Aragon, and the province of Catalonia, which sometimes in part uniting and often again separating, finally coalesced in the early part of the 16th century into the grand Spanish monarchy of worldwide influence. The early history of these separate kingdoms is very complicated. Genealogical accidents or family feuds often brought two or more regions under the rule of one king, only to be parcelled out again to his several heirs, as was the custom among Germanic peoples, and the royal families were northerners in origin. It is best for the purposes of the present analysis to confine ourselves to tracing first the growth of Castile and then of Aragon, for most of the remaining territory was soon united to one or other of these crowns. Navarre played a part of little importance, and was for a time under the administration of the kings of France. It is difficult to know just where to begin analysis of early Spanish history. Facts come but slowly out of the mists of obscurity and romance, and moreover there is said to have been a tendency on the part of the early chroniclers to distort the truth, to exaggerate the powers and virtues of the greater rulers, and at the same time to indulge in unwarranted censure were the kings unsuccessful in their time. If such be the case, of course, a spurious importance would be given the sceptre of royalty. I wish, however, to begin with as remote a period as possible, because it is interesting to trace the development of the earliest germs of what was afterwards a great growth. Furthermore, an impartial survey of this very age throws some light on the question of the probable validity of the historical evidence itself. There are at least 2 points, which I shall discuss later on, which seem to make good reasons for thinking that the estimates concerning these early sovereigns, as we find them today in modern histories, are not so far out of the way after all. Sancho el Mayor, a descendant of the counts and kings of Navarre, became also count, or first king of Castile in right of his wife, Nuna Elvira. He consolidated his dominions and extended them by conquest and became in time virtual master of all Christian Spain with the exception of Catalonia. His appellation El Mayor, or the Great, may have been preferred to the greatness of his sway, or may have been given for personal qualities. Beyond this epithet we have no characterizations by which to estimate his ability. At his death in 1035, the kingdom was redivided in accordance with earlier territorial limits. Aragon was left to his natural son, Ramiro. Castile fell to Ferdinand, and the ascension of this monarch is a good point at which to commence the discussion. Ferdinand, 1035 to 1065, the first of that name in Castile, stands out in the pages of history, in spite of the comparative darkness of the period, as a clear-cut and distinctive character, a great and on the whole a good king. The chief events of his reign were certainly all on the side of growth, consolidation and progress. Important achievements were the successful government of the Kingdom of Leon, which came by marriage, granting of fueros to the people of the towns, frustration of the dastardly attempt against Navarre, the kingdom of his brother Garcia, and the wide conquest of cities and territories at the expense of Mohammedan power. Both Ferdinand and his father are blamed for lack of foresight in dividing their dominions among their several sons, but there seems no point in blaming them. They were merely following a general custom. At the death of Ferdinand, Castile passed to the elder son Sancho, while Leon went to Alfonso, who afterwards gained the greater country as well. The reign of Sancho II was brief and ignoble. It illustrates nothing save the unrewarded cupidity of a typically villainous king. The whole period is obscure, but it is stated that Sancho provoked an unwarranted war against his brother Alfonso, and was himself treacherously murdered outside the gate of Zamora in 1072. The brother Alfonso then came into undisputed possession of both Leon and Castile. The reign of this monarch lasted 37 years, and is replete with heroic annals which picture the dawn of Christian prosperity in Spain, with 39 victories against the Mohammedans and only 2 defeats. The towns received further privileges, but the signal fact is the great extent of territory to the south, and the capture of the important city of Toledo to crown and set it off. Alfonso himself is described in terms of praise for his strength and wisdom, his activity and his heroism. Be that as it may, we at least have here an undoubted advance occurring during a long reign of a single king and during the period of a supposedly vigorous personality. Alfonso the Brave appears to have been a fierce, relentless master spirit. He was much eulogized by his troubadours of the time, who doubtless idealized him as a hero and a knight. But it is interesting to note that even the Arabs admitted that Alfonso was true to his word. Alfonso the Brave died in 1109, and Castile fell suddenly into a period of great confusion, civil wars, party strife, and general lawlessness. The Christians waged constant war against each other, but never once advanced the cross at the expense of the crescent. The 17 years of this ignoble reign were under the notorious Urraca, one of the most severely condemned queens in European history. She was greedy, reckless, and supposedly incompetent, as well as vicious from every point of view. At her death in 1126, her son Alfonso, the Emperor, came upon the throne. Events then took a different turn, and compared with the previous period, Castile was fortunate. The turbulent nobles were silenced and the forces of the country unified. Much of this strength was uselessly expended in fighting Aragon and Portugal, but on the contrary, successful wars which Alfonso carried on against the Mohammedans resulted in such important and extensive conquests that the reign must count for progress. One does not get a very clear idea of the personal qualities of this Alfonso, who so ostentatiously assumed that title of Emperor, but from what records there are, he seems to have been an exceptionally brave and ambitious warrior, and at least above mediocrity in intellectual vigor. The reign of his son Sancho III, 1157 to 1158, contains a successful war against Navarre and some further triumphs over the Moors. But since we know nothing of the character of this king, who died about a year after his ascension, we may omit this brief period from discussion. It was followed by one of those unfortunate minorities which occurred so often in early European history, and which serve in such a clear way to strengthen the contention I am making. The general importance of royal leadership. This minority lasted 12 years under a divided and contentious control, and was characterized by the usual anarchy, intrigues, and family feuds. No victories were gained over the Moors. The condition of turmoil and retrogression again ceased with the assumption of authority by Alfonso VIII, the Noble, concerning whom we have unanimous testimony of praise both for his intellectual and his moral qualities. Brave and skillful as a warrior, was also an astute diplomat. To religious enthusiasm he united amiable and generous qualities, and his right to the name of the Noble appears to be undisputed. Civil order was promptly restored and maintained during the long reign of 44 years. The great event associated with his name was the famous victory of Las Navas de Tolosa in 1212, which brought about the virtual ruination of Mohammedan power in Western Europe. With the death of Alfonso the Noble, we are brought to a minority of the 3 years' duration, 1214 to 1217. The government was first placed in the hands of the Queen Mother Eleanor of England. She died within 25 days. Berengaria, the sister of the young king, next held the regency, and resigned the post in the following year in favour of non-royal regent Alvaro Núñez de Lara. The conditions under de Lara were insupportable. Violences and injustices were perpetuated on every hand. The clergy, the nobility, and the common people were all sufferers, and it is probable that a rising of the persecuted, which was in progress, would speedily have overthrown the regent had not the accidental death of the young king changed the face of affairs. Since the parts played by the royal women were of such short duration, they can hardly be expected to have established important influences. The good Queen, Berengaria, having renounced her claim to Castile in favour of her son Ferdinand of Leon, these two countries soon after became unified and were never again separated. The extensive power theoretically established by the Union of Castile and Leon then fell into the hands of Ferdinand III. The military events of this reign, 1217 to 1252, were extremely important. It was then that the two great centres of Moorish civilization, Cordova and Seville, were lost forever to the infidel, together with many of the lesser cities and much of the best of Andalusia. This advance of the Christians was not maintained during the subsequent reign. All things taken together make it seem probable that Ferdinand III was a real genius along the lines of government and warfare. Alfonso X, who succeeded to the throne, was also a very remarkable character, but an entirely different kind of a man. Being one of the most learned and enlightened men of the 13th century, he would naturally be classified among kings of superior grade, were his entire intellectual achievements taken into consideration. He was a founder of Castilian prose and the first monarch of modern Europe who was also a man of letters, first to see the need of a continuous history of his own country, and the first to unify and codify her laws. Of all men in his kingdom, he seems to have been the most interested in science, history, poetry, law, or theology, the one bright intellectual light in a dark age, a man far advanced of his time and little appreciated by his contemporaries. Alfonso the Sage was undoubtedly a man of genius, but like many such was developed on one side only. In all practical affairs he was childish and incompetent, but he was deep and far-seeing in science and learned lore. Often likened to James I of England, he appears to have been far more worthy of interest and respect, for Alfonso the Wise was a genuine pioneer. As my object is to trace the waves of national progress and decline on material and economic sides alone, this badly managed and confused reign cannot count as one of advance. It was not, however, marked by any distinct retrogression, such as anarchy and loss of territory. The civil conflict consisted more of threatened revolts than of actual warfare. The continuously bad financial condition was due to debasement of the coinage and excessive taxation. The king spent large sums of money on foreign potentates in a vain attempt to obtain the sceptre of the Holy Roman Empire. On the other hand, the advance in legislation is of some importance. On the whole, the material affairs may be taken as minus, but certainly no reign in any country can better illustrate the characteristics of a monarch reflected in the conditions of his land. All lines of achievement in which the king was gifted made a distinct advance. The next period, 1284 to 1295, which covers the reign of Sancho IV, is somewhat difficult to judge, as the sources are unsatisfactory and there are some differences of opinion among modern historians. The presumption is that Sancho IV was both brave and active, a king above the average in mental rating, though decidedly deficient in moral qualities. He was tyrannical, cruel, and false to his word. There had been a great division of the nation on the question of Sancho's right to the throne, even before the death of his father, Alfonso the Sage. This trouble continued and occupied most of the 11 years of his reign. Sancho triumphed over the opposing factions who wished the crown to pass by strict primogeniture to the son of his older brother. He seems to have got the better of the Moors in the few engagements which took place, but the capture of Tarifa on the African coast in 1292 is the only actual acquirement of new territory. Commerce increased, yet the finances remained unsatisfactory. Altogether, the reign of Sancho IV is not one of importance or decisive trend. The next period, 1295 to 1302, was a minority, yet the conditions were creditable. All the disturbances which usually accompanied a minority were there in full force at the start. The difficulties were great both from within and without, but by the end of 5 years the rebellions had been suppressed and the foreign enemies frustrated. A vigorous royal personage in this instance was a woman, Dona Maria, the Queen Mother. She was doubtless greatly aided by the famous Don Alfonso de Guzman, the Good. The Hermandad, or association of free citizens who had banded themselves together into a brotherhood in 1295 to defend themselves from the depredations of the nobles, were protected by the prudent policy of Dona Maria. Not a single year of her regency was suffered to pass without a regular session of the Cortes. Thus she prevailed over the enemies of Castile abroad, and without traitors within the realm, not by assassination and tyranny, but by encouraging the party of order and promoting good government at home. But it was only after about 5 years, and at the close of the regency, that order became established. Thus for a time circumstances made themselves more potent than personalities. About 1302, her son, Ferdinand IV, became of age, but proved himself a weak, headstrong, incompetent man, much under the influence of his favourites. His moral qualities appear to have been deficient, and we may be at least sure that he was no great man, and also that the reign was one of interminable dissension, revolts, and confusion, in fact one of the most disgraceful in the annals of Castile. A divided regency followed, which obliged the country to wait 12 years longer for the coming of a strong king. Civil wars and desolation filled the period. The central authorities ceased to exist. Both nobles and towns had to protect themselves as best they could. Minorities have sometimes been harmful merely because they were minorities. That is to say, the circumstances of the situation gave free scope to the rival princes who divided the country in civil wars. This minority appears to be a case in point. With Alfonso XI, 1324-1350, the conditions changed for the better. Many of the lawless grandees were reduced to obedience and their castles razed to the ground. Complete order was not, however, established, but it was the great victory of Salado which gives the reign of Alfonso XI importance in the annals of the Christian recovery of Spain. This battle ranks second only to Las Navas de Tolosa in leading to the final expulsion of the Moors from the peninsula. Algeciras, which had served as a valuable landing place for the Moors on their way from Africa, was also captured. The character of this Alfonso appears to have been harsh, tyrannical, and licentious, but mentally he is considered a superior man, thus making the 12th instance in Spain of a good correlation between royalty and the conditions of the country, the two minorities just cited being exceptions. The reign of Peter the Cruel, 1350-1369, may be characterized as one of extreme turbulence. There was an almost continual, though desultory struggle with Aragon, the results of which were indecisive. During the last half of this period occurred the civil wars, in which Henry of Trastamara sought to depose his half-brother the king, wars seemingly brought about by Peter's own acts of barbarity and folly. Advantages were gained first by one party and then another, until Peter was treacherously betrayed into the tent of Henry, and there slain by the hand of his rival kinsman. The disordered conditions are clearly associated with the actions of the king himself, but the correlation with the strictly intellectual qualities of the king is not so strong, for Peter, though a moral degenerate, was no fool. Under the reign of Henry II, 1369-1379, law and order was soon established, and the enemies of the state subdued. The pretensions of Portugal were successfully opposed. Added to these primary marks of progress are the evidences of excellent legislation. King Henry II of Trastamara is accounted a strong king. Though far from tender-hearted, he appears forceful and active and truly a superior sovereign from the standpoint of mental endowment, as well as a successful and indeed desirable one in those stormy days. He died in 1379, leaving his kingdom in peace to his son John. The favourable turn of affairs did not, however, continue under the sun. The reign was signalised by unsuccessful warfare with the Portuguese, the most notable event being the Battle of Aljubarrota, in which the Spaniards were severely beaten and the independence of Portugal substantially secured. In other affairs no changes are to be noticed. John I was a man of inferior mental capacity in comparison to the majority of kings, though perhaps his intentions were good. He suffered from bodily infirmity, which interfered with his success as a soldier. His disposition was mild and amiable, and he is credited with a generous and a just nature. Henry III, his son and heir, was a mere lad of 11 at the time of his accession. The government was placed in the hands of a council, and the usual events ensued: discords in the court, civil warfare, and general disorder. Henry developed many strong qualities as he grew to manhood, from the time he was 20 years old until he died aged 27. In 1406, the period shows the greatest contrast to the embroiled and retrograding minority. Not only was internal order restored, but wise laws were enacted which served to restrain the rapacity of the judges and bring many unjust tax extortioners to account. Henry was essentially a diplomat and did not neglect to strengthen his foreign relationships. All praise was given the young sovereign, and all, save the lawless, lamented his early death. Fortunately, the regency for young John II, 1406 to 1416, came into the hands of a prudent and able man, Ferdinand, uncle to the king, who ruled 10 years with signal success. This favourable state of affairs did not last long. The young king, in contrast to his uncle, had almost no qualities suitable for leadership. Though possessed of some accomplishments and fond of literature, John II was so lacking in ambition, force of character, and practical insight that he must rank among the weakest of royalty. It is said that on his deathbed he lamented he had not been born the son of a mechanic instead of a king of Castile. The business of government was under the dictatorship of Alvaro de Luna, and his work was very pernicious indeed. The long reign is nothing but the story of intrigues and disturbances, meaningless civil wars, and occasional inroads by the Moors. Castile continued to decline under John's successor, Henry IV, 1454 to 1474. In fact, the conditions were even worse. Henry was weak, even to helplessness, and addicted from his earliest youth to debauchery. He was indolent and cowardly, and altogether a pitiable specimen of a king. After some 60 years of retrogression and disintegration, a great change came over the land. A country which, a few years before, had been but the wretched arena of internecine warfare and selfish struggle, soon appeared among the greatest powers of the world, and took a leading part in the important events of modern history. Both externally and internally, there is here an abrupt and remarkable transformation. We know that Isabella came upon the throne of Castile in 1474, and almost at once and before the union with Aragon in 1479, establishment of law and order and improvement in the finances marked her ascension. We know that all historians of that time, or of our time, agree in considering Isabella a remarkable personality. How can we conclude otherwise than that it was the advent of this woman that constituted the prime cause of the change? It is not likely that after 60 years of darkness and decline, the complex interplay of forces, which we call circumstances, should happen to be favourable again, that these same favourable circumstances should chance to occur just at the same time that a new ruler came upon the throne, and then furthermore that these circumstances should continue to happen to be favourable each succeeding year. A certain amount of union existed between Aragon and Castile after 1479, and from this date one may conveniently treat of both countries under the name of Spain. But before tracing the more massive outlines, it is necessary to go back to the early history of Aragon and bring this down to 1479 and see the lesson from Castile supported by the annals of its neighbour. Castile furnishes 24 periods of sufficient historical clearness for the purposes of this study. 22 of these show an almost perfect correlation between the characteristics of the royal leaders and the political and economic changes. It is to be observed that this correlation is almost invariably associated with the mental rather than moral qualities. In the reign of Peter the Cruel alone is the decline associated with moral defects. 2 of the minorities were filled with conflict and disruption, with retrograding movements which seem the results of moral deficiencies, over-ambition and lack of patriotism on the part of those high in the councils of state. It is to be noted that the correlation is as high in the first half of Castile's history, the first 12 periods, as it is in the last 12, thus indicating that there is no great tendency for the historian of the earlier and less authenticated period to overpraise and overblame the king. This does not prove the entire absence of such a tendency, but it suggests the factor of error from this source is slight, and not one to seriously invalidate the conclusions. It goes towards providing that the estimates for the earlier kings are not so very far out of the way, even if they are necessarily based on scanty material. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on the volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5. Aragon. The history of Aragon as an independent kingdom begins in 1035, when Sancho el Mayor divided his extended possessions among his several sons. Aragon at that time, but a weak and unimportant territory within narrow confines, fell to the bastard Ramiro. The next 100 years comprised the reigns of Ramiro I, Sancho I, Peter I, and Alfonso I. Each of these periods is signalized by important victories over the Muslims and an almost constant growth in the area governed by its kings, each of whom is described as a vigorous character, bold, ambitious, and enterprising. After a century of progress, events occurred over 3 years' duration which are very suggestive. Alfonso I, called the Battler, died in 1134. Before the end of 1137, Navarre had thrown off the Aragonese yoke, and Castile had won back from Aragon the cities which she had previously lost. The empire, so called, which Alfonso and the previous kings had formed, fell immediately. We may not know for a certainty that the new king, Ramiro II, was, as historians picture him, a modest, unambitious person of little courage or cleverness, but we do know that he had been a monk and that in 3 years he retired again to a monastery. If we conclude that he really was, either by training or nature, unfitted to the task of kingship, and that this sudden break in the continuity of Aragon's growth was a question of personalities, when we can understand all the connected facts. But if we ignore or depreciate in any way the force of personalities, we cannot then explain why this brief retrogression occurred after a century of progress, just at the death of Alfonso I in 1134. After the voluntary retirement of Ramiro the monk, Raymond Berenguer of Catalonia exercised sway over Aragon by right of his wife, Queen Petronilla. This reign and the next were very successful, gave 60 years of victory and growth, while the whole of Catalonia was permanently freed from Mohammedan control, and many important cities were taken into the new territory to the south. Both Raymond Berenguer and his son, Alfonso II, were considered strong and able leaders. The years 1196 to 1213 brought no special prosperity or progress and no marked decline. Peter II is clearly delineated by historians as a romantic, impulsive character with the virtues and vices supposed to be associated with the age of chivalry. He was not a great king in any sense. His reign also belongs to a grade between mediocrity and weakness. In the year 1213, Aragon arrived at a second retrograding period, the first since about 75 years before, when the monk Ramiro sat for a short time upon the throne. We know that the second period, just as we know that the first, or Ramiro period, was a distinct pause in the onward march of a nation which afterwards carried its name and influence to every quarter of the world. We also know that in the first case a monk unbecomingly held the scepter, and in this second case a regency existed, the power being divided between several of the nobles. Now we may not be as absolutely assured that all our characterizations of early peninsular sovereigns are correct, drawn as they have been from estimates based ultimately on the early chronicles, but we can here see that the logical supposition is that the so-called weak kings really were weak, and vice versa, the strong ones strong, and if we so assume them, then we can in that way satisfactorily fit all the facts together, both those well known and the least well attested. The young king early showed promise of exceptional qualities and very soon took matters into his own hands. He became one of the most celebrated figures in early Spanish history, and is generally known as James the Conqueror, and stands out both physically and mentally as a giant among his subjects, a Teutonic type of hero, tall, fair-haired, impetuous, generous or cruel, tender-hearted or sensual, and the mood-impelled but always a king among men. James the Conqueror was also a pioneer in the literature of his country, wrote a valuable chronicle in his own times. He and his son Peter III, called the Great, are the two sovereigns of Aragon whom anyone would pick out as the foremost. They reigned from 1228 to 1285, covering the period of most important conquests, legislative, financial, and commercial progress which this country made at any time from the beginning of its career until the union with Castile in 1479. Alfonso III followed this heroic era with a short and colourless reign, 1285 to 1291. He was a very young and presumably inefficient person, about whom little is known. The fact that the Cortes increased in importance through the privilege of union in 1287 must not be overlooked. Again, in the administration of James II came a time of relative progress, as is attested by the peaceful and prosperous conditions at home. Foreign affairs in Corsica, Sardinia, and Sicily are not so easy to determine. The king himself was probably above the average in ability. He was called the Justice. It appears that an excessive penchant for vice and debauchery caused him to renounce the throne before his death. Then follows nearly a decade under the feeble Alfonso IV, which is characterized by no advance and no very notable decline. Aragon's commerce suffered from war with Genoa, which brought to either of these maritime rivals nothing but wasted fury. From 1336 to 1410 we find a long series of contrary currents, and it's not quite clear which way the stream flows. Legislative advance, commercial decline, wars both successful and unsuccessful, chiefly over Sardinia and Sicily, island conquests, which were the chief concern during the era, make, on the whole, a doubtful trend. Peter the Ceremonious, John the Careless, and Martin the Humane held sway. The first of these was vigorous, the second weak, and the third mediocre. Though the parallelism here between the king and the country is not perfect, there is no departure of any significance. On the death of Martin the Humane in 1410, 2 years of decline set in, characterized by civil warfare, internal disorders, and troubles in Sicily. It was an interregnum. Ferdinand I established peace and order during their shortest reign, 1412 to 1416, and this is the same vigorous prince who, as regent of Castile, showed that minority need not be a period of decline. Again, we have a long course of doubtful conditions, very similar to those between the years 1336 to 1410. Too much attention was given to Italian affairs and conquests outside of Aragon. The best interests of the home country suffered in consequence. It was, however, far from being a period of decline, and was under a comparatively superior king, Alfonso the Magnanimous. John II, another strong king, closes the list of Aragonese rulers with 21 years on the side of progress. The correlation between the personnel of the Aragonese monarchs and the deviations in the conditions is very high indeed. For 21 periods there are no deviations to oppose each other, i.e., ruler minus conditions plus, or ruler plus conditions minus. And there are only 3 or 4 instances when the symbols of the 2 columns fail to parallel each other exactly. As in the case of Castile, the early half is no more made up of high correlation than is the latter half. End of Chapter 5, and end of Section 5. Section 6 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6. Spain. No chapter of history opens more gloriously than that of United Spain. Every one knows something of the reign of the famous Ferdinand of Aragon, and the still more celebrated Isabella of Castile, the conquest of Granada, which meant the final expulsion of the Mohammedans from Western Europe, the entrance of Spain among the powers, the beginning of that growth in commerce and increase in wealth which followed the discovery of the New World. This era has been a favourite topic for historical research, but time has not diminished, in the perspective of the ages, the eminence of Los Reyes Católicos, who still dominate the panorama from every point of view. Ferdinand, whatever his failings may have been, was one of the cleverest statesmen of his age, and Isabella still stands among the great women of all time. The death of Isabella was followed by a brief period, about a year and a half in duration, which, though not important in the totality of Spanish history, is suggestive nevertheless of what is probably a constantly recurring factor of some importance in ancient, medieval, and to a less extent in modern history. It is reasonable to suppose that, generally speaking, the death of a strong sovereign is in itself an event predisposing towards disorganization and retrogression, and when this ruler is immediately followed by another of equal ability, it gives occasion and hope to the malcontents. One must believe, from all the facts, that the duration of such a condition has been determined chiefly by the qualities of the new ruler, but a certain amount of upheaval might naturally be expected before the new man had time to assert himself. Here is a case in point. Isabella was followed in Castile by the able Ferdinand, who was to act as regent for their daughter Joanna. A year and a half of unsettled political history was followed by the resignation of Ferdinand in favour of his son-in-law Philip. This relinquishment was, according to Prescott, acceded to by the regent to exact himself from his previous position and shield the country from the impending evils of a civil war. If Ferdinand had continued in power long enough, it is fair to suppose that he would have overcome the excited opposition. Subsequent events would lead us to conclude as much. However that may be, the inexperienced and light-brained Philip was given a chance, but in 2 months he was out of it again. His reign was as disgraceful as it was brief. Conditions were growing steadily worse when in 1506 Ferdinand was again, and at this time permanently, given the regency, which office he brilliantly filled for the next 10 years. As usual, the form and investiture of power counts for little, the personality for much. Before him, insurrection quailed, the laws resumed their empire, and prosperity revisited the people. Both commerce and agriculture made excellent progress, but of greater interest is the commencement of that lordship over foreign lands which was to give Spain her wide, though transient world power. This uplift continued without interruption until the death of Ferdinand in 1516, when a year of doubtful significance ensued under the non-royal regent Cardinal Ximenes. Perhaps this brief term should be counted on the side of progress. At any rate, Ximenes was a great and remarkable man, and it should be noticed how few of his mould Spain ever produced except from royal stock. Granting this regency as one of possible exception to the rule, we arrive at the date 1517, which begins the important 40 years' reign of the Emperor Charles V. This was a golden age for Spain in many ways, and in connection with the reign of his son, Philip II, covers nearly the whole of the 16th century and carries us up, and just a little over the crest of the wave of Spanish preeminence. Although these 2 reigns have been generally considered of unusual interest, they are not especially instructive in a bold and systematic comparison of conditions with sovereigns. The reason why these 2 reigns are not interesting in the present research is because neither of them is a clear case of progress or of decline. If the conditions should be split up into their strong and weak aspects, doubtless much sovereign influence could be rendered probable. Therefore, there is really more monarchical influence at the present point than the systematic method which I am pursuing is able to bring out. So I've said all along, the method only pretends to measure approximately the lower limit of the personal influences. The decline, which was clearly manifest during the latter days of Philip II, increased its pace enormously under the 3rd Philip. The 4th, of the same name, saw matters go from bad to worse, while under Charles II, the last of the Habsburgs, national demoralization reached its limit. The 17th century is synchronous with these 4 reigns, which are so much alike that a hasty composite of the 4 will serve as well as a detailed account of each. In fact, the word decline covers the story of the material affairs in every department. As for the rulers, the single epithet weak will suffice. The notorious retrogression of the Spanish monarchy during the 17th century has been very extensively investigated. The warfare of that time has been fought over again in the controversies of historians, but no one denies the main fact that Spain did decline. The quarrel comes over the proportional share of the various causes. The following is a partial list showing the variety of causes assigned by different writers, each usually bent on emphasizing his own explanation. Depopulation on account of emigration to the New World, evil legislation relating to industries, laws against the exportation of gold and silver, revolt in the Netherlands, importation of Negroes in the colonies, cost of the wars of Charles V, great power of the Church, too much gold and too little liberty had demoralized the race, establishment of the Inquisition, expulsion of the Jews, heavy taxes imposed on the mines in the New World, brutalizing tendency of the bullfight, disaster of the Spanish Armada. Though most of these supposed causes were really contributory to the general debacle is certainly a reasonable assumption, but the personal weakness of the sovereign is generally overlooked, and furthermore, nearly all these injurious forces may well be directly traceable to royal initiative, to the pernicious policies of Charles V or Philip II, not corrected under their degenerate successors. I do not claim that the unusual appearance here of 4 weak rulers is a more powerful cause in bringing about the downfall of Spain than the other causes taken together, but I do claim that what we have here, by the comparative method, scientific proof, is that it is an important cause, while an acceptance or rejection of the other cause is gratuitous in the present state of knowledge, and also that the other above-mentioned causes may have arisen from the mental defects of the kings. As a result of the War of the Spanish Succession, Louis XIV of France established his grandson, Philip V, upon the throne of Spain. Conditions, though not satisfactory under this prince, were so much improved in comparison to what they had been under the last four Habsburgs that we must count the reign in the plus direction. Philip was a weak and indifferent character and finally became insane. Such reforms as took place were initiated by the prime ministers, who were French, Italian, and Dutch in origin, and he was sent into Spain by Louis XIV. Here is an instance of progress under a weak king, but the statesmen who directed the movement were not born in Spain. In the history of the next reign, one finds a rare instance of a king of mediocre, or perhaps inferior capacity, exercising a very favourable influence through a sincere desire for the welfare of his subjects. Ferdinand VI was called the Wise, and he seems to have been both prudent and enlightened, but he became insane, and this may have something to do with the inferior rating which some historians give his intellectual capacity. The reign was peaceful, and reforms took place in agriculture, manufactures, commerce, and finances. The Marquis de la Ensenada was prime minister, and in him Spain enjoyed the third instance of a native Spanish statesman devoted to the best interests of his country. The reign of Charles III was also successful. Charles III was himself a very superior ruler. Without being exactly brilliant, he was generous, just, and enlightened. With a sound judgment for practical affairs, in connection with these ministers, de Aranda and Floridablanca, an administration was given to Spain which brought improvement into every department of the government, not only in military, financial, naval, and diplomatic affairs, but also in agricultural, commercial, and industrial life. Solid advances had been made when Charles III died in 1788. This is the last reign which can be discussed without becoming involved in the Napoleonic period with its gigantic political changes, which depended on a personality so great as to upset all the usual fluctuations in the evolution of nations. Thus the greater part of the 18th century gave a better promise in Spain than the 19th realized. There was a perceptible improvement during the reigns of Philip V and Ferdinand VI, not readily ascribable to the kings themselves. But aside from this, the whole history of more modern United Spain is not much different from ancient Castile and Aragon. 14 periods show only about 4 points of deviation from almost absolute correlation between sovereigns and conditions. 3 of these 4 are associated with the names of exceptional statesmen, prime ministers, only 2 of whom were of Spanish birth. The history of Spain bears a very strong similarity to the history of Portugal. There is no evidence anywhere of gradual cumulative parliamentary development, although all these peninsular countries, Castile, Aragon, Catalonia, Valencia, Navarre, and Portugal, had a very early start in representative government. The steps in the direction of constitutionalism came under strong, not under weak kings, and is a profound significant point that neither the nobles nor the commons were able to organize and make capital out of the weakness of their kings. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Adams Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 7. Portugal. The history of Portugal has never been given the attention it deserves. Not only is a period of discovery and conquest an almost continuous epoch of expansion replete with dramatic interest, but the long decay which this country underwent throws the second half of its history in vivid contrast to the earlier. Thus a splendid problem is presented in the field of historical causation. The Portuguese were the pioneers in modern geographical exploration. They prepared the way for the discovery of America by systematically pushing forward the art of navigation and penetrating the limbo of the South Atlantic, the Sea of Darkness of the ancients. They were the first to open up the sea route to India. They were the initiators of the permanent colonial policy of Europe and the first to shoulder the treasure that comes with the white man's burden. Lisbon was the city of all capitals of Europe for life, adventure, intrigue, and profit for one generation of men, and their king of Portugal, Emmanuel the Fortunate, the richest and most influential monarch in the world. The rise and fall of Portugal follow very closely the personnel of the monarchs, no more so than most nations, but more noticeably so than some, because here nearly all the early monarchs were strong, while all the latter were mediocre or weak. Indeed, it was while investigating the history of ancient Portugal that I first hit upon the idea of monarchical influence, and that it might, on account of its evident importance, be made a first or a central force in historical measurement. The account which I have already published, Chapter 12 of Hereditary and Royalty, need not be essentially altered, though a more extended reading has shown 3 or 4 estimates that require readjustment. The history of Portugal has been studied by so few people in England, America, France, and Germany that it is not possible to get adequate information except by going also to the Portuguese writers themselves. Not that the easily obtained information is so faulty, but it leaves much to be desired because it is so meagre. I have personally collected some 1,200 books and pamphlets, mostly in Portuguese, dealing with the heroic period, and have gained some insight into the value of the sources. It seems to me that one's opinion and judgments change more and more on minutiae, and less on essentials as one studies extent from the usual towards the unusual, from the encyclopedias towards the EMS. The minutiae seem more and more as if they were essentials, but this comes from a narrowing of the field of vision. As soon as one expands that vision again, as indeed one must expand it if a broad problem be the goal, a problem covering several centuries of time, then the details vanish into an insignificant haze. The righteous insistence of historians upon accuracy of detail is thus explained. As they work upon each segment of the historical curve, they demand accuracy for all the points upon the segment, an accuracy which is important if taken in terms of the size of the segment, that is, in relation to a brief duration of time. On each of the segments they devote the same accurate care. Having devoted so much research to each section of the country's history, they thus grow to generally love each period separately, and will not endure the least tarnish of what they believe the truth. They do not then realize that if they would stand back far enough to see the general form and direction of the curve, the minutiae would become of very little importance. In the history of Portugal, one runs across a number of old legends now expurgated from the more critical modern accounts, but the remaining facts, or alleged facts if one likes, fit just as well into the theory which I am setting forth. Some of the changes and additions which I should wish to make were I rewriting the whole chapter would be the following. Sancho II, 1127 and 1245, was not altogether so weak and lazy, nor was his reign devoid of a progressive side. The reign of Ferdinand, 1367 to 1383, also contained one important element of progress, growth of the mercantile marine, but there was nothing to offset the disruption in the government, decadence in agriculture, and a wretched fiscal policy. Ferdinand himself was lazy, frivolous, and soft, distinctly below the average. On the other hand, I have taken John I too high. John I, the Great so-called, was not exactly a genius, rather a man of gifts and judgment. He was undoubtedly aided by circumstances, by a popular movement, by his famous lieutenants, and perhaps chiefly by his own family. The period 1384 to 1433, which marks the beginning of Portugal's participation in the Renaissance, is not much understood. At any rate, it was an era of prosperity, and John I, though probably not deserving the epithet great, is at least worthy of being graded here as plus. Emmanuel, often called the Fortunate, probably deserves much more credit for the direction of events during the culmination of the heroic period than the majority of writers have heretofore given him. The great discoveries were initiated by Prince Henry the Navigator, supported by the regent Dom Pedro, and further by John II, so that on the ascension of Emmanuel in 1495 the Cape of Good Hope had been rounded, and preparation had already been made for the voyage of Vasco da Gama. Portugal's favourable maritime position and the training in seamanship which her people had long enjoyed were undeniably contributory to a great bonanza. But if the fluctuations in the expansion in maritime discovery be considered, the personal influence comes again to the fore. That the systematic explorations under Henry the Navigator were really due to his own initiative and persistent direction is shown by the way exploration languished after his death. Alfonso V, always bent on crusading in Africa, neglected exploration. Only a comparatively small strip of new coastline was discovered between the death of Prince Henry in 1460 and 1481, the close of Alfonso's reign. John II, 1481-1495, took up the work again, and geographical knowledge augmented with renewed activity. It is not too much to say that the greatest single series of events in the geographical rearrangement of mankind, the discovery of half the world by the other half, would have been retarded many years had the heroic Portuguese princes, true Vikings in their blood and in their nature, never indeed existed. From 1521 to 1788, not a single strong king fell to the lot of Portugal. Philip II of Spain, first of Portugal, cannot awaken our enthusiasm. The only ruler to claim rank with rulers surely mentally superior would be Louisa de Guzman, whose influence lasted from 1640 to 1662. She must be rated very high among princesses, not so high among actual rulers, as our average standard is higher. The only notable progressive period during all these generations of national demoralization was that under the Marquis of Pombal, the only man of genius to rise to the needs of the times. The last half of Portugal's history is just about as much as the first half correlated with the character of her kings. Therefore, there is evidence that the early chroniclers were not so far out of the way after all. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 8. The Netherlands. Groningen, Friesland, Drenthe, Overijssel, Gelderland, Utrecht, North Holland, South Holland, Zeeland, North Brabant, and Dutch Limburg are the names of the several provinces which lie north of Belgium and west of the Rhine, and today form the independent political entity known as the Netherlands, sometimes less correctly called Holland. South of these lie the provinces of Antwerp, Brabant, East Flanders, West Flanders, Hainault, Liege, Limburg, Luxembourg, and Namur, which constitute the various elements of the Kingdom of Belgium. Although the geographical significance attached to the names of these provinces has remained fairly constant, the political meaning of the term Netherlands, Pays Bas, or Nederland, has often changed so the provinces have been united, separated, and united again in shifting combinations. Under Charlemagne, all formed part of his vast empire. After the death of the great emperor, there took place some parceling out of minor territories according to the custom of a feudal age, so that many small countships and duchies became hereditary in the families of a new nobility. At the same time, the cities achieved an early independence, and the vigor of their growth already indicated the quality of the commoner with whom the nobleman had to deal. From the beginning of the 11th to the end of the 13th century, a strong line of counts of Holland aided in the development of the northern portion of the Netherlands. After the year 1299, a change took place, and a long struggle between Zeeland and Holland seemed to paralyze the national life. It was not until Philip the Good appears upon the scene that the various territorial elements of the Netherlands are sufficiently united to constitute an important political aggregate, a kingdom suitable for comparison and study side by side with other European nations. Philip the Good, so called of Burgundy, inherited Flanders and Artois from his mother. He bought Namur, seized Brabant, Antwerp, and Limburg. He laid claim to the inheritance of the northern provinces also, and his efforts in this direction were no less successful. Jacoba, the last heir of the old house of Hainault, was compelled to cede her rights over that territory, as well as the counties of Holland, Zeeland, and Friesland. Thus Philip of Burgundy became one of the most important sovereigns in Europe, chiefly because of the value of the Low Countries, which at that time could be matched for the wealth of their manufactories and commerce. This was the beginning of the unification of the Netherlands. 2 generations later, they passed en bloc to the House of Habsburg by the marriage of Maximilian with Mary of Burgundy. They continued to be united 2 generations longer, until the northern provinces, under the leadership of William the Silent, formed themselves into an independent republic known as the United Netherlands. The southern provinces remained a dependency of Spain. At the parting of the ways, I shall follow the fortunes of the northern division, because these formed a nation politically autonomous, and these provinces represent virtually the same geographical area now included in the Kingdom of the Netherlands. During a short period only, this summary must also treat of conditions found in the territories now called Belgium and Burgundy. Although the northern provinces were for a time theoretically a republic under stateholders of the House of Orange, there seems no good reason for breaking the continuity of the tabulation of this account, even though it may be my purpose to measure the influence of royalty. The princes of the House of Orange were virtually kings. Their origin, though not strictly royal, was nearly so. The marriages were either with the most important noble families, or that part of Europe, or with actual reigning sovereign lines. The title is nothing. The point is they formed a dynasty of rulers, stateholders, allied by blood with other dynasties of Europe. There are three periods when this quasi-royal line became broken. A republican form of government fills in three gaps which occupied the years 1650 to 1672, 1702 to 1747, and 1759 to 1776. Thus opportunity is afforded to see how well or how ill this portion of the world could carry on the experiment of taking care of itself without the royal leadership. Such definite republican interludes occurring in governments, for the most part monarchical, are of the highest value in a negative way to one interested in measuring the potency of the kings themselves. Returning to a view of the Netherlands at the time of Philip of Burgundy, 1419 to 1467, one sees a very flourishing state of affairs, a condition which has persisted in a general way for a number of centuries. Trade, commerce, fisheries, and the arts of fabrication here made an early start. There must have been a very high level of intelligence and industry in the make-up of the middle classes all through this section of Europe. Even from the earliest historical times, a broad distribution of wealth had been enjoyed. Here the towns and cities soon achieved importance and independence. Not many nobles ruled over wide estates, or illustrious warriors conquered and built regal power at the expense of their neighbours and rivals. It is true that the nobility remained an important and powerful influence within its home limits, but there were no great governing families prior to the Burgundian rule, nothing to be compared with the Plantagenets, or the Hohenzollerns, or the sovereigns of Castile, Aragon, Portugal, and France. Although Philip the Good of Burgundy found the Low Countries in a thriving condition, it is very certain that he left them even more so, and that these provinces derived much benefit from the astute policy which characterized the activities of this ambitious prince. Philip was called the Good, an unfortunate epithet which every historian takes pains to notice. It is my general impression that the appellation which monarchs have received, given first by their contemporaries and conserved through the ages, are usually very fair summarizations of their traits. But Philip Burgundy was not the Good. He was a crafty, self-seeking tyrant who crushed the liberties of the people and overrode every one who came in his way. He had his good points, however. One of them was a genuine appreciation of the fine arts, which led to something far more important than mere luxurious display or pompous court functions. Philip le Bon always demanded to obtain the best, whatever the object might be, a neat little fertile province or priceless altarpiece. One cannot help forgiving much to the man who patronized the brothers Van Eyck, founded the wonderful Burgundian library, and aided in so many ways the establishment of the early Flemish Renaissance. But these developments belong to a side of history that I am not attempting to discuss. It is on account of the immense impetus to the industrial and architectural arts which this connoisseur monarch gave, that his influence became important in its relations to strictly material matters. More and better public buildings, richer and more costly garments, paintings, statues, or books belong, of course, in part too, and are indications of material wealth. This side of history during the reign of Philip has a fine rare glow, with an atmosphere of alluring colour, an aurora which reached for the first time the shores of Western Europe. The loss of political and personal liberty which the commoners were forced to endure does not seem to outweigh, at least from the material standpoint, the many advantages which the Netherlands gained under this master tyrant. Philip was very clever in the diplomacy of his day, and cunningly played England against France. He constantly resisted Frederick III and the Holy Roman Empire, and hoped to found a great independent kingdom from Burgundy to the North Sea. The treaties which he brought were favourable to the province, and were followed by a marked increase in commerce and manufactures. Agricultural development was aided by a wise management of the dikes, the building and care of which was naturally a most important department of public works. Not only was the financial position of the government strengthened, but the increase in wealth enabled the people to bear the heavy taxation with comparative ease, so that one contemporary author supposed that they were in fact more lightly taxed than the subjects of other princes. Philip le Bon never quite gained the ambition of his life, but he became at least a king in all but name, and certainly in wealth and magnificence outranked the King of France and the Holy Roman Emperor. Before and after the fall of Constantinople, it was Philip of Burgundy to whom the Pope and the Western princes turned when the repeated conquests of Muhammad II drove Christendom into hysterical fear. Neither Burgundy nor the other Western powers offered much assistance when the crisis came, but the fact that Philip was looked upon as the natural champion shows that this prince had raised himself to an extremely exalted position. It would not be too much to say that from the strictly worldly standpoint, Philip the Good was the ablest practical man of his own generation. A few more like him in the Burgundian line and there might have been no France, so called, as we should today be reading it in its place, the history of Burgundy. The majestic plans of the father for forming a great Burgundian kingdom were destined to be shattered by the career of his rash and impetuous, though brilliant, and Norway's interesting son Charles. The epithet of téméraire is usually translated as the bold, but it might with better judgment and finer linguistic propriety be rendered as the rash or the foolhardy. Charles le Téméraire was no 15th century diplomat. Louis XI of France was, and herein lay the difficulty for Burgundy. European politics were lashed into the maelstrom, which finally engulfed the Burgundian interests by the sinister and green-eyed conjurer of France, the master of the fine art of dealing with enemies. It was a mighty duel between France and Burgundy, but it was, as even their contemporaries saw it, a battle between the French spider and the Burgundian lion. The methods of Burgundy were as different from those of France as were the tempers of the potentates. Charles was always frank and chivalrous, impetuous and above deceit, grand and quixotic, self-reliant and beyond restraint. He fought valiantly for his life's idea, the reincarnation of the ancient kingdom of the Carlovingian Lothair, which he would extend from the North Sea to the Mediterranean and interpose a broad belt between France and the Empire. This was also the policy of his father, the foundation stones of which had been laid by his grandfather and great-grandfather. It is but little remembered today how near the Burgundian came near to the realization of this dream. Philip the Bold, John the Fearless, Philip le Bon, and Charles the Téméraire all worked successfully for a grand Burgundy. Charles overreached the mark and tried to accomplish everything at once. He had furthermore in Louis XI an extremely astute man to outwit. From his forebears had only the insane and weak Charles VI and the mediocre Charles VII for French opponents. Still it is a question if the Netherlands, which from the true geographical region whose fortunes are the theme of this chapter, really lost more than they gained during the era of Charles the Rash. There is much to be said on the favourable side. Though the many wars were expensive and brought no advantage to the Low Countries, it is doubtful if the heavy taxes were borne with any great difficulty. The seat of action being chiefly in Switzerland, the Netherlands were left free to develop their own trades and industries, and the vigorous rule of Charles made impossible any chronic, the bloody conflicts between the opposed political parties at home, the Hooks and the Cods. During this reign, the already flourishing cities grew in wealth and importance. Fisheries, however, suffered from interruptions and seizures occasioned by French ships of war which Louis sent to the northward. But even this side of industry, if we are to accept the more modern view of Wenzelberger, progressed rather than declined during the days of Charles the Rash. It is but natural that the burgher classes should find their pretensions strongly opposed by such a dominating master, and that retrogression in political liberty should be the order of the day. As far as this goes, we must admit a backward tendency, but all things considered, it would seem that the years 1467 to 1477 were favourable to the Netherlands. It was otherwise with the fortunes of Burgundy. This country reached the apogees of its power about 1469, lost ground under the reckless career of its last duke, and when the naked body of Charles was taken from the icy shores of a Swiss lake, the last act of the Burgundian drama was over. The tragic death of Charles the Bold caused a profound sensation throughout Europe. All anxiously awaited the fate of a country left without a master or male heir, and discussed the young and still unwed Mary, the sole inheritor of the wealth of Flanders and Holland. Would Burgundy and its attachments swing to France or towards the Empire? Eventually, Mary married the young Maximilian, and so the House of Austria rose at once to the highest pinnacle of power, and the history of the Netherlands began interwoven with the lives of the Habsburgs. Mary's rule was brief. She died 5 years after her father in consequence of a fall from her horse. But already time enough had elapsed to show the effect of transferring the control of the government into the hands of a weak and inexperienced woman. The internal dissensions in Holland, which the iron hand of Charles had crushed for a time, again grew rank after his death, and the two parties of hooks and cods renewed their persecutions of each other with a rage and bitterness that reduced Holland to a state of extreme bitterness and desolation. The naval power of the Dutch also suffered a severe blow during this period, losing very heavily in conflict with the French. On the other hand, political liberty, whatever that may be worth, must be weighed on the other side of the scales. It was then that the Great Privilege, or Root Privilege, was founded. This restored parliamentary rights, gave the cities and provinces a voice in the government, especially in the levying of taxes and the declaration of war. Although in practice the Great Privilege soon fell in abeyance and remained ineffectual for nearly a century, it is important as experiencing the basic principles on which the Dutch Republic was afterwards founded. The Great Privilege of 1477 is also interesting because it shows that the people of the Netherlands were, for one, able to take advantage of a weak sovereign and obtain political advance by combined effort. It is difficult to weigh the value of the Great Privilege against the internal commotion, so the reign of Mary of Burgundy has a doubtful entity. Maximilian of Austria, husband of Mary, acted as regent for the Netherlands from 1482 to 1493, a period of turbulence and decline. Maximilian was a strong character, or at least in after years proved himself to be, but there is little in his regency over the Netherlands to demonstrate royal efficiency. The only thing to be said in his favour is that in the end the rebellions were suppressed. The reign of Philip the Handsome, 1494 to 1506, was equally contradictory, though in precisely the opposite way. Philip was merely a pretty figurehead, neither important force. His country, however, enjoyed a distinctly progressive interval during the 12 years of his administration. In 1494, the states lost the Great Privilege, but it did not make any real difference. There had never been any good results from the democratic movement, experimentally shown to be a failure under Mary and Maximilian. The chief glory was a commercial one. Holland and Flanders were growing. Trade, especially with Spain and Portugal, forged ahead. Here much credit is due the people as a whole. Good order was preserved and rival parties kept the peace. After the premature death of Philip the Handsome, 1506, Maximilian again became regent, and a year later this official position was relegated to his daughter Margaret. For the next 2 generations, it is impossible to separate the rule of the emperors from that of their relatives, who as special regents were appointed to govern the Low Countries. Fortunately for the method here employed, this does not introduce any confusion, for the reason that both the emperor and the regents were definitely above the average, so when both are added together, the composite must also be superior, or plus. Maximilian, Charles V, Margaret of Savoy, Mary of Hungary, and Emmanuel Philibert of Savoy together form a very strong group. Special consideration must, however, be taken of Philip II of Spain, whose influence begins only at the close of this era. Philip II is an unusually difficult person to place satisfactorily in any scheme which distributes historical characters into grades for intellectual eminence. The case of Philip II will be given more detailed attention later. As far as the others are concerned, it will suffice, in a hasty survey like the present, to point out that confidence with the array of royal talent occurred a season of great productivity throughout the Low Countries. The more or less combined and interdependent government of the emperors of Maximilian I and Charles V, with the regents Margaret of Savoy and Mary of Hungary, covers 50 years, and the era comes to a close with the abdication of Charles V in 1555. As far as the Netherlands are concerned, there can be no doubt but this age was one of great prosperity. All strictly material affairs joined in the forward movement. All such features of national life as industry, trade, agriculture, fisheries, finances, coinage, housebuilding, as well as the subtler forces which make for international prestige and importance, are found progressive. Antwerp became the first commercial city of the world. Ghent was so large and wealthy that the proud Charles declared jestingly to Francis the First of France, "Je maîtrise Paris dans mon Ghent." There is not much to say on the other side of the question, except that the people were governed with rigour, and popular liberty necessarily suffered. It may be contended that by this beneficent tyranny though he was paid for the latter atrocities, and the control of Philip II and Elva. Such may be the case, but even if the loss of political liberty be thought to outweigh the commercial and material advance, it does not alter the fact that the whole industry of the Netherlands during this epoch is just what might be expected as an outcome of the management and expression of the characteristics of 3 or 4 people who were in the chief control. Philip II had first appointed Emmanuel Philibert of Savoy as regent for his Dutch and Flemish possessions. This distinguished prince did not continue in office except for the first few years, 1555 to 1559. There were no important changes during his administration, but one sees the smouldering discontent and hatred towards the Spaniard, which afterwards culminated in the great struggle for Dutch independence. The hand of Philip II is everywhere to be seen. His regents carried out his policy and formed a part of himself, an accentuation of that mysterious personality housed in its austere Spanish chamber, yet stretching its influence throughout the world. The character of Philip II is more difficult to grade than it is to understand. Extremely ambitious, industrious, strong-willed, and supplied with a great knowledge of details, all his acts and policies appear to have been in the wrong direction, and to have somehow brought, in proportion as they were carried out, just so much injury to that church and state for which he so seriously laboured. The Spanish world power, which had been developed and welded together in an unnatural fashion by a few great personalities favoured by genealogical accidents, was bound to go to pieces except under the most masterly control. Holland and the northern provinces of Netherlands were the first to free themselves from the hated overlordship. These form, from the racial standpoint, the district which, of all those under Spanish dominion, seems to have been included the most unnaturally. These provinces comprised almost the same territory as that now known as the Netherlands, so this chapter will follow their special conditions and a little more concern with the southern provinces which remained long under Spanish and Austrian control. The wars which resulted in the Dutch Republic were associated with the great religious questions and the horrors of the Inquisition. By the long procrastinated withdrawal of the Spanish soldiers, the burdens of taxation and appointments of Spaniards to high offices must be counted among the grievances. The decade and a half which precedes this revolution presents a gloomy picture. It was a period of confusion, of persecutions, and uprisings. Thousands of the inhabitants were executed, thousands more left the country, and these were the industrious working classes. Commerce, of course, received a heavy blow, and the wealth of the nation abruptly declined. It is not easy to fix the exact date for the commencement of the Dutch Republic. The independence was not acknowledged for a long time, but the year 1575 seems to mark its virtual, if not its formal beginning, especially if we are interested in the relation of William of Orange to the foundation of political autonomy. It was in the summer of 1575 that Holland and Zeeland drew up Articles of Union. By it William received supreme command in war and absolute authority in all matters of defence, the control of all money voted by the estate, the maintenance of the laws as count in the king's name, the ultimate appointment, after nomination by the estates, of all judicial officers. These terms accepted, William became, in spite of their nominal recognition of Philip, the true prince of the 2 provinces. This does not look like a republic, nor do we find such a form of government except in name, either during the lifetime of William the Silent or under the regime of his sons, Maurice and Frederick Henry. From 1575 to 1578, the unsettled conditions continued in the north, as well as in the south, but after that, and until the assassination of William in 1584, the northern provinces enjoyed tranquillity and were again prosperous, ever gaining more ground on account of the continued decline which the southern or Spanish provinces were forced to endure. Thus the period of William the Silent, 1575 to 1584, was progressive even on the strictly material side. The greatness of its significance lies, of course, in another direction removed from the present inquiry. Great interest is felt in the history of the United Netherlands, not because by heroic action they formed a republic, for this they never did, but for the reason that they fought for freedom, and that here took place a great conception which has engendered a worldwide idea. It was here for the first time that a nation was constructed, founded on ideas of religious toleration. William the Silent was the first to conceive such an idea, and William the Silent must always remain the pioneer of one of the greatest events of history. William was the soul of the movement. There seems to be no question about this. The delivery from Spanish atrocities and religious persecution could not have been brought about without his aid. They were fighting against tremendous odds. At one time it seemed impossible that the weakened Protestant party could escape annihilation in the revengeful grasp of the mightiest power in the world. But the heart of the great prince never faltered, even in the hours of darkness. William, wrongly called the Silent, really the most eloquent man of his age, worked on, and by tongue and pen kept alive in others something of that unconquerable fire which was the essence of his own great nature. The ordinary mortal knows temporary exaltations. The crowd once set in motion grows enthusiastic over its own enthusiasm, but a perpetually exalted leader for a forlorn cause is a hard man to find, and men like William of Orange, men who combine with such unusual strength of character, conceptual intellectual endowments, are so rare that there have been perhaps 100 such among thousands of millions who were not. Fortunately for the Dutch, and for the liberties of the world, his second son Maurice, on whom the burden of leadership fell, was a descendant worthy of his father. Maurice was extremely precocious, much as his father had been, and although but 17 and a student at Leyden at the time of his father's death, it was not a year before he was made governor of the United Provinces and stadtholder of Holland-Zeeland. For 40 years Maurice of Nassau was the military leader of the Dutch nation. They still had Spain to deal with, and Alexander Farnese was no weak general to match. Maurice had to overcome opposition within the ranks of his own people, as well as that directed by the ire of Spain. Historians consider this member of the family of Orange to belong among the greatest military geniuses who have ever lived. If we inquire the reasons for this signal admiration, we discover that, for more than any other reason, Maurice of Nassau takes first grade among the world's soldiers because he, like his father, was a pioneer. William founded a nation based on principles of religious toleration. Maurice initiated modern methods of military entrenchment and produced a revolution in the art of war. Like many other innovations in the military art, the changes which Maurice introduced were opposed to the current idea of what constituted heroism in a soldier. The old men ridiculed his plans. The enemy jeered him as a mere boss of ditch labourers, but before Maurice was 24, he had formed the most efficient army in Europe and had made a new epoch. All must needs follow suit, and learn his methods, or be swept before the irresistible tide. He had formed a veritable school of warfare to which flocked the young nobility of France, England, and Germany. Maurice was not a statesman. This side of his career was weak, but the Netherlands fortunately had in John of Oldenbarnevelt a man who grandly supplied this deficiency. Maurice became the uncrowned sovereign. Oldenbarnevelt was a States General himself. These two men brought the Netherlands to a celebrated degree of splendour, or at least we may say with certainty that a glorious epoch for the Dutch people occurred during the leadership, moreover arbitrary leadership, of two very great men. The quarrel between the two, which finally cost this old statesman his life, stains indelibly the nature of Maurice, but taken as a whole, the impression which the son of the great William leaves on the ages, though not equal in moral grandeur to that of his father, is nevertheless that devoted and constant prince. Whether his motives were patriotic or personal, and human motives are very hard to fathom, his own extraordinary life was attended by a brilliant upbringing of the country which in generosity we must feel that he loved. The increased international prestige and expanding commerce which signalized this period continued during the stateholdship of Frederick Henry, the youngest of the children of William the Silent. This prince, less brilliant than either his father or his brother, was nevertheless very highly endowed, and if judged in relation to both war and statesmanship, perhaps better rounded than either. His singular moderation and well-balanced wisdom were of great benefit in reconciling religious factions. It was during his rule that the stadtholdership, already practically hereditary in the House of Orange, became such by written agreement. The young Prince William II, 1647 to 1650, on whom the mantle fell, was only 20 at the time of his accession. He was a youth of brilliant gifts, and gave promise of equalling in genius the illustrious members of his family. Like Maurice, he was proud, warlike, and impatient of rebuke, and like Frederick Henry and William I, his ideas were lofty and comprehensive. Precocious as the others, ambition seemed in him carried to an extreme. William II died aged 24, but in one way history shows the effect of his dominating character. Already the popular voice had grown weak In the presence of such a great spirit, the Netherlands had become virtually an arbitrary monarchy. Aside from this, no important changes took place. Commercially and internationally, the prestige remained about the same. When William II died in 1650, there was no heir. 8 days afterwards, his widow, Mary of England, gave birth to a baby boy whose career in life was to be filled with glory, equal to that of any of the family, one who was to save not only his father's land, but his mother's nation as well from the growing greed of France. The overreaching methods of the late stadtholder had created much opposition and discontent, so that a reaction set in, and for a time the Dutch Netherlands came under the form of government called the States, which fairly well represents the democratic idea. Without going into details as to the extent form of government, it is sufficient to say that from 1650 to 1672 there was no royal personal leadership, and there was much independent local control on the part of the separate provinces. This did not lead to disaster or to a period of marked decline. Trade and industry continued as flourishing as before, but one side only of the national welfare suffered, and that was the diplomatic. The subtle work of Louis XIV gradually succeeded in placing the Netherlands in an isolated position, so that she could no longer count on friends or supporters. This was a serious matter of light in the formidable and constantly growing pretensions of France. Clouds began to hang darker and more threatening over the Netherlands. Without a leader, her future seemed dubious. It was young Prince William who saved the day. In 1572 the storm broke. The English, without a declaration of war, tried unsuccessfully to intercept the Dutch Mediterranean fleet, and France at once sent forth to conquer the hated tradesmen of the north. The States were ill prepared on land. Though their fleet was strong and ready, party spirit was exceedingly bitter, and the ruling party, well aware that the Prince of Orange was very popular with the land forces, had utterly neglected their army. On May 28, 1672, Ruyter fought a great naval battle in Southwold Bay, Solebay, against the Duke of York and Marshal Desideriez. The French held aloof, pleased to see their Dutch and English destroy each other. The English suffered most, but as the Dutch withdrew to their own ports, the others claimed the victory. Meanwhile, Louis XIV crossed the Rhine and threatened Amsterdam. The young Prince of Orange alone seemed to rise to the occasion, while others were panic-stricken, sending embassies of submission to the haughty monarch. Making preparations for a great fight by sea, William, with his miserly army, did his best, and aroused so strongly the feelings of the people that Amsterdam, passing from dejection to despair, and thence to reckless enthusiasm, rose against the De Witts, and foully murdered both in the streets. They had just before proclaimed William Stadtholder of Holland, with powers unlimited, and thus Louis XIV destroyed the proud republic, though in so doing he had raised up the most formidable enemy he was destined to encounter. His invasion did not prosper. Other nations began to take up the Dutch cause. Germans and Spaniards threatened the embarrassed French army in the provinces, so that in 1674 France was on the defensive on every side. After 6 years' struggle, the Peace of Nimwegen, 1678, secured and recognized the independence of the Dutch. This is very advantageous to their commerce, which shows a credible record during the time of William III, 1672 to 1702. Although the wars depleted the exchequer, general wealth continued to grow, while at the close of the period of William III the country's credit was good. The Netherlands and England, as well, were very favourably affected by the revolution of the Edict of Nantes, an individual and personal mistake on the part of the French king. As a result of this act, the Protestant countries gained many desirable citizens, mostly the upper middle class. They brought to their new homes wealth, initiative, and good blood. For this last transformation we cannot credit William III of Orange, but we can debit Louis XIV. On the other hand, for the early days of William's career, we must give full praise to the man who saved his country from threatened extinction. Reading the descriptions of his exceedingly lofty traits of character, and his extraordinary precociousness of mind, seems but re-reading the lives of his four predecessors. As the type of the exact historian, Macaulay may not satisfy modern requirements, but inasmuch as opinion of his own hero has not been reversed, let his eloquent words still be quoted in his description of William III. Since Octavius, the world has seen no such instance of precious statesmanship. Skilful diplomatists were surprised to hear the weighty observations which at 17 the prince made on public affairs, as still more surprised to see the lad in situations in which he might have been expected to betray strong passion, preserve a composure as imperturbable as their own. At 18 he sat among the fathers of the Commonwealth, grave, discreet, and judicious as the oldest among them. At 21, in a day of gloom and terror, he was placed at the head of the administration. At 23, he was renowned throughout Europe as a soldier and a politician. He had put domestic factions under his feet. He was the soul of a mighty coalition, and he contended with honour in the field against some of the greatest generals of his age. Courage in the degree which is necessary to carry a soldier through a campaign is possessed, or might, and a proper training, be acquired by the majority of men. But courage like that of William is rare indeed. He was proved by every test, by war, by wounds, by painful and depressing maladies, by raging seas, by the imminent and constant risk of assassination, a risk which has shaken very strong nerves, a risk which severely tried even the adamantine fortitude of Cromwell. Yet none could even discover what that thing was which the Prince of Orange feared. However much or however little these avowedly extraordinary princes of Orange may have contributed to the national glory of the Netherlands, is at least a fact that, synchronously with their sway, the power of the Dutch reached worldwide proportions, and that immediately on their extinction, through the absence of male heirs, this nation began to decline. Again the government fell to the States General, 1702-1747. The 45 years under this regime do not make a good a showing, as the 22 earlier years of Republican government, 1650 to 1672, which followed William II. It will be remembered that the earlier period was characterized by commercial prosperity, but also by diplomatic and military weakness, so that the international prestige of Holland became insignificant. The second period retrogrades on the commercial side as well as on the political. It tells a remarkable, well-recognized downfall of the Dutch from the eminent position in world affairs which they had occupied during the 17th century. The tide turned rather suddenly and appears to have commenced very shortly after William III's death. The change in method of government in 1747, which came about because the provinces had sunk so low that all men began to wish for a dictator, placed the old offices of captain and admiral general on the whole Union, and stadtholder of the 7 provinces in the hands of William IV of Nassau-Dietz. A little later, these offices were declared hereditary in both male and female lines. The people seemed to think that in any Prince of Orange, as of old, they ought to find a leader who would save them from the French and restore their prestige. But William IV was only distantly related to the early illustrious branch of Nassau-Orange. There was a possibility of his having been engendered out of the wonderful germ-plasm of the former princes, but it was certainly slight. Roughly speaking, and in the light of our present knowledge of hereditary, we might fairly say that the odds against it were greater than 10 to 1. At any rate, he was but moderately endowed intellectually, according to all commentators. His intentions were good, and a number of reforms were instituted, but it does not appear that any important consequence followed either during his own rule or during that of the subsequent regency of Anne, his consort. The period of William IV, 1747 to 1751, is however too brief to draw any definite conclusions. After the death of the stadtholder, the regency was given to Anne, daughter of George II of England, a woman of a highly ambitious nature and imperious temper, who was not very successful in her headstrong and rather selfish aims. The 7 Years' War injured Dutch commerce, for their navy was no longer in a position to protect this important side of economic life. A shrewd diplomacy might have, at least, aided matters somewhat, but no one came forth to guide the fortunes of the little nation, now buffeted about among the more dominant powers. After the unregretted death of Anne in 1757, the states themselves exercised the power of stadtholder until 1766. These years do not reflect glory or indicate improvement. The commercial difficulties became greater than ever before. In 1763, a crisis which had long been imminent brought down several of the leading mercantile houses of Amsterdam, followed by the usual panic and business stagnation. By degrees things righted themselves, but the Dutch merchants were obliged to content themselves with a business less influential and extended. The rule of William V, 1766 to 1795, saw no changes for the better. East Indian interests further declined. The diplomatic position continued weak and uncertain. The provinces quarrelled among themselves. The Orange party quarrelled with the people, and the weak, irresolute William V commanded no respect. The years 1766 to 1772 again brought failure to many of the old mercantile houses. By 1775, improvement was underway, but the Amsterdam War of Independence now worked serious injury to the Dutch. The period extended in a revolution. Holland became virtually a province of France. Thus, the Netherlands take their humiliated exit at the close of the pre-Napoleonic era. The whole 18th century had been a series of gradual and constant setbacks, especially national and political, though also commercial and economic. Yet the picture must not be overdrawn. It must not be supposed that there was no wealth and no industry remaining among the descendants of the doughty travellers, pioneers of colonial enterprise. Their relative position in the world trade had declined. Other nations had arisen, yet there was nothing of that poverty among the masses, nothing of that picture of utter economic stagnation that characterized Spain and Portugal when that dynastic leadership was withdrawn. There are several other facts indicating a general racial superiority of the people of Holland, and a certain credible, if not exceptional, ability to take care of themselves. The early prosperity of the cities, guilds, and corporations prior to the 15th century shows this, though the same was true in northern Spain, northern Portugal, and northern Italy. The obtainment by the people of the great privilege under Mary of Burgundy must be accredited to non-royal activity, but this charter remained in force only for a short time. The progress under insignificant Philip the Handsome must be counted to the credit of classes other than royal, and of course the modern prosperity of the Netherlands, since the close of the Napoleonic era is proof that the people now have a very high average ability. On the whole, it appears strange that a sturdy country like Holland should show a high correlation between its royalty and its political and economic prosperity, but the two parallel columns compel such a conclusion. A rapid survey of the broad tendencies from the 15th to the 19th century shows a strong personal influence of the last two Burgundian princes, followed by a great rise under Charles V and his able regents, until the bigotry and lack of wisdom of Philip II, aided by the evil genius of Alva and other agents of this busy mischief-maker, turned the tide in a contrary direction. A rise again took place under the 5 great princes of the House of Orange. This ceased rather suddenly after the death of William III, 1702, and did not again commence within the next 100 years, during which time royal leadership in Holland was conspicuously absent. The showing made by the people of the Netherlands in the direction of autonomous growth is not nearly so good as that of Great Britain during the same historical epoch. It would seem as if the Dutch race must be lacking in certain qualities which are necessary to make statesmen. Surely their Hall of Fame is deficient in men of this calling, especially noticeable if compared with some other fields of activity. Art, for instance. Circumstances can hardly explain the deficiency, since the very forces that might be expected to bring forth political leaders were active in the Netherlands to an exceptional degree. They had an early start in civic self-government. Patriotism might well have been stimulated in the days of the Dutch Republic. The decline during the 18th century, with its national disruption, called loudly for great leaders, yet none appeared. On the other hand, a more mediocre frugality and an industry of a widely disseminated sort among the middle classes saved the country from any such cankerous decay as took place in Spain, Portugal, Sicily, or Greece, and in the 19th century brought forth a flourishing growth in the Netherlands, deep-rooted in the strength of the entire population. End of Section 8. Section 9 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 9. Denmark. In analysing the history of Denmark, it is best to begin with the age of Valdemar III, 1340 to 1375. It is often difficult to get information concerning the characteristics of the early kings, and the general history of the nation is too dark and misty prior to the middle of the 14th century. A few strong royal figures stand out in the 11th and 12th centuries, such as Eric III, Valdemar I, Canute VI, and Valdemar II, and during their sway the country invariably progressed in strength and importance. Between these spasmodic bursts of vigour, weakness and confusion generally prevailed. A more detailed and systematic study of early Danish history before Valdemar III would be difficult, would require special research beyond the usual printed volumes, and would not, I should say, be particularly instructive. Looking over the thread of Danish history from the middle of the 14th century to the beginning of the 19th, the comparatively few reigns which are progressive is a striking fact. From Valdemar III to Frederick VI, there are only 7 such periods out of 20. This is a low proportion, as related to the fact that Denmark happened to have few great sovereigns. At times she held sway outside her own narrow dominions, notably in Scandinavia, but this territorial growth and decline also followed the strength and weakness of the sovereigns. Valdemar III commenced his reign in 1340. In the beginning he possessed little more than the very restricted area of North Jutland. There had been a long period of internal weakness. No monarchy and no revenues. Scania and Halland were in the hands of the Swedes. Funen and Jutland were forcibly held by the Counts of Holstein. Sealand and Laland obeyed another chief, and the rest of the isles had each its own ruler who regarded it as his own estate, to be inherited by his children. The anarchy of so many years had caused the laws to be forgotten, and the feeble were everywhere a prey to the strong, and the poor were at war with the rich, the native with the foreigner, and nobody thought of obedience to authority. With this troubled and unpromising beginning, Valdemar, by skilful administration, made Denmark the strongest country in that part of the globe, recovering, consolidating, and extending his dominions, making his authority everywhere realized. It conferred great blessings on all classes except perhaps the nobility, whose rapaciousness had found a check. Valdemar was succeeded by Olaf III, but this prince being a minor. The regency was given to Margaret, who afterwards ruled in her own right. This minority was not a weak one. Margaret triumphed over Albert of Sweden, twice bringing to naught his invasion of Denmark. The general administration was so well maintained that on the death of little Olaf in 1387, she was willingly accorded the full sovereign power. This woman ranks as one of the most intellectual queens in history. The general state of Denmark was distinctly higher during the reigns of Valdemar and Margaret. After this, there was no growth worth mentioning for 120 years. A particularly sharp decline set in on the death of Margaret in 1412 and lasted through the reign of the weak Eric. Then Christopher III, Christian I, and John successively followed, kings of mediocre stamp, and paralleled by conditions likewise without interest. Denmark lost and won territory in the Swedish kingdom and then lost it again. The various drawn-out rivalries led to no advantage. The general march of events was slow and heavy. An intellectual sovereign appeared in Christian II, but not a really wise and suitable one. His mind was bold, enterprising and gifted, but his disposition was obstinate, capricious and excessive. His successes and failures appear as a very natural outcome from a nature so brilliant but so ill arranged. His was a character to suppress rebellions, and this he did with pitiless severity. The broad ideas of Christian II may be seen in such improvements in the legislature, the commerce, and the conditions of the peasantry, as well as the favourable side of this period. But the many wars with Sweden appear to have been of no advantage to Denmark. These wasting wars and excessive cruelties towards clergy and nobles make his reign far from a golden age, but it would seem, everything considered, the more was gained than lost under the brilliant half-mad king. Christian carried his tyranny too far. His downfall was plotted by nobles and senators alike, and a popular movement finally deposed him in favour of his uncle, Duke Frederick, a man of only ordinary capacity, but cautious and peace-loving. Denmark was occupied during the reign of Frederick I, 1523 to 1533, by the events of the Reformation. There is no special tendency in regard to political or material affairs. The interregnum of 1533 to 1534 was a period of weakness, disruption, and violence. Religious questions had divided the kingdom into 2 warring parties. Roman Catholics had declared for John, a younger son of Frederick I. Protestants were in favour of the eldest son of Christian. The latter prince, the day within a year, was well established in royal power as Christian III. His reign was strong, characterized by comparative peace and prosperity, commercial advance, and judicial improvements. The reign of Frederick II, 1559-1588, was also prosperous and more notable than that of his predecessor. He was a superior king, and also was served by a group of able statesmen. With the assistance of these men, Frederick succeeded in raising the kingdom to a rank of great power, prosperous at home and respected abroad. Never before had Denmark been so well governed. Never before had she possessed so many political celebrities nobly emulous for the public good. The public money was managed with great skill, so that the exchequer was enriched without the taxes becoming burdensome. Copenhagen's university was enlarged and more amply endowed, and many colleges and academies were founded in various parts of the kingdom, as well as schools in the towns and villages. Although this reign was followed by a regency of 8 years during the minority of Christian IV, the conditions remained prosperous and orderly. All 4 men were of great experience and acknowledged ability, and exercised their trust in such a manner as to afford much satisfaction to the nation at large. Minorities had generally been seasons of trouble, and if the present was not, the honour might be awarded to the able government of the regents. With Christian IV, 1596 to 1648, we return again to conditions in which the personal influence of the sovereign is omnipotent. Christian IV is the best known king in Danish history. He approaches more closely to genius than any ruler since Margaret, but still is far from being a king of the first rank. The talents and defects of Christian IV are both clearly mirrored in the history of his reign. The early part shows commercial and internal prosperity, which seems a direct result of Christian's activities. The last part gives a picture of disastrous wars, the outcome of that same ambition now excessive and unrestrained. A few quotations from Bain and from the older writer Dunham will suffice to show how the events of the time followed naturally from the leadership of such a man as Christian IV. Agile and athletic, always extraordinarily energetic and tenacious, his writings and sketches testify to a sure hand and a sense of form. Naturally cheerful and hospitable, he delighted and shone brilliantly in lively society, but he was also passionate and irritable, with strong and sensual inclinations, of a plethoric and pleasure-loving temperament. He was not without the elements of many noble virtues. He possessed uncommon courage, a vivid sense of duty, and indefatigable love of every sort of work, and all the inquisitive zeal or the inventive energy of a born reformer. Want of self-control ruined the fine qualities. He was of the stuff which great princes are made, yet he never attained greatness. In the decline of life, the bitter fruits of his lack of stability became miserably obvious, and he sank into the grave a weary, heartbroken old man. That Christian, without any great, had many useful qualities is certain. He encouraged literature and commerce, and patronized literary and scientific men. He founded cities and fortresses. In all these respects he is deserving of high praise. Active, intrepid in danger, constant adversary, he would have commanded our approbation, had not his object been personal rather than national, had not self been his ruling passion. As for his good works, the harbours of Copenhagen, Elsinore, and other towns were enlarged. A postal system for the whole of Denmark was established in 1624. Many decaying towns were abolished, and new ones founded under more promising circumstances. On the national defences he also bestowed much care. Christian IV was evidently a brilliant king, but he made the fatal mistake of attempting to conquer a far greater man, Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden. For this reason the last half of his reign is filled with disasters. To quote Bain again, impatience, ambition, and over-sanguine confidence, and by the jealousy of Sweden induced him to plunge into a war against the combined forces of the Emperor and the League without any guarantee of cooperation from abroad. These long wars, instituted to suit the personal ambition of Charles IV, brought lamentable misfortune to Denmark. The king lost the respect of his subjects and the foreign powers as well. The army was defeated, the navy annihilated. 3 years before his death a humiliating peace was concluded at Brommonsørlov. The Peace of Brommonsørlov was the first of a long series of treaties extended down to our present day, which marked the progressive shrinkage of Danish territory to an inducible minimum. In the 2 reigns which follow, from 1648 to 1609, the conditions are difficult to estimate. Her continuous wars with Sweden represent the weakest side of the era. These were either quite useless or brought terrible advantages not to the Dane but to the Swedes, who at the same time were under the strong rule of the House of Vasa. The monarchs Frederick III and Christian V were not distinctive. Christian V was, I should say, somewhat below the average, and Frederick slightly above. The period covered with these 2 kings is not especially important. There is still one interesting point here to be noted on account of its bearing on questions of psychology and historical causation. In the year 1670, during the reign of Frederick III, there occurred a sharp change in the form of government and the constitutional position of the crown. Before that time, Denmark was one of the most limited of monarchies. After 1670 until 1848, she was the most absolute in Europe. I have already referred in Hereditary and Royalty, page 225 to 226, to this peculiar phenomenon, and have pointed out that this most absolute of monarchies failed to produce as some might expect, arbitrary or tyrannical rulers. In fact, the kings of Denmark during this period were, as Weizsäcker says, good-natured, upright, and not more than ordinarily gifted. In the earlier history of the country, there came forward, as we remember, a rather unusual number of able statesmen originating from the commoners. Later they were quite as conspicuous by their absence, as absent in Denmark as they have ever been in Spain or Portugal. There is one reign more in Danish history prior to the Napoleonic period, which should be pointed out as being distinctly prosperous. This covers the years 1699 to 1730 under Frederick IV. The acquisition of new territory, Schleswig, and also many inward improvements, financial, industrial, educational, and agricultural, marked the reign. Frederick IV was a rather striking character, extremely ambitious and well above mediocrity, perhaps unprincipled, but withal an amiable, popular, and well-meaning prince. He was one of the very few strong kings in Denmark, and we see the nation well responding. The next reigns were also prosperous, though not as much so. The country enjoyed 2 generations of peace, a rare event in a nation. This period was characterized on its best side by commercial and industrial advance. There was one feature of national life, nevertheless, that bore a cloudy aspect. That was the state of agriculture and the condition of the peasantry. This passed through a severe crisis during the reign of Christian VI and extended to that of his successor, Frederick V, so that the first of these reigns has a doubtful merit, while the second is a period in which growth somewhat outweighs decline. Personal influence of the sovereigns is quite marked during both reigns. Neither were great men, but both were well-intentioned and led their influence in the right direction. The various treaties, acts, and laws which brought about the commercial and industrial and later the agricultural development appear to emanate from the sovereign will. Thus, from the beginning of the 18th century, a period of about 70 years occurred when Denmark, blessed with good rulers, made credible, though not distinguished advance. This suddenly came to an end with the ascension of Christian VII, a poor, degraded, half-witted creature who had neither the capacity nor the desire to rule. The government came naturally into the hands of others, a young German doctor named Struensee, a man of brilliant gifts and insinuating ways, but with a character utterly selfish, brutal, and corrupt, gradually gained the leadership at court. He appears to have had some grand notions of raising the fame of Denmark, and became imbued with the idea of changing the whole state of society, but his radical and revolutionary reforms only led to a condition of chaos. Struensee's ascendancy over the imbecile king and his notorious relations with Queen Caroline Matilda, together with his general overthrow of the rights of Danish nobles, fomented a conspiracy which ended in the arrest and execution of this extraordinary man, whose theatrical career will excite a peculiar interest. This portion of the reign of Christian VII, that is from 1766 to 1772, was not progressive. The reforms which fill this history are of doubtful merit, but the last part, on the contrary, probably has excesses in value in spite of the weakness and imbecility of the king. This was practically under the rule of Ove Hoer Guldberg, who overcame and reconstructed the evil work Struensee. In his desire to give liberty and importance to the lower classes, Struensee had actually crushed the upper classes and overturned valuable traditional and conservative forces. Besides recovering from this upheaval, Denmark gained steadily in commercial importance, being especially favoured by the American War of Independence. A new period of sane reforms, especially in agriculture and tariff legislation, began in 1784, directed towards ameliorating the unfortunate conditions of the peasantry. The 18th century closed with Danish affairs running along in a fairly prosperous condition. There were 3 prominent names connected with this generation: the Crown Prince Frederick, Andreas Bernstorff, and H.D. Revendal. To summarize, we may say, in a broad way, that Denmark was steadily, though rather mildly, progressive from the 13th to the 19th century. Out of 18 periods, 12 show a well-nigh perfect correlation between the kings and the conditions, and 4 of the other instances are not far from it. At least 5 minor or special occasions are noticeable in which progress emanated from a non-royal source. The number of able, non-royal political leaders and the number of times the country had progressed under weak kings ought to be good measures of a nation's superiority. Looked at from this point of view, Denmark would have a position following closely upon England and Scotland, and at least on a par with Sweden and the Netherlands. One particularly important generalization from the history of Denmark is that, after the 14th century, this country had no great kings, and continually remained restricted in territorial and political importance. A comparison of the history of the various nations of modern Europe convinces me that the chief reason why Denmark remained small was that she did not happen to have kings inherently great, and that if great kings had been born to the House of Oldenburg, Denmark would have expanded, at least for a time, as did Sweden. From the standpoint of hereditary, there is no expectation of anything more than mediocrity or moderate talents in the Danish line of the Oldenburgs. The full pedigrees for each Danish king from 1559 to 1818 contain nothing in the way of genius, and are even curiously devoid of moderately illustrious names. By this I mean that one can follow up all the ancestral branches, maternal included, until all the great-grandparents of each king have been searched out, until 132 names have been found, and yet not a single illustrious or eminent name will be encountered. Both the political history of Denmark and the pedigree of the Danish kings may be likened to several of the small Germanic principalities and duchies. These have drawn their royal blood from many families in Teutonic Europe, yet they never grafted on to their main trunk any of those rare branches of genius that narrowly spread their way through the otherwise monotonous pages of genealogical folios. Thus these countries were foredoomed to play minor roles in the ever-changing spectacle of history, yet this does not mean that a more gradual, more widely diffused progress will not take place without the royal initiative. That has taken place in most countries in northwestern Europe is well known, but before one dogmatizes on the causes of this movement, or the direction of its tendencies, let him first recognize the modernness of its appearance and the untraditional nature of its activities. Among these European estates, which can lay some claim to an early awakening of such a really national, non-royal activity, Denmark must always have a creditable place. For this reason its history merits far more attention than has been generally bestowed upon it. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Adams Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 10. Sweden. The history of Sweden from 1060 to 1250 is one of transition, of long and severe internal religious and territorial conflicts. Gradually, out of a rather homogeneous and free peasant population, there evolved a class of landowning nobles and influential families, who more and more got the wealth and political power into their own hands. Historical material for a knowledge of this period is unfortunately very limited. From remote times, petty kings were elected by the people, but not until late do we find a considerable number of important rules with extensive dominions. One peculiar point is that Sweden slowly evolved her own nobility and not import them ready-made in the form of Norman or Teutonic immigrants. She did not draw from the taproots of the great royal strains on the continent. This may be the reason why Sweden was slowly emerging from small separate kingdoms into a large united government. The extent of the territory and difficulty in communication are usually held to be the causes of this delay towards a wide monarchical sway, but we may advance with equal right this purely biological cause. It is a question whether such geographical facts as extent of territory and natural difficulty of communication have much to do with limiting a regal dominion. Perhaps, but when one thinks of the work of the Asiatic conquerors, of Charlemagne, and the vast sway of the Incas, one is at least entitled to doubts. In fact, all Scandinavia, including Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, was very successfully managed by the great Queen Margaret, 1375-1412. There are in addition a few other notable figures from the 13th to the 15th centuries in Sweden, the noblemen of Engelbrecht and the Struss. But these were not members of royal families, so their state has not properly come within the scope of this work. A hasty inspection indicates that on further study, evidence would be found of a rather high general level of character and intelligence on the part of the early Swedish people. For about 100 years after the time of Margaret, Sweden was more or less under Danish rule and constantly struggling to free herself from the hated yoke. At times she seemed to succeed, but the independence was only temporary. There were no great kings in Denmark during this era, nor were they, with the exception of Erik, distinctly weak. If the Danish kings had been frankly of one type or the other, the question of separate independence for Sweden might have been definitely decided before it actually was. It turned out to be not so much the weakness of the Danish kings as the genius of a single Swedish nobleman, Gustavus Vasa, that gave political independence to his country. This nobleman was raised to the sovereign power in 1523, and from that time monarchical Sweden began as a united independent nation. From then until the assassination of Gustavus III in 1792, there is a very clear course to Swedish history, the ups and downs of which make excellent material for collecting and analysing after a historiometric method. The annals of this country are unlike Denmark's in two important ways. First, there were many members of the royal family with rare mental gifts, in fact royal figures of the greatest eminence. And second, there was a time when Sweden played a very important role in European political history, something Denmark never did. The whole period of 1525 to 1792 is easily divided into two sub-periods, an age of growth and an age of decline, the beginning of the downward tendency being initiated by the mad ambition of Charles XII, 1697 to 1718. In a broad way, the two sub-periods outline the story, but there are many counter-tendencies which show the personal influence by their sharp reversals in the general state of affairs as the great leaders come and go. The man who freed the Swedes and gave them a permanently separate national history was not of royal birth. His family connections were, however, high, being among the leading nobility. When Gustavus Vasa was finally elected King of Sweden, that country had, what is really rare in most monarchies, except the Germanic, a truly native sovereign, that is, a sovereign whose maternal and paternal ancestry are both ground in land over which he rules. Gustavus Vasa must unquestionably be considered a very marked personality. He had all the traits essential to a nation's liberator: the magnetic enthusiasm, the untiring energy, and the single-minded devotion to a patriotic ideal. Even such faults as a passionate temper and tyrannical behaviour furthered the success of his career. The most important work which the first Vasa accomplished appears, however, not to have been the mere delivery of his native land, for this might have been temporary, but rather the internal improvement which occupied his long reign. Gustavus Vasa was, says Bain, the greatest constructive statesman of a dynasty of empire makers. The whole burden of government weighed exclusively on the shoulders of the new king, a young man of 27. He had to see to everything personally and act on information which he could trust no one to collect but himself. Half his time was taken up in travelling from one end of the kingdom to the other, and doing purely clerical work for the want of competent assistance. Gustavus was, in very deed, not merely Sweden's king, but Sweden's most overworked servant. His officers did literally nothing without first consulting him, and his care extended to everything, from the building of a smithy to the construction of a fleet, from the translation of the scriptures to the reformation of the church. Under his personal direction, there was first the establishment of a vastly more orderly and peaceful state of affairs than had extended before. The religious ferments, so universal at that time, were not without their expression in Sweden, here taking the form of peasant rising. These called for and received vigorous repression. The next important requirement was to restore the exhausted exchequer, not an easy task to accomplish in a country so long ill-managed by foreign overlords. It was a fatiguing uphill task, but towards the close of the reign the public wealth was well increased, and the taxes were rendered less burdensome. Even more than in these ways, the reign is famous as initiating the commercial and industrial progress of Sweden, especially agricultural and mining developments, which from this time being to be very important. A turn in affairs promptly ensured and precipitated Sweden into a period of decline as soon as Gustavus Vasa died. Eric, who succeeded his father, had many of the brilliant mental gifts of the family, but was lacking in practical wisdom and common sense, so that as a sovereign he was utterly incompetent. He had no ability to command this situation. Eric was an orator, poet, musician and painter, but these gifts were not needed. His nature was cruel, suspicious, changeable and untrustworthy, and very soon he showed the signs of that insanity which attacked a considerable number of the brilliant family of Vasa. Eric XIV was undoubtedly insane at times. During the greater part of the year 1567, he became so deranged that a committee of senators had to be appointed to govern the kingdom. His conduct at best was unsupportable either to his own family or to his subjects, and the result that he was deposed in 1568 by his two brothers, John and Charles, backed by a popular movement. The whole reign of Eric was a dark one. The rebellions and disorder in the court and government were attended by extravagant depletion of the public revenue, which brought general discontent and misfortune to the masses. During the reign of John III shows the same general disorder. Popular discontent and extravagance on the part of the crown, the cessation of that material progress in industry and agriculture which made the period of the first Vasa so glorious. John III resembled his brother Eric XIV very closely. His mind was gifted, but chiefly in a theoretical or bookish way. He was an expert linguist and considered very learned, especially in religion. Like Eric, his mind was unstable and his character described as violent, cruel, and headstrong. It is difficult to grade such kings as Eric XIV and John III, and moreover, the latter has been treated by historians as a partisan spirit. Supremely, the Catholic reaction has probably prejudiced the Swedes against John, but we can be reasonably sure that neither of these two men, being among the great kings of history, were in a class with Gustavus Vasa or Gustavus Adolphus the Great. We also know that Sweden made no important progress during their rule. The reign of Frederick was distinctly weak, and considered as a monarch he cannot be classed as more than mediocre. The reign of John, though internally unsatisfactory, contains important territorial conquests on the opposite shores of the Baltic, so that on the whole its totality is doubtful. During the brief reign of the weak Sigismund, religious disturbances and unsettled conditions continued for a few years, accompanied by a series of changes which make a page of reading not by any means peculiar to itself, except in the names of the actors and the details of the events. Time and again we find disorganization and decline under a weak monarch, a personal struggle with some close relative, usually a brother or uncle, and then a survival of the fittest. The nation again is seen to emerge from the discord and travel along the upward road. John had ousted Eric, and Eric was doubtless the more worthy of the two, but John was himself unfit, and the same was true of Sigismund, his son and successor. On the contrary, the Duke Charles was, of all the sons of the first Gustavus, the one to inherit not only the genius, but also the rugged practical wisdom of his father. After 5 years' struggle, accentuated by religious bitterness, Charles came off the victor, and Sigismund was formally deposed. The influence of Charles IX was immediately beneficial. Order was again established after 30 years of disruption, and once again the whole of progress moved in those matters relating so directly to the welfare of the nation as a whole. He laboured earnestly to improve the judicial system of Sweden, which had as yet no code. He reorganized local administration and the levying of taxes. He favoured commerce industry with all his power. All writers agree in extolling the success of the brief but important reign of Charles IX. As a ruler, he is a link between his great father and his still greater son. He consolidated the work of Gustavus Vasa, the creation of a great Protestant state. He prepared the way for the creation of the Protestant Empire of Gustavus Adolphus. Swedish historians have been excusably indulgent to the father of their greatest ruler. Indisputably, Charles was cruel, ungenerous, and vindictive, yet it is impossible not to respect a man who seems, at all hazards, strenuously to have endeavoured to do his duty as he understood it, during the most difficult of periods, a period of religious and political transition, and who, despite his fanaticism, possessed many of the qualities of a wise and courageous statesman. The nobility whom he depressed and persecuted were no doubt justified in regarding him as a tyrant, but the Swedish people frankly trusted and cheerfully obeyed a monarch under whose protection they felt happy and secure, and who loved his country in his own rough way above all else. This was the commencement of Sweden's famous and continuous rise to a position of importance in the world's politics. It began with the first years of the 17th century and coincided in point of time with that century almost exactly. The growth was remarkably uniform, and there have been but few examples in these tables of European history of any national progress extending a full country without some serious setbacks. Turkey in the 14th and again in the 15th centuries, and England in the 18th, are examples of such long and steady advance. Here in Sweden, there were two periods when it was rather difficult to say that the real welfare of the country was enhanced. The outward glory of Charles X's reign, 1654-1660, may have cost too great a price, and the burden on the lower classes in this and the succeeding period needs to be taken into account. But we can safely say that there was no time of true retrogression in Sweden during the 17th century, or at least until 1697. The great names of Charles IX, Gustavus Adolphus, the minister, Oxenstierna, Christina, Charles X, Charles XI, loom large in European history. The impulse from 6 able rulers falling in sequence ought to be considerable if my thesis be correct, and so it actually was, or at least the 6 are correlated to a great epoch. Sweden was not only raised to a diplomatic power of the first rank, but her commercial and industrial progress was no less noteworthy. A second inspection brings out the fact that her two greatest gains were made under the leadership of the two, of all the six, who would surely be given the highest rating, namely Gustavus Adolphus and the minister Oxenstierna. The great work of Gustavus Adolphus as a champion of Protestantism is well known, but there are certain other facts in regard to his life which are sometimes overlooked, facts which make it perfectly clear that the man was a born genius, and that he was a moulder of circumstances and not their creature. First, he should recall his precocity. He was only 18 when he ascended the throne, and he already at 16 distinguished himself in war against the Danes as the actual leader of a successful army. When we should remember the great difficulties with which he was beset from the commencement of his reign, with a small army and an extended treasury, Gustavus came upon the throne at a time when his country was simultaneously at war with Russia, Poland, and Denmark, and when it seemed as if the Swedish nation would break to pieces in the hands of united enemies. Yet Gustavus not only gave them defeat, but actually gained territory at the close of these wars. Afterwards he had Tilly and Wallenstein, both consummate generals, as opponents, and fought against great odds when he united the shattered Protestant army and led it against the great House of Austria. Another direct proof of the genius of Gustavus Adolphus is that he introduced entire changes in the methods of warfare. He discovered a more efficient system than that in vogue before his time. These changes made possible the rapidity of movement and assault which characterized his victories. At that time, the greatest reliance was placed in large, unwieldy masses of cavalry. These Gustavus arranged in small, rapidly moving detachments. At the same time, he separated the battalions of infantry at a greater distance from each other, so as to give room for the play of the smaller units. The system of Gustavus was soon adopted by all the European countries and produced a revolution in the art of warfare. Gustavus also introduced reforms in the artillery, using lighter guns. He is said to have first established in modern Europe the true principles of cavalry tactics. The occupation of warfare did not by any means exhaust the energies of the Lion of the North, or prevent, as was often the case with other monarchs, needful development of the country internally. The growth of old towns and the foundation of new ones, the increase of educational facilities, of means of transportation, and the general improvement in the administration of justice were all remarkable. Much territory had been added, and Sweden had risen in a period of 20 years to a position of real grandeur among the nations of Europe. Gustavus Adolphus perished on the field of Lutzen in 1632, when only 38 years of age, what he might have accomplished had his life been spared. During the minority of Christina, there were 12 years of strength, though the nation had no royal leader. At the head of affairs was the eminent Oxenstierna, who had been valuable to Sweden in the reign of Gustavus Adolphus. The nation continued to play, in general, a successful role in the 30 Years' War, and the internal conditions remained prosperous. That the good results really depended upon this one man appears evident enough. Thus Bain, in describing the administration of Oxenstierna during the minority of Christina, says, "During his absence in Germany, the policy of the other regions had been vacillating to the verge of cowardice, but on his return all branches of the administration awoke to new life. Oxenstierna always presided at the frequent meetings of the Rad. His strong hand and watchful eye influenced every branch of the administration, and anything like slackness, disorder, or venality was impossible during his sway. Many useful reforms, too, were inaugurated. A committee of experienced jurists was appointed to improve and simplify the course of legal procedure. Trade and industry, especially the fabrication of iron and copper wire, were vigorously promoted and flourished exceedingly, so that Sweden held control of the estuaries of all the principal rivers of Germany. The regular army was reorganized and raised to 40,000 men, an enormous force for a nation with a population of only 1,500,000, while the fleet in 1640 consisted of no fewer than 40 men of war and 40 galleys with 1,300 guns, besides the Skaregårdsflotta, or scary flotilla, of 150 galleys for special service among the fjords of Sweden and Finland. After Christina became of age, she assumed the chief direction of affairs, and the first portion of her reign was full of glory. In 1645, Sweden extorted from Denmark the humiliating peace of Bromsebro. Henceforth, for the next 25 years, Sweden was justly regarded as the greatest military power in Europe. The peace of Bromsebro was the crowning work and final service of the great Oxenstierna. In 1648, the Peace of Westphalia gave Sweden the duchies of Bremen, Verden, and Western Pomerania. The last portion of this reign was not so successful. The results of Christina's strange individuality are everywhere to be seen. Though she had great wit, learning, and intellectual acumen, her gifts were rather more in nature of brilliancy of accomplishments than judgment and practical ability. And added to this, her nature was so erratic, headstrong, and passionate that she was not at all suited to be a successful ruler. Christina began her reign promisingly and encouraged trade, manufactures, industries, and also education, science, and scholarship. But her eccentricities increased, and her attachments to unworthy favourites and the general extravagance and recklessness of her conduct brought about a very demoralized state of affairs. Christina herself became tired of ruling, and the country tired of having her. The general discontent became more and more marked until her abdication, voluntary as it originally was, became absolutely necessary. It is a little difficult to estimate the tendency of Sweden during her 10-year sway. The early part of it was strong, made notable by the treaties of 1645 and 1648, and contained many inward marks of growth. The last part was clearly one of disintegration. One of the best decisions which Christina made was to have her father's nephew, Charles of Zweibrücken, become her successor. Thus Sweden got another strong king. Under Charles X, order and unity were restored. The country maintained the high diplomatic prestige which she had won in former reigns. This monarch was a very able general. His wars with Denmark were successful, and the new territory acquired was extremely important to the future of Scandinavia. It was in that Sweden acquired Scania, Halland, and Blekinge, which together formed the southern tip of the peninsula. The expenses of foreign campaigns under Charles X were very great, and perhaps the wars were not worth the price, but at least they extended the domain and enhanced the national prestige. This monarch died in his 38th year. If he had lived, he would probably have benefited the country in many lasting ways, since he seemed to be outgrowing the excessive martial spirit of his youth. Be that it may, it is very clear that his reign exhibits a course of events entirely in keeping with the reputed traits of character of this ambitious and warlike sovereign. Charles XI, his son and successor, being only 4 years old, a regency was appointed, composed of various mediocre characters, and the government sank into an extremely weak state. The finances were very badly managed, Sweden became a mercenary of France, and there was a sudden drop in her political status. Trade and industry, however, remained in a good condition, so that the total effect of the regency was not as harmful as might be expected. The period covered 12 years until Charles XI was considered to have reached his majority in 1672. He was then but 17. His education had been entirely neglected, and at first he took no interest in affairs of state, which continued for the first few years in the same bad condition, and the foreign wars were unsuccessful. These years, 1672 to 1679, covered about the first third of the reign of Charles XI, which portion was weak from every standpoint, but the remaining and more important part was correspondingly strong. By a vigorous and even tyrannical method of reform, which unjustly injured a few, yet benefited the nation as a whole, Charles brought about a restitution of financial strength, and so we find Sweden under this rude but vigorous monarch, and again advancing not only in finances, but also in agriculture, commerce, and manufactures, especially cloth and silk. Reforms in the army and navy strengthened the national defence, making the major portion of the reign of Charles XI a time of peace and prosperity. Another minority of less than a year's duration must be mentioned just before the famous reign of Charles XII. The tendency is not clearly marked, but it appears to be on the whole a successful regency. Geiger states that the government was weakened by a united regency, that there were disturbances of general discontent, but on the other hand financial management remained good. Bain, in his History of Charles XII, thus comments upon the regency. It is worth quoting in full because, picturing a considerable number of well-disposed gentlemen acting in a sensible manner for the general welfare of their country, it calls to mind one similar occurrence in Denmark, and the comparative rarity of this phenomena in any country during this age. The members of this regency, if not exactly great statesmen, were yet at any rate practical, hard-headed politicians who had not served under such a master as Charles XI in vain, and during the 7 months that they held sway, no blunders were made and no national interests were injured, which, considering the difficulties that confronted them at home and abroad, is saying a good deal. But all the work and construction which Sweden made in the last year of Charles XI was shattered to the ground by the career of one of the most extraordinary personalities of modern times, Charles XII, who show what genius can do when ambition is madness and valor is ferocity. It is not necessary to follow this monarch in his great war, the audacity which made all Europe gasp, or to go into details regarding the inner condition of Sweden. It is enough to state that his policy brought disaster to his country, and the finances were exhausted, trade and industry declined, and Sweden sank to a fourth-rate power. The Swedish Empire was never a homogeneous structure or a cohesive collection of similar racial elements with a natural bias for political unity. There were within its boundaries, besides the native population, Finns, Estonians, Letts, Lapps, Slavs and Germans, who could only be held together by force of arms. Charles directed this force of arms and all his active attention not towards the internal consolidation and management of this unwieldy mass, but spent his nation's resources in a foolhardy attempt to subdue overwhelmingly greater external powers. Intoxicated by his brilliant early successors, Charles would never listen to reasonable terms of peace, and in the end Sweden lost her lordship of the north. Russia, her ancient enemy, won it. The balance turned in favour of the country that was ruled by the greater man. Peter the Great, the inveterate rival of Charles XII, was as much a developer of Russia internally as he was a conqueror in war. Charles XII, before the end of his mad career, found himself with exhausted resources, opposed not only by the great Tsar, but also by the neighbouring states, Denmark, Prussia, Hanover, Saxony and England. Thus isolated and abandoned, Sweden was obliged to submit to such terms as are directed by her combined opponents. The results of the Great Northern War were a complete loss of the extensive provinces on the east of the Baltic, at the same time internal ruination and deepest humiliation. All this had been brought upon a land so shortly before on the pinnacle of pride and power. After the death of Charles, a drastic change took place in the methods of government, so that the position and importance of the crown were entirely altered. It came about in the following manner. It so happened that the legitimate heir, Charles' nephew, the young Charles Frederick, Duke of Holstein, was a weak, irresolute person, and also that no other close relative of the deceased monarch could command pretensions of leadership. Charles XII had no direct descendants, he had no brothers, and his two sisters were mediocre or mentally deficient. The elder of these was childless. The younger had but one son, the above-named Duke of Holstein. It was natural that Sweden, after her experience under Charles XII, should have longed for some change, but it is improbable that a former monarchy, so very limited in powers, could have been forced upon the crown if it had not been for this ancestral paucity of royal material and absence of heirs in the male line. My belief is that, had there been many direct male heirs, some of them would have had the strength to maintain the old despotism. Charles' only surviving sister was elected queen by the Riksdag, but only on the condition that she should surrender the sovereignty to them. This gives us the opportunity to see how well or how ill Sweden could prosper from 1719 to 1771, directed by her own statesmen, and under an extremely democratic form of government. All three of the sovereigns of this era were merely figureheads whose duties consisted of signing such documents as were presented to them. In character and intellect, they were all either mediocre or inferior. For the first 20 years, affairs were very well directed, and the work of restoration went on under firm but cautious control of the Chancellor, Count Arvid Bernhard-Horn. This period was fairly characterized by peace and prosperity, in which commerce, and especially iron, copper, and lumber industries, made credible advances. This much must be accredited to the Swedish people themselves, or at least to non-royal persons. That this progress depended more upon the Chancellor, Arvid Horn, than upon the general forces seems likely, since the following 31 years, which complete the democratic era, are quite the opposite in their tendencies. Peace and prosperity did not satisfy the nation. They must have the glories of war. A party of Jingoes, called the Hats, came into power in 1738. Horn was compelled to retire, and the new party was not long in bringing on a war with Russia on the most trivial pretext. The state of affairs in Europe, and the complications caused by the Austrian succession and the death of the Russian Empress Anne, led these ambitious politicians to imagine that a war against their old enemy across the Baltic might give them an easy victory. So far from this tuning out as they expected, delays and mismanagements were such that no attack was made until 6 months after war had been declared. Then the Russians dealt the first blow, which virtually settled the whole affair. Instead of winning anything, Sweden lost some more territory. Her position was ridiculous. Peace was patched up, and the greater part of Finland was given back to Sweden on condition that a candidate acceptable to Russia, an insignificant cousin of the Russian Empress, should be elected to the throne once made famous by the Vedas. During the reign of this mild and weak puppet, Adolphus Frederick, 1751 to 1771, the conditions grew steadily worse. Internal commotions, the general discontent, alternated with a state of lethargy in which manufacturers declined so that only about half as many persons were so employed in 1770 as in 1754. The so-called Age of Freedom was not an age of improvement. It was rather an age of license for the nobles. They wheeled all the control away from the Fourth Estate, bought and sold their political influence, even betrayed their country into the hands of foreigners. Towards the close of the reign, the corruption in Swedish politics became notorious all over Europe. The Republican form of government had degenerated into a corrupt oligarchy. Thus, after 50 years, that is, during the activities of fully 2 mature generations, Sweden had proved itself unfit for democratic self-government. Under practice and experience, instead of improving, she went backwards and was worse at the end than she was at the start. There is every reason for thinking that these wretched conditions would not have developed had Sweden been fortunate in having a statesman of the type of Axel Oxenstierna or Arvid Horn. One sees a considerable number of first-rate statesmen before and after this time. There are several instances which show that Sweden has some ability to progress without royal aid, but everything indicates that this has been due to the chance appearance of isolated and exceptional statesmen. The revival of agriculture, industry, and commerce which took place during the years 1771 to 1792 bears out the same view. In this instance, the statesman was also the King Gustavus III, the brilliant nephew of Frederick the Great and last of a long line of illustrious princes. Out of 19 periods, there are 5 deviations from strict parallelism between the grades of a sovereign and the conditions. Only 2 of these are in the form of opposite deviations. The minority of Christina, 1632 to 1644, was very strong through devoid of royal leadership. The great statesman Oxenstierna was at the head of affairs. In a similar way, Arvid Horn appears responsible for the progressive conditions during the first part of the reign of the puppet king Frederick I. The minority of Charles XI, 1660 to 1672, and the 7 months regency for Charles XII were in some way successful, and so far as they were so, the force of inertia seems to be the cause. Motion once well started remains in motion. Aside from these comparatively unimportant instances of departure, the kings themselves seem to be the entire story in Sweden. Beginning of the great movement of territorial expansion, the rise and fall, the minor fluctuations within the major wave, the crash from the Great Northern War under the half-mad Charles, and the reconstruction at their close under Gustavus III, all mirror the remarkable personalities of the monarchs of Sweden. The eccentricities, the absurdities, and the weaknesses of some, but above all the extraordinary energy and the idealized creative genius of others, whose prime moves in international events brought a poor and backward country into a nation of the first rank, for a time unrivaled in the continent of Europe. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Adams Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 11. Russia. Muscovite greatness begins with Ivan III in the latter part of the 15th century. Like several modern countries, France, Spain, Portugal, and Prussia, the territories which pass today under these names were at first very restricted in area. For this reason, the question of mere land expansion becomes here especially important in relation to national power. Russia was not only consolidated and founded by Ivan III, but also greatly extended under this ruler. The most cursory glance at Russian history makes it noticeable that the great territorial expansions, the most broad and striking facts in Russia's growth, have taken place under her 4 greatest sovereigns, Ivan III, Ivan IV, Peter the Great, and Catherine II. Furthermore, the expansions practically tell the whole story, because the losses of territory have hardly to be considered. Pomerania and Finland came in under Elizabeth, Smolensk and Chernigov under Alexis. Otherwise, no important territorial expansion took place except under the 4 above-mentioned rulers. This means that there were 20 periods of rule between Ivan III, 1462, and the beginning of the 19th century in which territorial expansion did not take place. Thus, a broad initial survey of Russian history shows a high correlation between conditions and rulers. Other important fluctuations of fortune, the questions of relative amount of law and order, condition of the army, treasury, commerce, agriculture, etc., also follow fairly closely the royal influence, but there are here and there unexpected deviations which need to be observed and counted. For the first 5 periods, 1462 to 1584, the whole trend is almost perfectly in accordance with the dynastic facts. Under Ivan the Great, the land was almost doubled in extent, and the internal state of the country was also much improved. This continued in a less notable way during the reign of his son, Vasily V, who followed the policy of his father. He was more industrious and brilliant, more exceedingly tenacious of purpose, and succeeded in most of his undertakings. 5 years of minority, 1533 to 1538, which are not minus in their tendency, followed, but the 9 years which closed this minority are in every way disastrous. The first portion of the regency was in the hands of the able and resolute Queen Mother Helen Glinska, who kept the disruptive forces in check. The last part was devoid of royal control, was characterized by intrigues, murders, uprisings, and disorders, in which the Tartars again harried the empire. Russia's future at this time looked very dark. Under Ivan the Terrible, 1547-1584, who, with all his mad excesses, was an intellectual, energetic, and able statesman, another period of royal progress occurred. Ivan was no soldier, and his successes were the result rather of astuteness than generalship. The conquest of Kazan in 1552 was very important, as it opened the whole Volga basin to the Russians. Ivan led his troops in person, but their victory was due more to overwhelming numbers than to merit. In the other direction, towards the Baltic, Ivan IV was not successful. Here he lost territory, though not to an important extent. On the other hand, the home region of the Cossacks was annexed. Also, the first conquest of Siberia must be noted as having taken place during this reign. This was accomplished by the Cossacks themselves, a mere handful of whom, under their leader, Yermak, brought the country under their nominal subjection. Yermak then presented his conquest to the Tsar, in exchange for which he received full pardon for certain former offences. Previous to this, he had carried his raids in the wrong direction, had been called a robber instead of a conqueror, and a price had been put on his head. Ivan had a considerable faculty for getting other people to take the burden of the risks. In this way, part of the crimes of the Tartars was conquered in 1555. The successful raids were made in this territory by the Polish Cossacks, while Ivan remained at home. All these conquests appear to be due chiefly to the general weakness of the opponents. The Siberians were too primitive and widely scattered to offer any resistance. Kazan and Astrakhan, though important cities, were comparatively easy of subjugation owing to their location and poor defense. Ivan's merit was that he realized where the weakness lay and appreciated what could and what could not be done, and stopped there. Thus, against the advice of his councillors, he refused to claim jurisdiction over the entire Crimea, the actual realization of which would have been very doubtful at that time. In all the wiles of statecraft, Ivan IV showed himself very astute, and in spite of his fiendishly brutal character, his reign was in many respects beneficial to Russia. He put a stop to anarchical conditions. He strengthened the defences of the empire by building many fortresses. He favoured trade with foreign countries and welcomed foreigners, especially the English and Scotch, who came to Russia in great numbers. It was then that Russia first emerged from the southeastern isolation. Activity in the arts and much building in Moscow, the capital, gives some impression of advancing civilization, where also for a very brief time a printing press was set up. The reign which follows counts one against sovereign rule, strictly speaking, for it was in most respects favourable and progressive, yet the Tsar Fedor was a roi fainéant, almost an imbecile. The empire was strengthened, the Tartars repulsed, Smolensk fortified, Archangel built, Swedes driven into Narva, and the Siberians still further subjugated. In addition to feats of arms, the general commercial relations of the country were broadened, trade passing through new channels. The other picture is one to suggest the presence of some single vigorous personality. The real ruler is found in Boris Godunov, a Russian nobleman who later raised himself to the actual throne. This man had married his sister of the Tsar, and was at the death of Fyodor elected his successor. His actual reign, 1598 to 1605, was a continuation of his efforts when merely the power behind the throne, yet it was an unprogressive period. An instance of circumstances being too powerful. The famine of 1601 to 1603 is said to have killed 1 million people. The results were horrible in the extreme. Like so many famines in other countries during the Middle Ages, the inevitable sequence followed. Robberies, murders, pestilence, and even cannibalism. The Tsar himself acted nobly and did what he could do to alleviate the widespread sufferings, but neither in this nor in other ways did he succeed in making himself popular, either with the lower or upper classes. He was an upstart and a tyrant. That his rule was really beneficial to Russia as a whole was not appreciated either by the ignorant masses or the self-seeking nobles. There had always been a story that the younger brother of the late Tsar Fedor had been poisoned, and that the parvenu Boris knew something about it. The real fate of this prince, whose name was Demetrius, is still shrouded in mystery, though it has given rise to much interest and speculation on account of the various impostors who came forward in his guise. The first false Demetrius was a remarkable character. Of this we may be certain, although it does not appear clear just who he was, where he came from, or by whom he was first supported. It was his appearance upon the scene in October 1604 which occupied the last 6 months of Boris's rule in the disturbances of civil war. Before the rivalries were settled, Boris suddenly died, leaving a son, Fyodor II, who was then but 16 years of age. This lad ruled but 7 weeks before he was put out of the way. Demetrius was crowned Tsar and gave proofs of personal strength and wisdom, but his reign was brief, as he in turn was treacherously murdered before a year had passed. There was a temporary re-establishment of a much more peaceful state of affairs. The impostor made himself very popular, both before and after his coronation. In fact, the Tsaritsa Martha, the mother of the real Demetrius, did not dare do otherwise than pretend to identify him and acknowledge him as her own son, so great was the enthusiasm which he had created. All these measures were extremely just and humane. A number of beneficial laws were enacted. There were even in their short time evidence of a more flourishing condition of trade and commerce. The diligence of the new Tsar was exemplary. He presided over the council every day, and after listening for hours, with an indulgent smile, to the intermediate and unprofitable debates of the boyars, would in a few moments unravel and elucidate the most complicated questions. Sometimes he gently reproached the boyars with their ignorance. "I must send you abroad to learn things," he would say. He attended all petitions personally. When his friends the Poles warned him to beware of suspicious characters, he replied there are 2 ways of ruling subjects, by tormenting or by encouraging them. I prefer the latter way. A too great freedom from suspicion was, however, the cause of his untimely death at the hands of his rival Vasily Shuisky. We may well regret that history gives us no little certainty as to the antecedents of this extraordinary usurper, the first Demetrius, and so brief a measurement of his potential possibilities. His rival obtained the object of his ambitions, and was for a short time theoretically Tsar, but his position was always a disputed one. His reign, 1606 to 1610, and the 3 years following them together, the darkest period in Russian history. Vasily Shuisky must be credited with a certain amount of ability, especially in craftiness and intrigue, but his timidity and weakness forbid him a higher than mediocre rating. Bain gives a fair summary thus. Vasily's peculiar vices tended to increase the general confusion. He was a nearsighted, nervous little old man, very shrewd and very stingy, a firm believer in magic, averse from action, and with his ears ever open to spies and detractors. As if his authority were not already sufficiently limited by his character, he proceeded to limit it still further by swearing to punish nobody without the consent of his council. At the same time he foolishly alienated his own partisans by withholding from them the promised rewards for their services, although they knew him to be very wealthy. In these circumstances, a fresh crop of pretenders was only a matter of time. Not only did 3 pseudo Demetrius appear upon the scene as instigators of lawlessness and rebellions, but the general confusion and disintegration which ensued, all the old enemies of Moscow pounced upon her. Poles, Cossacks, and Tatars all invaded Russian territory, either separately or as allies of each other. The burning, slaughter, and pillage which Russia suffered at this time nearly reduced her to annihilation. Shuisky was defeated, captured, and sent away to Poland. Russia was finally saved from the Poles, and this particular national recovery came about in a peculiar way. The end of the disintegration and the beginning of a brighter outlook took place under a national religious movement which was initiated by a certain monk, Dionysius. 3 other leaders, Prince and Pozarsky and Kuzma Minin, a butcher of Novgorod, and one of the gentry named Lyapunov, should also be accredited with the work of explaining the Poles, which seems to be much more of a general and personal movement. There is one point, however, on the other side of the question. The King of Poland at this time was a weak Sigismund III. Victories over the Poles made a good count towards progress, but general disorder and lawlessness persisted. The Poles still held many districts, and also, as the national territory was considered, the period known as the interregnum is not more than of middle grade. Sigismund III of Poland, though the candidate of one party for the throne of Russia, was either too feeble or too unlucky to meet with success. After that, the Russians looked about to find some of their own countrymen on whom to confer the crown. The choice fell on a young prince of the noble family of Romanov. Michael by name, who was nearest heir to the old dynasty, was elected boyar and received with acclamation by the people. This prince, then only 16 years of age, owed his election, in part at least, to the influence of his father, Frederick. The father was raised to a position of joint ruler along with the son. It does not appear that Michael was ever very vigorous. Certainly he was entirely a negative factor in the commencement of his reign. Both father and son were admirable characters, just and generous, and praised for their many virtues. Frederick, the father, is highly lauded for his energy and administrative ability, and the amelioration of Russia during his reign is usually attributed to him. Nothing extraordinary or revolutionary took place, but in comparison to the immediate past, a general tone was decidedly favourable. There was a diminution of lawlessness and robbery, and improvement in the army. The reign is especially noticeable for an increased activity in trades, crafts, and arts, brought to Russia by Germans, who emigrated there at the instigation of the throne. After the death of Frederick in 1633, Michael carried on the government alone in a credible manner. Michael was not perhaps a great, but was very certainly a good ruler. The universal belief in his honesty and conscientiousness was fully justified, and during his reign the downtrodden and overburdened Russian people looked to the throne alone for relief and justice, nor looked in vain. During the 5 years' minority of Alexis, 1654 to 1650, the government remained in strong hands. Boris Morozov, non-royal, was in control, and if he erred, it was on the side of too rigid severity. The army was strengthened and improved, and there was also an important codification of the laws, 1648. But the value of this legislation is problematical. The chief points which count against the regency are the numerous revolts and uprisings. Altogether this period is not a long or important one. It was a fairly reputably managed minority. The actual reign of Alexis was one of progress and importance. It paved the way for the greater period of Peter the Great. The character of Alexis was similar to that of his father and grandfather. He had an active, diligent, and well-balanced mind. The facts most worth noting are that he was extremely kind and affectionate, courteous in his manners, not at all a tyrant, yet was able to rule successfully over this wild and disorderly people. Save for occasional outbursts of passion, which appeared to have been rather examples of righteous indignation, his character was almost saint-like in its mildness. Alexis died in 1676. His son, Fyodor III, followed upon the throne, but as he was only 14 at that time, and died before he became 21, it is best to consider his reign, 1676 to 1682, as if it were a minority. There was some intrigue in settling the question of succession, but after that events are singularly favourable considering the state of rule. It is true that Fyodor was granted his minority and thus became the titulary ruler in 1679, but as he was then but 17, and there is not sufficient evidence that he acted otherwise than under the direction of his favourites, it is more in keeping with the plan I have attempted to follow not to accredit the events of 1679 to 1682 to him personally. The reforms sent a part of the general infiltration into Russia of Western ideas. A more humane penal code was introduced, also better control of the pauper classes. But the most important change occurred to the army, and consisted in the abolition of the Miesniczystwo, or priority of place. This system of family precedence had been carried to a ridiculous extreme, all ranks both civil and military being determined by an appeal to pedigrees. The measure which led to its abolition is as described by Bain. The initiator of this salutary measure was Prince Vasily Vasilovich Golitsyn, sometimes called the Great Golitsyn, who now comes prominently forward for the first time. Golitsyn, who belonged to one of the most ancient families in Muscovy, was unusually well educated. He understood German and Greek as well as his mother tongue, and could express himself fluently in Latin. Born in 1643, He entered the service of Alexis at an early age, and in 1676 was created in Bunyarin. Sent to the Ukraine to provide for its defense against the incursions of the Turks and Tatars. He served with distinction during the famous Chigirian campaign, and returned to Moscow with conviction that the Moyets-Nechesko was at the root of Muscovy's deplorable military inefficiency. The young Tsar was readily convinced of his arguments, and a special ukaz forthwith removed at one stroke an abuse which had so long appeared unassailable. The Raznyagdonivnya Knigri, or records of rank, to which the boyars had been wont to appeal as infallible authorities in all their claims for precedence, were at the same time destroyed. Henceforth all appointments to the civil and military services were to be determined by the merit and the will of the Gossadar. The fact that the dying Fyodor could so easily remove the deep-lying and far-reaching an abuse as a striking testimony to the steadily, if silent, advance of liberal ideas in Muscovite society. Even since the death of Alexis, it is often too much taken for granted that Peter created modern Russia. The foundations of modern Russia were laid while he was still in the nursery. After the death of Fyodor, the power was seized by his sister Sofia, a woman of great will and ambition, which she directed towards gaining her own selfish designs. Golitsyn became her paramour, and was openly acknowledged as such. Both were mentally gifted, but they did not succeed in bringing about prosperity. General circumstances here appeared to hold the sway. Golitsyn conducted an expedition of 150,000 Muscovites and Cossacks against the Tsars of the Crimea in 1687 to 1688, a disastrous undertaking, not because of the superiority of the enemy, but on account of the nature of the country and the vast fires which obliged a retreat. Intrigues, plot, and insurrections fill the period. The figure who next appeared upon the scene was an example, if ever there was one, which proved that circumstances may be the sport of men. In Peter the Great there is a royal personality whose genius is unquestioned. As a little boy he showed no precociousness, and was rather backward than otherwise. But by 17 his real qualities began to appear. It was at this early age that he first took matters into his own hands and became the actual ruler of his vast and turbulent country. His education had been grossly neglected. Everything that he learned after he was 8 years old was self-taught. He was extremely restless, inquisitive, and bent on vast schemes, the precise direction of which he scarcely at first knew. Russia must have a navy and a sea door for her trade. No pains were spared to effect this gigantic work. Internally the nation needed to be aroused to Western civilization. No opposition could withstand his passion for reforms. The energy, the will, the courage, and above all, the magnetic enthusiasm of Peter the Great alone make him a gigantic figure in history. For purely intellectual qualities, Peter does not perhaps belong to the very highest grades of royalty. But there is no doubt but that his mental capacity was great. Neither is there any doubt but that his long reign, 1689 to 725, was one of the greatest eras of progress for Russia. Important increases in territory at the expense of Sweden, especially the acquisition of a seaboard and founding of St. Petersburg, the betterment of the army, and the creation of a navy, an increase in the trades, commerce, and arts, are the chief features. There is nothing of importance to record on the detracting side. After the death of the great monarch, his widow, Catherine, became Empress of all Russia, and she had neither education nor the inclination to govern. The real control of affairs was divided in the hands of a newly constituted Bureau of Supreme Privy Council of 8 or 10 persons. The government was conducted in a very creditable manner, and although a brief and unimportant period must be counted, as far as it goes, in the plus direction, there are but 2 features worth mentioning. First, the diplomatic policy, which was peaceful and cautious and sufficiently dignified to command respect. Second, a lightening of the poll tax, which had weighed heavily on the peasantry. Although Menshikov exercised the ascendancy, it does not appear that he, or any other person, is to be credited with this period of progress. At the death of Catherine I, the Supreme Privy Council acted for 3 years, 1727 to 1730, but there is little to admire in their conduct, nor are the events of sufficient importance or definiteness to make worthwhile any comments on this brief period. The reign of Anne Ivanova, 1730 to 1740, is more important, but its total value is difficult to estimate. If it be, as Bain contends, a progressive period, then it must be accredited to some other cause than the direct influence of the Empress, who at least was not more than mediocre in capacity. For the sake of the argument, we may count that much against royal influences, but it must be conceded with Morfield that the reign cannot be said to have added much lustre to the annals of Russia. The very next two periods occupy the minority of Ivan IV. They are very brief, 1740 to 1741, devoid of any interest either than court intrigues, and of anything retrograding in their tendency. Elizabeth, who reigned from 1741 to 1762, though uncultivated and immoral, possessed a very keen mind. Russia made great gains during her period. Even if one is reluctant to credit much of the individuality of Elizabeth, the same cannot be said of Catherine the Great. The expansion of Russia under this woman's management, 1762 to 1796, is as notable as the decline which followed under Paul, 1796 to 1801. On the whole, Russia shows less identity between ruler and conditions than might be expected. There are 6 conflicts against 10 parallelisms, but these conflicts do not appear very significant when looked into one by one. The progressive period, 1584 to 1598, although under the titular rule of the weak-minded Fyodor I, was really in the hands of Boris Godunov, who became an actual sovereign later. The minority of Alexis, 1645 to 1650, was progressive, and success may be ascribed to Boris Moroslov. The period of Fyodor III is more difficult to explain, but lasted only 6 years. The reign of Catherine I does not mean much, as this was terminated inside of 2 years, 1725 to 1727. The reigns of Anne, 1730 to 1740, and Sophia, 1682 and 1689, on the very contrary, seem to be much affected by general causes. One reigned favourably and other unfavourably, so the great epochs in Russia's expansion took place under great sovereigns, and that this was not due to the absolutism of a former government is proved by comparisons with the more democratic periods in Sweden and the Netherlands, early Spain and early Portugal. End of section 11. Section 12. Of the Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Adams Woods. This is LibriVox Recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 12. Prussia. Looked at from the standpoint of comparative history, and the light of a long range of time, no modern nation has been more uniformly and continuously progressive than Prussia. This progress is notable for its comparative freedom from temporary declines, but until the middle of the 17th century it was not more than a dull growth, silent, loyal, and uninteresting, save that today this history happens to be the primitive history of what has actually become the leading state in one of the most formidable of the great powers. The activity of the Hohenzollerns has been almost without rest. In warfare, in politics, in finance, in government, and the royal marriage might as well, the successive princes of this line have usually gained some advantage. Each had something, little though it may have been, to the work of his predecessor. On only 2 or perhaps 3 occasions did sloth or decay become manifest. 13 reigns show enhancement of political power or national resources. Now some of these, it must be said, not more than barely turn the scales in the favourable direction. The history of all that territory now comprised in the kingdom of Prussia would lead one far afield, but inasmuch the main theme of the present investigation concerns itself with the relations of dynasties to national welfare, it will be sufficient to continue the early portion of this account to that small circle of modern Prussia. Mark of Brandenburg, in a place of large state. The name Preußen, Prussia, was originally applied to territory on the shores of the Baltic, adjacent to Lithuania, Courland, and Poland. This was for a long period under the control of the Teutonic Knights, and came by degrees under the sway of the Hohenzollerns, as did also Pomerania, which lies to the west of Preußen and to the north of Brandenburg. These various unions were brought about during the 17th and 18th centuries. They came slowly into existence, so there is no clearly defined point at which to begin the history of the modern state. Specialists may dispute as to whether this starting point be taken from the period of the Great Elector, from Frederick I, or Frederick the Great. but these differences do not bring confusion into the present inquiry, because this survey shall consider the conditions of only such geographical areas as come under the primogeniture line of the present royal family. As soon as these assertions had scoped the material in the earlier limits, the new and expanded nation shall be measured as a single entity. The Mark of Brandenburg was, during medieval times, an outpost of the empire, and advanced line defences for the Teuton against the Slav. In 1415, the Emperor Sigismund rewarded Frederick of Hohenzollern, Burgrave of Nuremberg, with the government of the Mark, as a return for services already rendered and as a pledge for a loan of 400,000 gulden. Frederick was made Markgraf, Margrave, in 1415, and Elector of the Empire in 1417, with permanent possession of the Mark. For a century previous to the arrival of the Hohenzollerns, the internal conditions in Brandenburg had been weak and declining. Still, the extinction of the Ascanian line in 1319, the central authority had become relaxed. Lawlessness and rapine had reduced the country to the lowest state of misery. Robber barons fought with each other, and powerful neighbours took such portions of the territory of Brandenburg as they were able. Thus the dominion of the Hohenzollerns acquired was at first both small in extent, about 11,000 square miles, and very unpromising in future outlook. Frederick I of Brandenburg did not wholly succeed in restoring order and affluence, but he did bring about a decided improvement compared with conditions which had persisted for many years. He was much occupied with the business of the Emperor, the Hussite wars, and affairs outside Brandenburg. But in spite of manifold distractions, the new guardian of the frontier stemmed the rising tide of lawlessness with the Mark, and started the country on its long career of growth and uplift. After many, not always successful, wars with Mecklenburg and Pomerania, he succeeded in uniting again the Uckermark to Brandenburg, thus considerably extending his jurisdiction to the north. Frederick I was the wonder of his contemporaries. In the opinion of Renach, he was a genius of the first order. Though this rating seems too high, one may easily agree with Tuttle that he was one of the first soldiers and one of the best scholars in Germany. The improvement continued under Frederick I's son, Frederick II, though the changes were not so notable. The towns of Berlin and Cologne had suffered much during the lawlessness of the previous century. These had gladly welcomed Frederick I as a champion of law and order, but now that the burghers had grown richer, they sought more prerogative. Instead of getting it, they were obliged to bow all the lower in submission, and Berlin saw a royal castle within its walls. It would be difficult to say whether this was good for the cities or not, but it is evident that the cities had not shown themselves competent to guide their own fortunes during the extended era of sovereign absence. During the Frederick II's reign, the new mark was added. Treaties were made with Mecklenburg, Saxony, and Hesse. Treaties advantageous to Brandenburg. The only point worth mentioning not on the favourable side was an increase in the national debt. Frederick II, though not as great as his father, the founder, had many exceptional qualities, tenacity of purpose being the chief. He was called by his contemporaries the Iron Man. He was equal to the average of rulers, or perhaps superior. The third of the Hohenzollerns to fill the post of elector became the most famous of the earlier members of the family. That is, the most famous of any from the 10th century to the 30 Years' War. Albert, surnamed Achilles, was perhaps not greater than some of the others of his line who are less remembered, but his type easily appeals to the imagination. A brilliant cavalier, active, adventurous, lavish in his display, his influence was not entirely for good, but his personality was paramount everywhere. Wars and the burdens of wars, enemies humbled, but at a gigantic cost. Such were the natural happenings under the guidance of a ruler like Albert Achilles. There is little more to be said of this reign, except that a strong hand kept fair order, the first essential of all prosperity. Albert Achilles was too much taken up with the business of the empire, too ambitious and self-seeking to do justice to the land of his home. At all events, the Mark of Brandenburg did not become weakened. From 1486 to 1619, a long period elapsed during which the history of the Hohenzollern patrimony offers little to interest the general reader. And all this dull routine came at a time when the history of many other European countries is filled with the stirring events of the Renaissance and the Reformation. From 1619 to 1640, mediocrity gave way to disruption, and Brandenburg became interesting, but only on account of its disasters, caught as it was in the greater whirlpool of European wars and politics. From 1486 to 1619, which carries a story as far as the ascension of Frederick William, the Great Elector, no mastermind was born to the House of the Hohenzollern. As stated at the beginning of the chapter, the efforts of the royal family of Prussia have been almost without rest, and their activities have been rewarded with a success both rare and remarkable. Even during the period of partial eclipse, some very shrewd moves were made. Some acts or innovation which looked to the future welfare of the land, but comparatively speaking, taken either in terms of their subsequent control or measured against the progress made in other parts of Europe. This 150 years spelled stagnation for the Prussian state. 7 princes ruled during this era, only 2 of whom rise a little out of the middle grade. Joachim I and John George were vigorous persons and strong of will. They seem the largest of the 7. The 2 periods which are frankly the most favourable and progressive occurred under the rule of these 2 men. This group of 7 more or less mediocre princes, with concomitant period of medium conditions, was brought to a close with the death of John Sigismund in 1619. Prussia then until 1640 took a very marked drop and then rose again after 1640 until 1685. This makes the reign of George William one of exceptional interest, coming just before the towering period of the Great Elector and following after a long era of credible though not remarkable conditions. Again following the Great Elector, another sharp downward break occurred. One genuinely glorious reign is thus placed between 2 which are acknowledged retrogressive, furnishing the student of politico-historical movements a particular fine opportunity for observation. For this reason I have made a critical study of this group of characters and weighed carefully the various facts in order to utilize to the fullest extent their important teaching. I have taken this period of history as a subject for analysis and dissection in Chapter 17, in connection with a larger question of the possibilities of arranging historical causes in the order of their weight or importance. The detailed discussion of these well-known fluctuations in Prussian development can there be seen. The upturn of 1640, which saved the state when, at the point of seeming annihilation, was sudden in its beginnings. It began even in the confusion of the 30 Years' War, and flowed out, more than anything else, the young elector's genius for army organization. Afterwards, the same mastermind made itself seen in every feature of national life. One European event which especially favoured Prussia was the expulsion of the Huguenots from France. The elector wisely offered the refugees asylum, but the coming of these desirable citizens, and the advantage which they brought to Prussia, may be as much the result of the folly of Louis XIV as the wisdom of Frederick William. The defect of the reign of the Great Elector lay in its supreme concentration. It was a one-man power. All forces of a popular nature had been strenuously depressed. The estates had ceased to have any importance. Naturally, with the death of the supreme head, such a system would fall to pieces unless a strong successor followed. The elector had been blamed for carrying the arbitrary policy too far, and from this point of view, and this only, was his regime unprogressive. The reply is that at this time, or up to this time, no other form of progress was possible save it hinged upon a more or less beneficent despotism. One must always look at history in something of a pragmatic and not an idealized and utopian way. Personal liberty is to be desired, but the rights of man cannot be counted as a national asset unless there be some assurance that the combined vice of the proletariat will work to the national and social advantage. It might be fairly contended that the Great Elector would have done better had he trained his people to self-government and his subordinates to self-reliance. But how was he to take the additional task of teacher? We know that he worked a wonderful result and pursued autocratic methods, but it is not justifiable to suppose that his work would have been injured just in proportion as he delegated authority and decision to others beneath himself. We do not know, and no one can assert, whether or not a more liberal policy would have been more advisable. After his death, affairs did go very much in 2 pieces, and the criticism of his policy finds its chief justification here. But it must be remembered that Frederick I, 1688 to 1713, The silent successor was by nature a weak man, weaker than the average of rulers by all the indications that one can obtain. If he, too, like his grandfather George William, is depreciated and blamed unjustly because of circumstances which no one could be expected to control, then how strange it is that these circumstances became uncontrollable during the years of Frederick I's tenure, but were controllable from 1640 to 1688. Afterwards, from 1713 to 1786, were again controllable. The troubles during the reign of Frederick I seem to have sprung from corruption among those high in office, from loosening the bonds of discipline among those lower down, and from the lack of a determined and self-reliant policy in dealing with other nations. Just the sort of rotting away to be expected from lack of leadership. The public treasure was squandered both by the king and by his corrupt favourites. The army did not deteriorate as much as some other departments, though it also lost rather than gained. Immigration continued to be encouraged. Some few thousand refugees entered Prussia during the reign of Frederick I, but the picture of the rural and agricultural conditions is a dark one. When he died, desolation reigned everywhere. Immense spaces remained uncultivated. The one favourable happening which proved of great advantage to Prussia was the acquisition of the full royal title, kingdom, rendering the nation independent of the empire and placing it on terms of equality with other nations of Europe. Much has been written of the importance of this step, an advance which did not come under a weak ruler. Yet this is never ascribed to other influences than the personal activities of Frederick himself. In fact, the successes of Frederick in this line is sometimes cited as a proof of his regal ability. The truth appears to be that the three strongest traits of this ruler's nature were, in the most favourable and the least flattering wording, ambition or vanity, amiability or supineness, persistence or doggedness. Frederick was determined at all costs to have the crown, and he got it. He toadied to the emperor and spent a fortune for it. It is profitless to inquire into the motives which lay back of what proved to be a far more valuable acquisition than people supposed at the time. It so happened that the two successors of Frederick I were ordained to add greatly to the national strength, to improve the finances, to expand the army, to increase the domain, and consequently to vastly enhance Prussia's international prestige. So it happened the title worked advantageously, but one might ask, did the rank of kingdom confer advantage per se? Would it have meant any real political advantage if the men who followed the first king had not been eminently constructive? Judged by analogy with other countries, we must answer in the negative. Denmark, Portugal, after 1580, and Poland, though kingdoms, remained innocuous to their rivals. Holland under stadholders gained a position among the first powers, which under the king she afterwards lost and never recovered. Though rank may count for something in international success, it is as yet unproved that any formal status, under which a nation is known, brings prestige and consideration without the actual and practical wherewithal to back up its claims. Material resources, military strength, actual or potential, combined with ability on the part of the government to control the same, would seem to be the essentials. It was fortunate for Prussia that financial depletion should cease and that the next king, Frederick William I, 1713-1740, should develop into a sovereign entirely different from his father. The contrast was complete. The father had amiability and generosity, qualities which might have stood as virtues, in a weakness and prodigality ruined the state. The son was devoid of anything bordering on generosity, cold, suspicious, cruel, determined to have his own way in everything. His brutal and domineering policy, harsh as it was towards liberty and culture, worked well for the restitution of Prussia's then declining strength. According to rank, Frederick William I occupied a place besides Charles XII of Sweden and Peter the Great, equally original in his measures for the organization of his military, administrative, and rigorously independent state. At the outset of the reign, Frederick William introduced a system of conscription, which, however, had the effect of driving young men out of the country. Finding this to be the result, this measure was suspended at once. The king wisely considered the question of population and introduced foreign colonists. From 12,000 to 15,000 Salzburgers were drawn into Prussia, so that 60,000 miles of deserted land came again under the plough, 59 royal domains, 330 villages, and 6 cities were repeopled. Training, collecting, and improving the army was a passion with Frederick William, who, in spite of his peppery temper, was a man of peace in international questions. The country enjoyed practically 25 years of peace, which was utilised at developing home industry, collecting the taxes, saving the money, reforming the judiciary, and building up a well-organised despotism. Before the death of the king, the revenue of Prussia had been doubled. Thus Frederick the Great came into a rich inheritance. Yet the favourable circumstances do not in the least explain his great success. The position of the great Frederick among royalty, reaching as he certainly does the first rank, and comparing favourably with any of the picked military heroes of the world, make it superfluous to more than point out this celebrated instance of a country coming into great importance under a great king. Although the history of the Hohenzollern dominions from 1415 to 1786 gives a correlation as high between conditions and rules as the history of any European country, even the Spanish and Portuguese monarchies, in Prussia and Brandenburg, there are no cases of plus ruler associated with minus conditions, or of minus ruler associated with plus conditions. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Adams Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 13. Austria. The history of that portion of Europe which is now ruled by the House of Habsburg, and spoken of as the Austro-Hungarian Empire, or sometimes less correctly as the Austrian Empire, contains in its record of shifting events much too complicated and render difficult the study and presentation of a unified national development. This country, like France, Spain, Portugal, Prussia, and Russia, has grown by accretions of territory, but the new additions have been less well amalgamated by the Habsburgs. Especially is this true in contrast with the first three mentioned countries, where almost immediately the new lands became French, Spanish, or Portuguese in spirit and character. Great diversity in race, language, religion, habits, interests among the various elements included within the Austro-Hungarian limits makes it inconvenient to treat this territory as if it were a single nation. Furthermore, large portions of the empire have been gained and lost from time to time by the Austrian house, gained and lost and finally reincorporated without the fluctuation having any significance at all commensurate with these outward titular changes. At times the same sovereign has ruled over Hungary, Bohemia, and Austria. At other times different members of the Habsburg family had divided the larger patrimony. At times Hungary, or Bohemia, or minor districts have been ruled by sovereigns of other dynasties, while the extension of a male line may have reinstated a Habsburg by inheritance, marriage, or election. For these various reasons, it will be simpler to confine the analysis of Austrian political and economic welfare as far as possible to the geographical area generally known as Austria proper. That is, Upper and Lower Austria together with their closely lying southern districts, Styria, Carinthia, Carniola, and the Tyrol. These form a very large, well-defined and continuous region, the fortunes of which, both geographically and politically, may be satisfactorily followed, analysed and tabulated. All these possessions came to the Habsburgs as early as the 14th century and remained under the guidance of their descendants ever since. First and foremost among the progenitors of this august dynasty stands Rudolf the Emperor, 1276 to 1291, whose single-handed effort raised his family from obscurity to consequence and laid the real foundation for the Austrian growth. Rudolf was chosen emperor not on account of his wealth and power, but for the very reason that he lacked the resources which might make him dangerous in the eyes of the electors. Just as Ducai Capet was raised to the French throne when competition for that position was at its lowest, and no one thought the crown worth the taking, so the Patriarch of the Habsburgs acquired a title that for 20 years had been as valueless as it was high-sounding. Rudolf, like Hugh, took a bankrupt business, reorganized and rehabilitated it. Although the Holy Roman Empire was never to be again what it was in the Middle Ages, the activities of Rudolf prevented a complete abandonment of the ideas and traditions which had for so long clung about this venerable institution. The period known as the Great Interregnum, and the meaningless incumbencies of Richard, Earl of Cornwall, and Alfonso, King of Castile, had reduced the imperial dignity to a shadow. Rudolf directed his attention far more towards internal affairs than to the larger questions of empire. His great merit was that of an administrator, a ruthless suppressor of rebellion and anarchy. In addition to this, his fame had been chiefly enhanced through the successful series of wars which he carried forward, and all these wars added very materially to the total area of territory which henceforth became incorporated more or less closely under the dominion of Austria proper. Rudolf was a man of gigantic physical proportions, 7 feet tall and wiry of muscle, and adamantine of will. He had a great sense of justice, a practical wisdom, and was greatly beloved by the people, over whom he ruled of the type of the beneficent despot. He is typical of a large class of early sovereigns. Rudolf died in 1291, and the history of Austria for the next 200 years is not particularly important. The general growth of Austria during these centuries, inconspicuous, was nevertheless credible, and there were not more than 2 or 3 periods, brief in duration, when forces of retrogression mastered the slowly moving train of progress. The work of Rudolf was continued under his son Albert, elected emperor in 1298, who inherited a full share of the vigour, ambition, and ability of his father. Although mixed up in the affairs of the empire and dominated by efforts to strengthen that disorganized institution, he did not neglect the ever-pressing exigency, the prime need during those ages, the quelling of lawless barons, the punishment of robber knights, and the protection of the weak against the strong, in a word, the maintenance of good governance. Between Albert I, the Emperor, and Albert II the Wise, lay 22 years of doubtful tenancy under the joint rule of the mediocre dukes Frederick and Leopold, elder sons of Albert I, and then again from 1330 to 1359 came a return to the positive conditions of the earlier reigns. There were territorial gains and judicial improvements of some importance during this period. The 2 youngest sons of Albert I, grandsons of Rudolf the Founder, now divided the government. Otto the youngest is historically obscure, but Albert seems to have been the one on whom the mantle of the father and grandsire fell. He was called the Wise, able as a soldier and political organizer, learned for the times, had the same magnanimity and sense of justice that characterized his grandfather in such a high degree. He was altogether a man useful to the best interests of his country, an important person in the long and gradual process of family aggrandizement. Albert's reign was followed by another progressive period under Rudolf IV, which, though brief in duration, contains many events of importance in the development of the country. Chief among these may be mentioned the acquisition of the Tyrol, an event directly traceable to the personal negotiation of Rudolf IV, a youthful and ambitious sovereign whose picturesque activities leave a lasting impression. Rudolf IV appreciated that, on the death of the widowed Margaret Maltasch without direct heirs, the Tyrol might revert to the House of Bavaria. Therefore, seizing the psychological moment, he crossed the Alps in the winter of 1363, paid a visit to Margaret, and by adroit persuasion forestalled the Bavarian claims and got immediate control, including Margaret, to renounce the burdens of government in exchange for the carefree pleasures at the court of Vienna. Margaret returned to the Austrian capital, and the Tyrol has since that time remained among the hereditary possessions of the Habsburgs. Rudolf then turned his attention to home affairs, and here he also succeeded in gaining practical results. He increased his income by levying taxes on wine and beer, at the same time the regulations were promulgated favourable to other lines of trade and manufacture, especially more productive and economic in value. The public revenue was spent in useful directions, and his name is memorable as a builder of the great cathedral of St. Stephen, and as founder of the University of Vienna, modelled after the University of Paris, to which were called distinguished men of learning from various parts of Europe. Rudolf IV came to the throne when only 19 years of age, and died before he was 26. Considering the maturity of his ideas, the soundness of his judgment, and the breadth of his plan, it seems fair to suppose that if Rudolf IV had lived, he would have equalled in name his namesake, the celebrated founder of the dynasty, and perhaps have risen even to the eminence of Frederick the Great or Peter of Russia. 30 years of doubtful value, 1365 to 1395, followed his death. The younger brothers, Albert and Leopold, jointly held the government until 1376, when division was made. Albert keeping Austria and allowing Styria, Carinthia, and the title to go to Leopold. Both the brothers, though differing in character, belonged to the uninteresting colourless middle grade. Albert the Patient and William de Freundlich followed, 1395 to 1406. The name remarks applied to them to their period. From 1406 to 1411 occurred a distinct relapse in the conditions of anarchy. This cannot be attributed to lack of ability on the part of the sovereign power, since one of the two brothers who governed at this time, Ernest, called Iron, was from all accounts a superior person intellectually, and his appellation referred to his own will. Ernest and Leopold were appointed joint regents until their nephew, Albert, should come of age. Both the uncles used every effort to enrich themselves at the general expense, and divided the country in a civil war. Though this weak reign is not connected with rich royal mentality, the behaviour of these two princes gives the clue to the events of the reign. The nation suffered bitterly between the savage rivalry of the uncles and lawless depredations of the barons, who, together with the robber knights and banditti, completed the devastation of the land. These conditions were reversed under Albert V, 1411 to 1439. A period of notable progress set in. The credit for all this good work is unhesitatingly given to Albert by all Austrian historians, who unite in praising a prince, whom even the Bohemian chronicler admits was good for a German. This Albert the Magnanimous, as he is called, also rendered an important service to Christian Europe by checking for a time the then rising wave of Muslim conquest and defending the frontier kingdom of Hungary against the Turks. Albert was elected emperor shortly before his death. This elevation and his marriage with Elizabeth, Heiress of Hungary and Bohemia, contributed, of course, in so far as those events had importance, that much towards increasing the prestige of the Habsburgs and focusing attention upon Austria proper. The people lamented Albert's death and feared for the future. There were two daughters but no direct male heir. The queen was, however, pregnant, for which reason all three countries, Austria, Hungary, and Bohemia, deferred the question of sovereignty until the expected birth. This proving to be a male, the infant Ladislaus, called in history the posthumous, was recognized as heir by the Austrians and Bohemians, and the three nations were in theory united, though actually the entire period is characterized by national and personal rivalries, intrigues, and internecine wars. Hungary became divided on the question of accepting Ladislaus as king. The Austrian party failed to make valid its claim in the kingdom, and Hungarian affairs came under the control of the afterwards famous John Hunyadi. In the wars against the Turks, this great general won long-remembered glory, though the Christians did not do more than hold their own against the suggestions of Murad II. This itself was an achievement for which Western Europe had good reason to feel grateful. Austrian affairs continued to ferment during the reign of Ladislaus the Posthumous. There was no settled government. The king himself, a weak and unpromising youth, died in 1457 before reaching maturity. The part played by Austria proper in this urgent defence of Christendom was at that time inconspicuous. No great change came about for fully half a century. The disputes between the brothers, Frederick and Albert, occupied 7 uninteresting years. A more firm and enterprising prince than Frederick might have secured control of the three countries, Austria, Hungary, and Bohemia. The circumstances then seemed propitious. As it was, affairs dragged along without much significance, backward if anything in that movement under the divided supervision of the two brothers. There was little change under Frederick's own control when from 1463 to 1493 he reigned as Roman Emperor and Archduke of Austria, Frederick III. During this period the Turks made frightful inroads under the great Mohammed II, and to troubles from this quarter were added greater troubles arising nearer home. Matthias Corvinus, King of Hungary, had a grievance to avenge. Before questions were adjusted, the Austrians found themselves no longer masters of their own capital. The Hungarians were on every side victorious, and it was only through promise of a large sum payment that the conquered territory was allowed to retrocede to its former owners. The internal administration of Frederick III was weak, and he was unable successfully to manage either his own territory or the larger affairs of empire. Yet there was one important achievement which enhanced the power and prestige of Austria. Frederick III worked in a slow, persistent way, always with an eye to benefiting his own family and private interests. He succeeded in procuring for his only son, Maximilian, the richest heiress in Europe, Mary of Burgundy, daughter of Charles the Bold. She was the last representative of the Burgundian line, and inherited then enormously rich Low Countries. The bringing about of this marriage, viewed in light of its subsequent importance, may well be considered counterbalance to the internal commotions which marked the reign. Possessed of no genius whatever, but endowed with extraordinary tenacity of purpose, Frederick knew how to wait, and also how to outlive all his neighbours and all his enemies. It was thus he was able laboriously to unite the whole of the territories to the House of Habsburg, and to secure to his own line the almost unbroken succession to the imperial crown. There is much to be said on both sides of the question if one is to form any estimate of the personal characteristics of the reign of Frederick III, for it belongs in that borderline between true superiority and a larger group of the moderately endowed. Rank gives a succinct, summarized judgment worth quoting here in full. His frugality bordered on avarice, his slowness on inertness, his stubbornness on the most determined selfishness, yet these faults were rescued from vulgarity by high qualities. He had at bottom a sober depth of judgment, a sedate and inflexible honour. The aged prince, even when a figurative imploring succour, had a personal bearing which never allowed the majesty of the empire to sink. In speaking of the general condition of his reign, Hank says, we see the reign of Frederick III as by no means insignificant, as is commonly believed. His latter years, especially so full of difficulties and reverses, were rich in great results. The House of Habsburgs, by the acquisition of Austria and the Netherlands, had acquired a high rank in Europe. The internecine wars of Germany were almost entirely suppressed. The Thespian League gave to the House of Austria a legitimate influence in Germany such as it had not possessed since the time of Albert I. If the period and personality of Frederick III are of dubious merit, the same cannot be said of Maximilian I. From this time begins the real greatness of Austria and her entrance into the Congress of the Powers. This came through matrimonial alliances more than the fortunes of war. The chief military exploits occurred in foreign lands, and while the desultory and erratic campaigns do not, as a whole, spell success, they do not appear detrimental to Austria, except as they abstracted large sums of money from that country. Maximilian lent important aid towards establishing the Bavarian succession, for which he demanded and received a number of valuable cities and minor districts: Kufstein, Geroldsek, Neuburg on the Inn, Kirchberg in Subia, the lordships of Rottenburg, Kitzbühel, and Wissenhorn, and the Landgravate of Alsace. He had already added the counties of Gorica, Mitterberg, and Pastrathal, and afterwards gained some increased jurisdiction on the Adriatic. Thus, from the territorial aspect, this reign was progressive. It was also extremely so from the more important standpoint of eternal administration. Beneficial reforms took place in all ways, leading to the better establishment of authority and peaceful jurisdiction. Maximilian was an autocrat, a brilliant, persuasive, and acknowledged leader. Such results as there were, both for good and or evil, came directly from him. His talent for organization cannot be doubted. It is clear to be seen in all of those reforms associated with military affairs, and particularly military technique. He formed the first standing army in Austria, in the improvement of the then primitive art of gun and cannon construction and the manufacture of powder. He was considered one of the leading authorities of his day. In diplomacy, he was too impulsive to succeed well, but in one regard his external policy led to the most important results. Maximilian had a great deal to do with arranging the marriages of his offspring, and it is well recognized that these marriages enormously raised the power and prestige of the Habsburgs. Maximilian brought about the marriage of his only son, Philip, with Joanna, heiress of the great Spanish possessions. He arranged the marriages of his grandchildren, Mary and Leopold, each in a way to bring afterwards into his family the kingdoms of Hungary and Bohemia, although the fortunes of these countries must be considered independently, and not as additions to the Empire of Austria. The fact that Austria was the home territory naturally raised that country in prestige and rendered it the cynosure of attention, which is held in the eyes of Europe for many years to come. Charles V succeeded Maximilian, but his reign is not important owing to its brevity. Within 2 years a settlement of the West Habsburg possessions gave Charles the Low Countries, Spain, Naples, Sicily, and the Indies, while the younger brother Ferdinand received the Austrian estates including Carinthia, Carniola, and Styria. Ferdinand I, 1521-1564, was prudent, learned, amiable, and well-intentioned, and withal a man of wisdom. He was especially noted for his many virtues, and his reign of 43 years, everything considered, gave satisfaction to the majority of his subjects. In the foreign and domestic wars, success about balanced failure. There were territorial additions to offset territorial losses. The army improved while the finances declined, though an important act was passed to regulate the value of coinage. It was a period full of more than usual difficulties owing to the confusion of the Reformation. In the reign of Ferdinand I does not stand out as one of importance or glory, but it is at least of considerable merit that the destructive forces of the time were not allowed to take a headlong course, and liberality and moderation earned a fair success. The reign of Maximilian II, 1564-1576, appears to have been more successful than his predecessors, at least if we are attempting to judge purely materialistic conditions. In the great religious questions of the time, Maximilian II steered a middle course. In this way he naturally gave satisfaction to neither party, was criticized for his lack of firmness, and, as it turned out, he only delayed the final settlement. But if the actual conditions of his reign be alone considered, these years of recuperative strength spent in the enjoyment of profound peace must be accepted as plus in their virtue, and they also call forth, at least, a passing comment on their significance in relation to the great idealistic movement. It was a time when religious controversies filled all men's minds, when the age of the Reformation was in full swing all over Europe, and yet 12 years of peace and religious quiet are to be found in Austria, reflecting perfectly the characteristics of a sovereign described by all as moderate and peace-loving in his nature. These conditions did not continue after Maximilian's death in 1576. The whole character of affairs changed. The government became weak and corrupt. Religious disputes were not the only source of trouble. To these were added political and economic difficulties, party intrigues, and a peasants' war. Rudolph II was a markedly weak ruler, indolent, self-indulgent, and finally a drunkard, subject to periods of melancholia. He resigned in 1611, but his brother Matthias, 1612-1619, who had intrigued for the throne, though ambitious in spirit, proved no better as a sovereign. His abilities were mediocre, and increasing years only brought indifference to affairs of state. The reign of Monarchs was a period of distinct decline. Under Ferdinand II, 1619 to 1637, there were a variety of forces at work, the whole presenting a doubtful picture. It was a period of Tilly and Wallenstein, of the famous events of the earlier portions of the 30 Years' War. Austria barely held her own in the giant struggle. It was not like the reign of Maria Theresa, important in the development of Austria, nor can Ferdinand II be classed among the great of royalty. The reign of Ferdinand III, 1637 to 1657, gives equal difficulty to the classified of historical events. Internal peace, constitutional progress, and monetary betterment stand against failure in foreign policy, in addition to which must be noted a continuance of the phenomena, depopulation and emigration, which marked the previous reign. Ferdinand III was not himself a remarkable individual. Under Leopold I, 1655 to 1705, a decided improvement set in. The army was strengthened and gave a good account itself. The peace of Kolowitz closed the Turkish situation greatly to the advantage of Austria. Finances alone showed decline. It cannot be said that Leopold himself was a great sovereign. He was a faithful, hard-working man, remarkable more for his private virtues than his mental abilities. The success of his reign must be ascribed to other sources. Two eminent persons who aided Austria at this time were John Sobieski of Poland and Eugene of Savoy. Joseph I, 1705 to 1711, was a keen and vigorous personality, and stamped his impress on the 6 years which followed the death of Leopold. The actual management of affairs was much in the hands of the great prince Eugene of Savoy, but no attempt will be made to separate their respective shares of influence. Charles VI, 1711 to 1740, is also reflected in precisely the opposite way. The latter part of his period is one of the weakest in Austrian history, both internally and externally. The finances were seriously depleted. The army reached a wretched condition. The wars against the Turks brought disgrace to Austria. Demoralization characterized all affairs of state. Industry and commerce received encouragement, and here a credible advance was made. But the rein taken by the large must certainly be adjudged disastrous. When the personal traits of Charles VI are considered, one has difficulty in placing this monarch in any ordinary scale for intellectual gradation. From the fact that he was not really lacking in natural capacity, yet it happened that the kind of things he chose to learn are little valued in a ruler. He was proficient in music, interested in science, and a patron of the arts, at the same time willing enough to work on the more urgent affairs of state. But his mind was incapable of dealing with the large practical question of his time. He did not command respect. Though he founded academies or composed an opera, he could not manage his own household. His intentions were honest, and he was anxious to govern with wisdom and justice. These good qualities were counteracted by narrow jealousy, love of adulation, and obstinacy. He succeeded to his dominions in a high state of power and splendour, and left them in the lowest degradation and weakness. Again, Austria raised herself, this time under the rule of one of the most famous women of history. When Maria Theresa came upon the throne in 1740, the finances were exhausted, the national credit was gone, agriculture was in a bad state, a general helplessness pervaded everything. It seemed as if Austria was to be devoured by her enemies, Saxony, Bavaria, Prussia, Spain, and Sardinia. Before Maria Theresa's death, 40 years later, everything was changed. Financial strength was re-established by a rigid economy, coupled with improved taxation. The various portions of the nation were unified. Commerce and agriculture improved, the army was reorganized, the navy began to be a force. In fact, Austria had become a decisive power in the affairs of Europe. Industrial improvement had taken several forms. Skilled foreign artisans were encouraged to immigrate, technical schools were established, restrictions concerning trade removed, and spinning and weaving increased considerably. A few quotations will give a fair view of the importance of the reign of Maria Theresa and of the characteristics of the Empress herself. On the ascension of Maria Theresa, writes Sommenfels, the monarchy had neither external influence nor internal vigour. For ability there was no emulation and no encouragement. The state of agriculture was bad, trade miserable, finances badly managed, and credit bad. At her death she left to her successor a kingdom improved by her many reforms and placed in that rank which its size and fertility and the intelligence of its inhabitants ought always to enable it to maintain. Maria Theresa had certainly greater claims to the title of great than had Catherine of Russia. A woman distinguished for beauty and for a character far surpassing in vigour than of many of her ancestors. Wraxall gives a few personal touches as follows. Pleasures in the common acceptation of the term she can scarcely be said to allow herself. She rises at 5 in summer, 6 in winter. Parsimonious of her time, she usually dines alone and instantly resumes the consideration of public affairs. Nourishes many narrow and illiberal prejudices unworthy of a great sovereign. Those who judge severely incline to condemn her for too great a propensity to munificence. Little has age dried up or closed the channels of her liberality. She delights to give, to relieve distress, and to extend assistance to merit. Her talents are confessedly good and much above mediocrity. It is not saying enough merely to assert that she possesses more capacity than her father or her grandfather, Leopold, both of whom were princes of very moderate endowments. Cooks describes her thus: easy of access to all her subjects, affectionate to her family, kind to her domestics, and undoubtedly charitable, but without ostentation. She combined private economy with public liberality, dignity with condescension, elevation of soul with humility of spirit, and the virtues of domestic life with the virtues which grace a throne. But it must not be concealed that she was subject to the failings of human nature, of which the best characters are not exempt. She readily gave ear to spies and informers, encouraged tales of private scandal, and indulged in unwarrantable curiosity in prying into the secrets of families. Her death, however, was a general loss to the people, who adored her. Her reign is considered as the best and most glorious era of their history, and the halcyon days of Maria Theresa are still proverbial throughout the whole extent of the Austrian dominions. Maria Theresa's son, Joseph II, 1780 to 1790, was a strange character built of absurd contradictions. He was a man who wished to bring about democratic equality, yet sought to do so by autocratic coercion. Little educated himself, he was partial to the encouragement of the sciences and the arts, though his ideals seemed prompted by the highest altruisms. His method was tainted by duplicity, selfishness, and vanity. Personally brave, ambitious, and eager for military renown, he was a very poor general and could not even inspire ordinary respect. A mania for reforms of the most sweeping and ill-digested nature characterized his policy. Austro-Hungary was a country unevenly broken up and diversified in races, religions, languages, customs, laws, and institutions. All this was to be obliterated, and a unified and centralized nation was to bring about a speedy and ready-made utopia. Joseph tried to abolish all distinctions of religion, language, and manners. He divided the Austrian monarchy into 13 departments to be governed under a uniform system, paying no heed to the natural forces of conservatism or the innumerably diverse habits and ideals of different social classes and ethnic groups. Such revolutionary reforms shocked and alienated all parties. At first, the peasantry, expecting benefits, were on his side, but enforced conscription turned even the lower classes against this new absolutism, masking in the guise of philanthropy. This reign occupied a decade, unsuccessful as regards internal administration and inglorious in war and diplomacy. The personal eccentricities of Joseph II are everywhere to be seen, and to the accidental appearance of this one man may be ascribed the unusual trend of historical events. During the last part of this reign, Austria gained a number of victories over the Turks. For these successes, the country had to thank the veteran Marshal Leudon and the Duke of Coburg. But apart from these victories, the conditions during the reign of Joseph II are clearly enough the handiwork of the monarch himself. The next sovereign, Leopold II, naturally had a hard task. His rule was brief, lasting only 2 years. Yet time enough elapsed to completely alter the state of affairs which prevailed under Joseph II. The whole policy of the nation was reversed. The Einheitsstaat theory was abandoned. A return was made to the old forms of government, and the Church was again looked to for strength and support. Leopold's reign is so transitory, and the conditions of the whole continent of Europe became so momentous and threatening at that time, owing to the French Revolution, that opinions naturally vary as to the wisdom of Austria's internal policy and diplomatic position. One thing is certain, that a distinct change was brought about on the death of one sovereign and by the initiative of another, and this change was on the whole for the better. Leopold had shown himself an able administrator during his protracted residence in Tuscany, and it would have been interesting to have seen how well he would have managed the larger affairs of empire had he lived longer. Archdeacon Cox closes his history of the House of Austria with the following passage. Leopold is known rather as the Grand Duke of Tuscany, which country he ruled 25 years, than as sovereign of the Austrian dominions and Emperor of Germany, because he did not move long enough in the elevated sphere to fix the public opinion. But if we may judge from effects, we cannot withhold great praise from a sovereign who within the short space of a single year relieved the country from foreign war and internal commotion, who baffled a great companion which threatened the independence of his house, and established a throne which at his ascension was tottering to its very foundations. Other historians agree that Leopold was a clever, tactful administrator. Thus, Austrian successors have been very much bound up with the personal qualities of the Habsburgs. For a long time their country figured little in European affairs, though often the Caesars of empire sat on the throne of St. Stephen. Except for Rudolf the Founder, no sovereign of higher mental rank came in the Austrian line until Maximilian I and Charles V, and these rather celebrated rulers do not match up well with Peter of Prussia, Gustavus of Sweden, Frederick the Only, or the Great Elector. The Emperor Charles V, of that matter, was but a short time in control of Austrian affairs. This to his side, Maria Theresa is certainly the most intellectual sovereign among the Habsburgs, from the death of Rudolf to the French Revolution. It is a fact that under Maria Theresa, the one great national movement took place, the one period when very much is to be said concerning Austria's advance. Because of all this, I am inclined to advance the view that Austria might have figured far more powerfully in European history, and the Holy Roman Empire might have remained for a longer time something more than a figment and a fancy, had there happened to be born more great monarchs among the Habsburgs. End of section 13. Section 14. Of the Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Adams Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 14. Turkey. No history makes more remarkable reading than the rise and the decay of the Turkish Empire, and none proves more clearly the vast importance of individual leadership. Probably no other dynasty can show such an almost unbroken succession of great rulers, such single-minded despots as the early descendants of Osman, who for 3 centuries and a half ceaselessly conquered and welded out of Hellenistic ruins the vast Mohammedan world power. Nor, on the other hand, can we easily find another country where the fall from eminence is so sudden, or where so many weak rulers directly follow one another. 9 vigorous and able leaders are associated with the construction of the Ottoman Empire. 6 weak sultans follow these and parallel the rapid and continuous decline. Turkey should be compared in this respect with Castile-Aragon, United Spain and Portugal, where the political and dynastic changes were similar, being first strong and then weak. But the peninsular monarchies never showed so many repetitions of the same type without contrasts scattered here and there to break the uniformity. The first 7 sultans were Osman, Okan, Murad, Bayezid, Muhammad I, Murad II, and Muhammad II, the Conqueror. These were, without exception, very able personalities, and the father of Osman, who, though not an independent sultan, did a great deal to pave the way for the great dynasty that was to follow him, might also be included. This nomad adventurer, Ertugrul by name, was at first but the leader of a small wandering tribe, who, for service rendered to the Seljukian monarch Alauddin, received grants of land in northwest Asia Minor, which small nucleus became a starting point of the Turkish Empire. Each of the 7 sultans who followed added considerably to the power of the one who had gone before. The steadiness of the growth from the middle of the 13th century to the death of Muhammad II in 1481 is as unusual as is a succession of 7 strong rulers. In the course of the uplift, an interesting and instructive break occurred between the years 1402 and 1413. For a time, weakness and disruption became great. It seemed certain that the Ottoman Empire would fall speedily to pieces. This period, an interregnum, gives us definite dates and undeniable facts. The sharp and brief decline goes a long way towards proving that the progress really depended upon the presence of the strong rulers, and that affairs at any time would have turned in the opposite direction had their central support been withdrawn. As it happened, Muhammad, and was the fittest of the rival princes, won his right to succession and brought about a reorganization of the tottering empire. This struggle gives rise to a true survival of the fittest. It took place in at least 2 of the 10 generations, which produced all 9 extraordinary sultans. If nothing of this sort had occurred, and each instance the firstborn son had received the insignia of sovereignty, we should not expect from the probabilities of hereditary that a series of strong types would thus have persisted. This would have been very improbable for the reason that some of the eldest sons would have inherited the mediocre qualities which formed the greater portion of their maternal pedigrees. There is no evidence that any of the mothers of the sultans, with the exception of the mother of Okan, had distinguished forebears. The first 9 strong sultans are broken by the interregnum already spoken of between the 4th and 5th, and by the mediocre Bayezid II, who is number 8. His reign from 1481 to 1512 was not signalized by any advance against the Christian frontiers, and is the first period in which the Mohammedan progress is not perfectly evident. Bayezid II was a peace-loving monarch, whose many virtues are highly praised. The conditions of the country were in the main stationary. His son and successor, Selim I, was another instance of the selection of the fittest from the standpoint of governing ability, and during the rule of this noted warrior, the Turkish domain became doubled in extent. Kurdistan, Syria, and Egypt were conquered. Suleiman the Magnificent ends the list of the 9 great sultans, and under his sway, 1520 to 1566, the Ottoman Empire reached the summit of its glory and power. Hungary, Transylvania, Rhodes, and a large part of Armenia had been conquered. This, together with the territories acquired by the earliest sultans, made a realm so vast and powerful that Christendom trembled for its very existence. It is not necessary to enumerate the various seas of antiquity that were included in the Ottoman suzerainty, nor to enlarge upon the wealth, splendour, and great building activity which characterized this period. It is enough to point out that Turkey reached its apogee in the middle of the 16th century, and that this was coincident with the most progressive single reign which event took place under the greatest of his great sultans, Suleiman the Magnificent. It is worthwhile to take a survey of the various types of moral character exhibited by these remarkable sultans of the early period of the 13th to the 16th century. Fierce, cold-blooded, cruel and unjust might be the type expected. If the age in which men live is anything of that influence which so many claim for it, but as a matter of fact, only 3 of the first 10 sultans conformed to this picture of a terrible Turk and fulfilled this preconception. But Yazid, the Thunderbolt, was such a character, and so was the cruel and faithless Muhammad II and bloodthirsty Selim I. But examples of the opposite type are more numerous. The upright Orkan, who is not in the least cruel, the just magnanimous Muhammad I, the humane and equally just Murad II, the mild and virtuous Bayezid II, and the 3 others, namely Othman I, Murad I, and Suleiman I, were essentially well-meaning, with an excellent sense of justice, and possessed many virtues. They were not wantonly cruel, but it cannot be denied that various isolated crimes, especially murders, must be charged against these 3 rulers. These high-handed acts of lawlessness, which would seem impossible in a modern Western civilization, were carried out in a cold-blooded way against the members of the Sultan's ministry or of his own family. They seem to have been actuated usually by fear of rivalry, and were generally looked upon as necessities of state policy. Indeed, it was a settled custom that the Sultan, upon coming to the throne, should either cause his brothers to be killed or kept in close confinement. Here we have, it seems to me, an example of what the spirit of the times may do, and what it may not do. It could not make the first 10 sultans conform to any definite type of character. It could not eliminate the extravagance of the contrasts. 3 cruel and tyrannical, but 4 mild and humane. But as far as the other 3 are concerned, it would seem that surrounding circumstances had at least determined or allowed the acts of violence. The Ottoman Empire, formed under great organizers and military leaders, became a power so extensive and an organization so perfect that even 8 years under the besotted and imbecile son of the great Suleiman could not more than barely turn the balance in the opposite direction. Under the weak Sultan Selim II, the inevitable personal intrigues among those high in the circles of the court worked their fatal consequences, and the defeat of the Turks at Lepanto gave the first serious setback. But for the most part, the generals and statesmen trained under Suleiman continued to act as before. Even some new territory, Cyprus and Tunis, was added to the empire. The presence of the Grand Vizier Sokoli probably had much to do with the continuity. He was a very able man, and had been Suleiman's chief lieutenant, and exercised great ascendancy over most of the affairs of state during the reign of Selim II. When Sokoli's authority was weakened and broken by the corrupt influence of favourites and women at the court of Selim's successor, Murad III, the shock of falling empire was felt throughout the Ottoman world, spreading from court to capital, from the capital to the provinces, and at last becoming sensible even to foreign powers. Murad III, 1574 to 1595, under whom the great decline first began, was the second in the continuous chain of 6 weak sultans. After this came 1 strong ruler, then 1 weak, and then 1 strong, and then 7 weak. A line of as many as 6 or 7 weak rulers in uninterrupted succession is extremely rare in European history. This is the only instance I recall of such protracted misfortune. Even in early Scotland, when there were so many minorities, and where feeble rulers were so numerous, there were never 6 in continuity. The line of weak sultans carries us from 1566 to 1623. The picture of one reign is characteristic of all. Insubordination, revolts in the army, defeats in battle, loss of territory and prestige, internal misery, intrigues, disorders, murders and robberies. These are the headings of page and paragraph. Then from 1623 to 1640, a sharp right-about face occurred. The army was reformed. Order and discipline were established. The revenues were much more honestly administered. Baghdad was retaken from the Persians, and Turkey began to regain her former position. Murad IV, who reigned during these years, was, in spite of his cruelty and vices, a particularly vigorous, decisive, and courageous character. Under his weak brother Ibrahim, the downward movement recommenced and runs into the minority of Muhammad IV, and then sharply the years 1656 to 1676 mark a contrasting picture. The whole merits some detailed description. First, let it be fully realized how strongly these 20 progressive years stand out in the chronology of declining Turkey. These dates correspond exactly at the beginning and end of the rule of the two famous Grand Viziers, the elder and the younger Koprili. They were father and son, both men of high ability and lofty aims. A few lines from the historian Creasy will give a good idea of the importance which is attached to the careers of these two statesmen. A stern correction of abuses was required, and Koprili the elder applied it, not indeed with the ostentatious cruelty of Sultan Murad IV, but with the same searching and unsparing severity which had marked that monarch's rule. No delinquency, past or present, no preparation for plot or mutiny escaped the vizier's vigilance. He planted his spies in every province and town, and secured the agency of trusty and unquestioning executioners of his commands. The impress of resolute will was felt throughout the empire, and men obeyed without hesitation. The man whom they received never to hesitate himself, never to collect or abandon those who served him, and never to forgive those who thwarted or disobeyed him. The revolts which had raged in Transylvania and Asia Minor were quelled. The naval strength of the empire was revived. The Dardanelles were fortified. The Ottoman power beyond the Black Sea was strengthened by the erection of castles on the Dnieper and Don, and, though the war in Candia still lingered, the islands of Lemnos and Tenedos were recovered from the Venetians. His own authority in the empire was unshaken until the last hour of his life, and he obtained for his still more celebrated son, Ahmed Koprili, the succession to the Grand Vizierate. Ahmed Koprili was a real ruler of Turkey from 1661 to his death in 1679, and he is justly eulogized both by Ottomans and Christian historians as the greatest statesman of his country. The value of such a minister as Ahmed Koprili to Turkey was soon proved by the rapid deterioration in her fortunes under his successor in the Vizierate, Kara Mustafa or Black Mustafa, a man whose character was in every respect the opposite of Koprili's. All this offers excellent proof that the broad decline in the Ottoman Empire, which began with the death of Suleiman the Magnificent in the middle of the 16th century, was not due to essentially external or general causes. Here, 100 years after that time, two periods of distinct reorganization and progress were possible under Koprili and Murad IV. The peculiar fact that a period of decline under Ibrahim comes in between the two should be especially noticed. This makes it unlikely that any general forces of a favorable nature were at work at about the time between 1623 and 1676 to favour Murad IV and Koprili. This brief analysis of the Empire of the Turks is brought to a close by a second succession of weak sovereigns, covering little more than a century, showing nothing of interest beyond a rapid decline, and then a low, dead level apathy, during which the sick East may be said to have temporarily convalesced on only two occasions. The early part of the reign of Mustafa II shows a slight recovery. The Sultan himself led his troops against the Austrians, gaining an important victory, and applied every effort towards improving the internal condition of the country. Much was accomplished during his year, but after Prince Eugene of Savoy appeared upon the field of battle, the crescent soon went down before him. This sudden spurt terminated abruptly, and very shortly after this, the character of the Sultan took on a complete change. He became as indifferent and dissolute as he was formerly vigorous and decisive. Everything went to pieces. Even the temporary organization of forces under the last of the great Koprili amounted to nothing. The famous peace of Karlowitz in 1699 proclaimed the final exodus of Turkey from the ranks of directly aggressive European powers. Since then her importance became diplomatic, and for what she herself might do, but for what other ambitious powers might do with her. It is true that the Ottomans were occasionally successful in warfare, and there is a broad general improvement during the first half of the 18th century, which is the only movement of its nature in Turkish history that is not associated with great names and personal leadership. This recovery in the strength of the Porte appears to be due to general European conditions and to weakness and mismanagement on the part of her rivals. The success of the Turks against Peter the Great at the Pruth in 1711 was probably due to the ill-advised campaign of the Russians, who had an army far too small to cope with the numerically powerful Ottomans. The great activities of Sweden under Charles XII also indirectly favoured the Turks. The reign of the weak Mahmud I, 1730 to 1754, which followed this period, was even more a time of triumph for the Turks. It would appear that the support of France, and especially the work of Villeneuve and Bonneval, had much to do with the consideration shown Turkey in the Treaty of Belgrade in 1739. Probably the mismanagement of the Austrians had contributed much. It was not the good fortune of the sublime Porte to long enjoy an easy couch for insultance, nor did her tormentors long remain in abeyance. The reign of Othman III passed briefly 1754 to 1757 without any important significance. 4 years of prosperity followed until 1761 under the guidance of the able statesman Raghib. The remaining years of the rule of the mediocre Mustafa III were filled with disasters. This is equally true of the period of the weak Abu al-Hamid, so that the 29 years which bring Turkish history to 1789 are years of disorder, defeat, and further loss of territory. Here Russia and Austria became triumphant. Thus the whole history of Turkey from the 13th to the 19th century, in its growth and decline, shows 10 progressions under strong and 10 declines under weak sultans. Her great and able viziers, especially the Kuprili family, who formed an innocent dynasty behind the throne, did much from time to time, but the areas of progress under the Grand Viziers were not as important or as numerous as those under the sultans. There are 4 occasions during which Turkey advanced under weak monarchs but strong viziers. There are 10 periods when the progress is directly traceable to the sultans themselves. There is but one period, that between 1730 and 1754, not almost perfectly paralleled by the mental capacity of individual leaders. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Adams Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 15. Scotland. The early history of Scotland is one of great confusion. Even down to the 18th century, the annals are filled with party strife, border raids, and petty warfare. Frequent changes in the government make the national conditions of progress and decline not as definitely marked as in most countries. Scotland was a very backward nation, and continued till recent times in a condition of lawlessness, rudeness, and ignorance, long after some parts of the continent had reached a high degree of culture and splendour. I shall not attempt to trace the history of Scotland prior to 1306, the accession of Robert Bruce. This national hero, who stands in comparison with his successors somewhat isolated in grandeur, did a great deal for his country besides freeing it from the overlordship of England. He, to a considerable extent, consolidated the rival elements, and the legal aspects of his administration should not be overlooked. At the Parliament of Scone in 1318, many wise laws were passed touching the administration of justice, the organisation and mustering of the army, and freedom of the Church. It is true that the long wars of Bruce's reign had their dark side, especially in their effect on the condition of the poorer classes, but the general tenor of the period was doubtless successful. He was not only beloved in his own day, but his memory was long after venerated, a notable career and an excellent instance of personal influence. The next administrator was the Earl of Moray, who acted as regent from 1329 to 1332. Here one notes, as elsewhere, that minorities themselves are not to blame when conditions are found to be weak. Macaulay cites Scotland to prove that minorities are harmful, but the fault lies not in the form of government, but in the absence of a strong hand. The Earl of Moray was a just, vigorous, and wise man. His administration was eminently successful. The next regent, Donald, Earl of Mar, a nephew of Robert Bruce, held the reins but a very short time, for he soon led the nation to disaster, and was defeated and slain in 1333. Mar is described as having no qualifications for the office. The remaining years of the minority of David II were equally unsuccessful. Disaster, defeats, and confusion filled the period. 4 different persons occupied the office of regent, but no vigorous characters can be found. David II himself proved a weak king. He is summarized as incapable, headstrong, extravagant, passionate, and addicted to pleasures. As for national affairs, the Scots were defeated at Neville's Cross. The English overran the southern part of Scotland and the king was taken a prisoner to England, being released only after his countrymen had paid a large ransom. The eternal state of the nation was deplorable. Turbulent nobles impoverished the commoners, and the commoners flew at each other's throats. Notwithstanding this, some parliamentary advance can be discovered. In attaining parliamentary growth under a weak king, Scotland resembled England. She did the same, it should be noticed, under a latter weak king, Robert III. These facts should be contrasted with the stunted growth of the parliaments in Castile, Aragon, and Portugal. Under Robert II, 1371 to 1380, who founded the House of Stuart, there was some improvement. The Scots were victorious at Otterbourne, which did much to remove the dread of England, and gave a greater national prestige, but still the internal affairs of the northern kingdom remained very unsatisfactory. Continued warfare exhausted the country, and social and material progress was much retarded. Robert II was not a great, though he was a naturally clever person. He was lazy, at that time of life already in declining health. The portrait of the first of the Stuarts is drawn by Froissart as a man not valiant, with red bleared eyes, who would rather lie still than ride. His son, Robert III, was even more indolent, and was furthermore deficient in natural parts. He held no power of the nobles or over his jealous and turbulent brothers, and the whole picture of Scotland is one of dire confusion, of English raids and private warfare, and before noted, in spite of this lack of leadership, Parliament met and enacted new laws which somewhat bettered the condition of the lower classes. In the next period occurs the first able and vigorous leader since the Earl of Mar. This man was Robert, Duke of Albany, a younger son of Robert II. Although no sudden, complete and wonderful change took place, there is no question but the 16 years accredited to him account for decided improvement. First, the complete subjection of the malcontents. Second, the important victory of Harlaw, though under the leadership of another of the state. And third, the foundation of the earliest university in Scotland, St Andrews. A quotation from the Dictionary of Natural Biography with a fair view of Albany, and also his influence. Of his strong personality and great ability, his remarkable ascendancy over the turbulent nobility is sufficient proof. Chroniclers of the period, while they bear witness to his imposing presence, are almost equally unanimous in extolling his affability, temperance, justice, fortitude, and wisdom. Albany died in 1419, and at once 3 years of weakness, disruption, and retrogression set in under his son, the indolent and incompetent Murdoch. There was soon no doubt as to the incompetence and corruption of his rule, and the majority of the nation became more than ever anxious for the return of the king. This refers to King James I, who since boyhood had been held captive in England. It is worth noting that a sudden break occurs here between two strong periods. The reign of James I, 1424 to 1437, proved the most uniformly and entirely progressive in all early Scottish history. The foundations of this statute law, the suppression of private warfare, regular frequent meetings of the Parliament, a general survey of the kingdom for the purpose of valuation, a regulation of weights and measures and coinage, in fact the beginning of something worthy of the name of civilization, and a progress that might have endured and developed as Scotland continued to have rulers like James I. James I was, without doubt, the greatest Scottish king since Bruce, and the general excellence and variety of his gifts and his noble moral character make him compare favourably with royalty of the first grade. He was strong, brave, and hardy, just and liberal, and besides long and able legislator, administrator, and organizer, was one of the most accomplished princes of his time. Indeed, for Scotland he was far ahead of his time. The policy of James I in reducing the power of the baronage as against the clergy and the commoners, though generally so welcome to the mass of the people, could naturally not appeal to the barons themselves. A conspiracy took root among some of the latter classes which ended in the murder of this excellent king in 1436, when he was only 43 years of age. Scotland enjoyed no more progress for a number of years, and moreover, the peaceful and settled state of affairs terminated abruptly. The minority of James II was not controlled so much by weak hands as it was by over-grasping ones. Confusion and the old games of party warfare filled the period. The conditions here appear to be directly due to the outward form of government, not to lack of ability in the regency. With the maturity of the king came a gradual improvement. It took some time to suppress the civil wars, for the party of the Douglas was very strong. The defeat at Arkenholm in 1454 placed everything to the advantage of the Stuarts, and Douglas's subsequent flight over the border left James free to restore the much-needed order within his own domain. This he did with astonishing success. James II had all the energy of his father, and was even more successful in suppressing the lawless barons, and in giving to Scotland some little hope of that stability of government which is a first necessity for national advance. Border raids had become chronic, and these not wholly ceased, yet comparatively speaking the brief reign of James II was an advantage to Scotland. There was further progress in legislation, especially in measures looking towards agricultural improvement, finance, and the rights of the lower classes. Unfortunate accidents took off the good rulers of Scotland before they had time to develop their best selves or demonstrate beneficent influences. James II was killed at the siege of Roxburgh, aged 30, by the bursting of a cannon. Artillery was new in Scotland, and James, whose interest was great, was watching it within too close a range. Another minority followed, which brings added argument that such an arrangement of the government is not necessarily a disadvantage. The man at the head of affairs was Kennedy, Bishop of St Andrews, a grandson of Robert III. He has been very highly praised for wisdom and excellence of moral character. His death in 1466, after a 6 years' regency, was lamented as a public calamity. This peaceful and moderate rule had given the law-abiding class a hope for a permanently well-ordered future. But this was not to be. As soon as Kennedy died, the troubles began again. From that date, all through the remainder of the minority of James III, and during his own feeble rule, nothing but plots and counterplots, weakness and criminality filled the dreary pages of the history of the period. James IV, differing from his father, was the least brave and energetic, and with this ascension there came a decided improvement over the conditions which existed under his father. The capacity of James IV was not equal to his ambition, and his deficiencies were very early marked in the results of his sovereignty. Bold and imaginative, his somewhat quixotic designs served a very good purpose up to a certain point, but carried with them a chain of evils. James IV was brave and sufficiently firm to quell the nobles, energetic enough to lay the foundations for a considerable naval power, skillful in diplomacy, and we see Scotland entering the field of European politics. But the results of his personal weaknesses are no less noticeable. James IV's extravagance, his rashness, his poor generalship are seen, first, in the improvement of the exchequer, and second, in the disastrous defeat at Flodden Field, the death roll of which surpasses any other battle in Scottish history. Again, a long minority and again unsettled conditions followed the reign of James IV. More than a passing word, too, must be given the Duke of Albany, who was a cousin of the king and held the regency during part of this troubled period. It is difficult to get the truth about this Albany. He seems an enigmatical character, but a difference of opinion can easily exist. Perhaps the best view is that Albany was a naturally able man, and that the first part of his administration was successful, the latter part unsuccessful. His task of restoring order among the nobles was exceedingly difficult, and he lacked the ideals and the moral courage necessary for such a discouraging task. He sought repeatedly in France respite from his burdens, and a rule over Scotland in the 16th century without constant vigorous personal circumspection was out of the question. With James V, 1528 to 1542, the nation's fortunes changed. He was not a very great king, but he was active and vigorous, well inclined towards the lower classes, while at the same time he kept the refractory nobles in check. With the exception of the Scotch defeat at Solway, this reign may be called prosperous. There is little of interest in the 4 periods which follow, at least as concerns advance or decline in the economic and strictly material conditions of the country. A weak regency under a weak regent. The Earl of Arran is followed by a regency under a very able woman, Mary of Lorraine. The events of the Reformation occupy nearly the entire period, and it is much to the credit of the Queen Regent that the years of her rule, 1554 to 1560, were not a time of distinct retrogression. The reign of Mary, Queen of Scots, interesting as it is from so many points of view, has very little bearing on the present inquiry because, like that of the region which precedes it, the material or economic affairs are so confused that it is impossible to say which way the scales turn. All the interests converged around religious questions. Perhaps it would be only fair to call this reign one of decline, owing to the civil conflicts which form its most conspicuous features. In the minority of James VI, 1570 to 1587, there are 5 distinct sub-periods. At 2 points we notice superior or plus conditions. The first of these is clearly due to the energy and firmness of Murray. The second was under Earl Morton, not a member of the royal family. This man was entirely unscrupulous and merciless, but he put the country in order and gave it peace. The other 3 sub-periods of the regency were under weak control and were characterized by the usual turmoil and disorders. James VI of England was a shrewd, learned and pedantic person. He was both strong and weak, both wise and foolish, but is not rightfully described as the wisest fool in Christendom. James was not very wise. Wisdom in the sense of good judgment was what he lacked. He certainly was no fool, for no fool could ever have left such an interesting impression of himself upon historical memory. However we may view the curious make-up of James's nature, it has no special importance here, for the reason that the course of Scotland's progress is, at this time, too ill-defined, too difficult to measure. The king's influence appeared in many small matters, but in a larger way it is enough to say that this is a mediocre or weak period under a mediocre or weak king. Nor did the civil wars of Charles I's time furnish that sort of historical reading which makes it easy to affirm whether the general national tendency is upward or downward. In spite of all the evils of internecine wars, perhaps it is true that, viewed from a political and moral standpoint, the Covenanting struggle was a very important factor in Scottish civilization. However that may be, the march of material progress is not easy to measure. Under the vigorous control of Cromwell there was a short period of uplift, clearly traceable to his own iron hand. This is perhaps the last occasion when this country received any aid in its development directly as a benefit from any one person in supreme control. Scotland had never been so fortunate as to have many with the capacity and position to confer blessings of this heroic nature. Slowly but surely she had been able to work out her own destiny and develop her own civilization, almost entirely unassisted by centrifugal forces springing from central authority. Still, the absence of that central authority, which the pure hazard of fate made it her lot to endure, was not without marked retarding power for a long time. Scotland and England are almost alike in having developed, prior to the 19th century, respectable and representative governments by themselves and from their own people. England and Scotland, anterior to about the 17th century, were both very greatly affected by the personnel of their kings or regents, but not entirely so, not quite so much so, as continental countries. Both kingdoms gained in parliamentary strength and importance under weak and inefficient sovereigns, but in this respect England notably exceeded her northern neighbour. After the 17th century, both England and Scotland made almost constant political, material, and social progress, in spite of comparatively weak rulers. This latter history of Scotland requires, I think, no further detailed analysis just here. One searches for the royal influence, one finds it comparatively nil. Other forces come into play which raised the whole mass of the population, or at least a considerable portion of it. Here the king stepped out, the commoners stepped in. Let us not be rash and jump into a conclusion as to the cause of this important change. Let us not suppose that the usual references to the spread of education and the growth of political liberty will suffice. The question of the rise of the commoner in northwestern Europe is an interesting one, and looked at in a broad way, is one of the most extraordinary and unparalleled phenomena in the whole history of the world. We have scarcely begun to measure those forces, biological and political, both internal and external, hereditary and environmental, which, hidden and complicated as they are, keyhole to disentanglement only by the prolonged investigation of science. Questions like the rise of the commoner in modern Great Britain had better be left for future investigation. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Influence of Monarchs by Frederick Woods. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 16. England. Of all European nations, No one can show such growth and progress unassisted by sovereign aid as England. From the days of Magna Carta, even before that memorial event, there were already to be seen movements beneath the surface, indications of the coming forth of a nationality which was to show a type of organic structure new to the history of the world. As the centuries have done their work, many of the nations have become transformed, evolved into aggregations patterned more or less closely on the constitutional form, but the first rudiment of this new growth must always be sought somewhere among the taproots of the Anglo-Saxon race. The republics and democracies, so-called of antiquity, the Greek and Roman modes of political control, the small societies and independent cities, variously organized and more or less democratic in character, bear but slight analogy to the great constitutional nations of today. The theory of widespread suffrage, that all classes and all sections shall be represented in sovereignty, finds its origin in the white Nagamot of the Anglo-Saxon, or perhaps the assemblies of the Teutonic tribes, not in the Roman Senate or the Greek Ecclesia. England is proverbially the mother of parliaments, and her history presents excellent opportunity of observing and recording those forces which are the reverse of that single force which it has been the aim of this book systematically to record and measure. I shall not attempt to discuss the cause of this important difference, or try to explain why the history of England exceeds all other monarchical histories in offering exceptions to my main thesis. It would lead, if justice be done the subject, into a multiplicity of debates over questions alien to my present inquiry. It would strain the science of anthropology, psychology, and sociology, and all the theories of civilizing influences, from ethical to climatic, yet agreement would scarcely be reached. In fact, I do not believe that the special science of treating historical causation has yet reached a stage to make such speculation profitable, except so far as suggestive discussion may sometimes have a stimulating value for the interest aroused. I shall do no more than review briefly the well-known facts of English history, systematically calling attention to each point indicative of a ruler's import, just as I have done for other countries. I shall also be at pains to point out each instance of progress under weak sovereigns. These rare periods, once fixed and limited, beckon one on to further research, to deep analysis of the underlying causes, and to the hope of discovering factors common to them all. I shall show that there have been an exceptionally large number of able political men in England as compared to other countries, and their names will be referred to in passing, though only in the way of mentioning those who seem the more important. The influences of the kings themselves remained, however, a most important force even down to Stuart times. It is strange that so few historians have realized the personal weight of Norman, Plantagenet, and Tudor kings. Many individual authors, specialists in their various fields, have felt the ponderous personalities of such men as William the Conqueror, Henry II, Edward I, Henry VII, and Henry VIII. Indeed, it is rare to find an historian who does not unhesitatingly ascribe to each of these kings individually an immeasurable importance in the history of his time. Yet, when not focused upon the kings separately and attentively, the same historians seem to wander and to overlook the importance of royalty as a generalized idea. Other causes are brought forth freely in a dogmatic manner, but the reader who desires proof will search in vain. Two English historians, John Richard Green and William Cunningham, take cognizance of royalty as a prime factor, but only for the Norman and pre-Norman rule. Their assertions, which I now quote, are the only generalized conceptions of the paramount importance of royal leadership which I have happened to run across in any of the standard histories. Green's remark refers especially to the 11th and 12th centuries. In referring to the Danish and Norman rule, he says, "Time for the varied progress was gained by the long peace which England owed to the firm government of her kings, and their political ability gave her a ministry of order, but their judicial reforms built up the fabric of her law. In a word, it is to the stern discipline of these 200 years that we owe not merely English wealth and English freedom, but England itself." It might be remarked, by way of comment, that immediately before the Conquest, and afterwards in the middle of the 12th century, during the reign of the weak Stephen, there was neither law, nor order, nor progress. As for the last clause, I cannot refrain from a more vigorous protest. There is not a grain of proof that the stern discipline of one period can be carried along in its influence, so as to be still effective on even one subsequent generation, much less on several. Numerous instances could be cited from the history of Spain, Portugal, Prussia, France, Russia, etc. to disprove such an idea, a typical dogmatism, and in conflict with recent biological beliefs. Entertaining as such right ideas are from the literary point of view, they have pernicious influence in the science of historical philosophy and race psychology. Of course, I should also contend that neither Green nor anyone else could know from the study of English history by itself whether the kings had any influence or not. The field would be too narrow, the number of instances too few, and the comparative standpoint lacking. Out of a score of historians, some devoted one set of causes, some running after another, Green and Cunningham happen to favour kings, at least for the early period. They are right and the others have overlooked a tremendously important factor, but the proof comes only in the form of high probability printed in more or less impressive type, and drawn from the observation of the repetition of similar instances over and over again in other lands where all the other factors, save this one factor, are changed, but where the human relation between herd and leader remains the same. The statement of William Cunningham is explicit and worth quoting in full from The Growth of English History and Commerce, page 121. Of all the cant which is current in the present day about history, none is more pernicious than that which despises the story of real personages and real events, and busies itself about abstractions, which tell us that it is not concerned with kings and battles, but with the life of the people. It is true indeed that in modern times the life of the people can be treated apart from the consideration of the personal character of George IV or William IV. But in the Norman reigns this was not the case. Security for person and property, intercourse with other nations and commercial advance were directly connected with the personal character of the king. The life of the people was most deeply affected in every way by the strength or weakness of his disposition. It will be interesting to try to explain the reasons of this change, and to show why the personality of the king, which was so important long ago, is of comparatively little moment now. But it's merely idle to ignore the fact or try to understand the history of the Norman reigns without taking it into account. This paragraph is the only statement I have found closely embodying my own theory. Its uniqueness shows how very unfashionable the great man view of history has become. Cunningham makes no effort to bring proof to support his conviction that the life of the people was most deeply affected in every way by the strength or weakness of the king's disposition. Perhaps this historian deserves credit, who in default of any scheme for presenting real proof disdains the pseudo-scientific habit of citing a few examples favourable to his theory. He has remarked that it would be interesting to try to explain the reasons why the personality of the king, which was so all-important long ago, is a comparatively little moment now, is delightfully scientific in its unassuming attitude and desire to know the truth. One too rarely finds in historical writings such words as, "It will be interesting to try to explain the reasons." Usually the reasons flow gratuitously enough in saying the personality of the king is a comparatively little moment now. Mr. Cunningham is referring, I take it, to England solely, but might give a reader the belief unconsciously enough that the same is true everywhere, even outside the English-speaking race. As a matter of fact, the differences on this score between some countries and others are among the most important points that I have been able to bring to light. This cause in mind was perhaps the chief reason for the unwarranted neglect of the personality theory of history at the present time. To so many, the history of civilization means Western civilization, and the development of liberty means English liberty, and they are blind to the really exceptional nature of the very happenings and tendencies which interest them most. The expansion of the democratic idea, the growth of Parliament, and the development of constitutional government are not the least glorious, conceived also in the light of their modernness. In the history of most European countries as late as the 19th century, and indeed England itself during the Middle Ages, favours a doctrine the opposite of democratic in its tenor. These facts are the more worth bringing together as soon as other facts can be placed against them in contrast, for it is by the appreciation of significant differences, the rearrangement and grouping of like facts with like, at the basis for an analytical and descriptive science is obtained. The history of England as a distinct nation begins so definitely with the year 1066 that the state serves as a natural starting point for the present outline. The Norman conquest ushered in one of the great celebrities of the world's history. William I was not a mere creature of circumstances. Evidence of his genius are at every hand. No authority on the period of conquest, so far as I am aware, has ever raised the question or entertained the least doubt that William the Conqueror was anything less than a man of genius. Precociousness of talent. Something difficult to explain any other way than through inherent composition of the germplasm is often a concomitant of genius, and William showed precociousness to the extreme. As sole, though bastard heir to Robert of Normandy, he had inherited the duchy in accordance with his father's wish, and being but a boy of 8, a guardianship was at once appointed. The wildest anarchy accompanied his boyhood years. In no part of the world were the barons stronger or more dispossessed to lawlessness than in those dominions afterwards compacted into the French nation. 3 of the guardians of the youthful duke had been murdered in rapid succession. William had been hidden away in order that he might escape a similar fate. But at the age of 16 he began to emerge from obscurity and to act in a way indicative of that growing spirit of mastery which was to make him, in the end, one of the most feared of men. By the time the Duke was 20, he had taken upon himself the supreme control and had settled by the decisive battle fought at Val des Dunes, 1047, the question whether he should rule the nobles or the nobles should rule him. Before his 23rd year, William had sufficiently disembroiled Norman affairs and to be able to cast his eye towards the English crown, and in 1051 he made a visit to Edward the Confessor with the idea of strengthening his claim and obtaining a promise of the succession. It will be unnecessary here to rehearse the particulars of the Norman conquest or the changes which came over England, ushered in by that important event. All I wish to emphasize is the uniform way in which criticism pays homage to the remarkable qualities of William, thus making the period 1066 to 1087 reflect the sovereign quite at the maximum rate. Whoever dwelt in the land, Englishmen, Normans, or any other, William was their master and moulded them to his will. A less discerning conqueror might have made simple havoc of all that he found established in the land which he conquered. A man of meaner mould might have indulged in mere paltry and wanton tyranny, but William neither changed one whit nor tyrannized one whit beyond his position and purposes demanded. His position as conqueror, combined with that craft in which none could rival him, enabled him to put the final seal to the work of Egbert, of Edward, and of Athelstan, and make England one united kingdom, which since his days no man has ever dreamed of dividing. He was a man of iron will and remarkable genius. No consideration could divert him from the pursuit of his aims, which he was unscrupulous as to the means he employed to attain them. Though not delighted in human cruelty, he was callous to human suffering. In addition to his 2 signal acts of cruelty, he emasculated riches by oppression and became avaricious. Assertions that he had any illegitimate children, or that he was unfaithful to his wife, lack historical basis, but the characteristic by which he is most distinguished from the other men of his time is one which he shares with many of the conquerors of history, a characteristic indispensable to that kind of success, an utterly relentless determination to succeed, if necessary, without hesitation at the means employed, and without considering in the least the cost to others. Violence was common, and there were but few signs of advancing prosperity or civilization when an entirely new set of influences came into existence with the conquest. The contests of the years immediately following 1066 led to a sort of period of decay, but very soon increasing trade and handicraft led to still greater progress. London especially made good its position as one of the great cities of Europe, and that preeminence among English towns which it had never lost. J. O. Green summarized the situation thus: it was in fact this vigorous personality of William which proved the chief safeguard of his throne. Stark he was, says the English chronicler, to men that withstood him. Earls that did aught against his bidding he cast into bonds, bishops he strips their bishoprics, abbots of their abbacies. He spared not his own brother. First he was in the land, but the king cast him into bondage. If a man would live and hold his lands, need it were that he followed the king's will. But stern as his rule was, it gave peace to the land, even amidst the sufferings which necessarily sprang from the circumstances of the conquest itself, from the erection of castles, or the enclosure of forests, or the exactions which built up the great hoard at Winchester. Englishmen were unable to forget the good peace he made in the land, so that a man might fare over his realm with a bosom full of gold. Strange touches of a humanity far in advance of his age contrasted with the general temper of his government. One of the strongest traits in his character was his aversion to shed blood by process of law. He formally abolished the punishment of death, and only a single execution stains the annals of his reign. An edict yet more honourable to him put an end to the slave trade, which had till then been carried on at the port of Bristol. The pitiless warrior, the stern and awful king, was a tender and faithful husband, an affectionate father. The lonely silence of his bearing broke into gracious converse with pure and sacred souls like Anselm. If William was stark to rebel and barren, men noted that he was mild to those that loved God. Archbishop Anselm figures conspicuously in the following reign. He did not emigrate to England until after the Conqueror's death. Another prelate, Lanfranc, born also in Piedmont, is the man who of all the others towers in the multitude, second only in eminence to the king himself. William II, Rufus, likewise stands as a king whose influence on the affairs of his time must be reckoned paramount. Tyrannical and godless beyond all bounds, a wild and erratic genius. All the strange and exceptional traits of the Red King are reflected in the principal features of his reign. An overpowering will preserved good order throughout the land. No other than he himself was allowed to rob, while profligacy, extravagance, pride, and ambition exhausted the royal purse. The English people were oppressed in this reign more than any other or since, and few kings in any country have been equally wicked, and at the same time abundantly endowed with all the talents necessary for the maintenance of a position of supreme and diabolical power. William Rufus was impossible to repress. At least it appears that no single person or combination of persons came forward in his reign, as it did, for instance, in the reign of John, to deliver the nation from its insufferable burden. The revered Anselm attempted some check on the king's demoralized actions and rapacious seizure of church property and church governance, but the worthy old archbishop was forced to bow his head. He resigned his post and left for the continent. The good people marvelled that so bad a man should continue to challenge the wrath of God and yet prosper so persistently. The king was a good fighter in every sense. Some say that, as a soldier, he was little inferior to his father. This counted a good deal in England's favour and realised itself in many conflicts, the successful issue of which led to the amalgamation of those vigorous elements which the conquerors had but recently half welded together. The crushing of the turbulent baronage, the quick suppression of Scotch inroads, and the settlement of the northwest frontier were of great practical value to the future development of England, and the insular power is now seen for the first time reversing history and appearing on the continent in the guise of the aggressor. The next Norman king was not inferior in energy and determination of purpose to his father, the Conqueror, or to his brother Rufus. Henry I was a good, we might say excellent soldier, but he was essentially a man of peace. He preferred the wily arts of diplomacy to those of war, and his long reign was very successful. The personality of that king is to be observed in all the most important features of the reign. First, his practical sense and good judgment is to be seen in the famous charter of liberties, which was granted immediately on accession. A strong mailed fist was not lacking to keep good order in the land. The learned mind initiated the new courts of justice. His temper drew him away from ambitious and unnecessary wars, and a long period of peace at home gave England a chance to develop her enormous resources, so that the rather burdensome taxes were fairly well borne. The barons hated and feared him, but the peace and order which he established were greatly appreciated by the people. Henry I, in his marriage with Edith Matilda, and in all his subsequent actions, including the appointment to high office of new men not Norman in blood, did a great deal to bring about the fusion of the elements which so soon created the modern English race. The principal lieutenant of Henry I was a great justiciar, Roger, Bishop of Salisbury. In this reign, Anselm figures again, but his influence is more confined to matters ecclesiastical. In 1135, the sceptre was passed into weak hands, and for the first time in 70 years, constructive social forces turned into disintegration. The debacle under Stephen is in every way as pronounced as the typical weak periods found in the history of countries other than England. Stephen, who was active, ambitious, and well-meaning, rushed around the country here and there, attempting to conciliate all parties. It was a clear case of simple lack of ability. Stephen was no fool, Very likely he was quite the equal of the average baron of his day. Such scenes of anarchy and misery as this reign pictures only bring out in strong relief those colossal figures who were able to hold their leadership and enforce an iron order on an unwilling baronage. The next sovereign, Henry II, fitted more in the mould of the conqueror. Henry II was a very strenuous person, though not usually counted among the greatest of world geniuses. An intimate study of his makeup and his career completes full admiration for his capacities, and at the same time vividly flashes before the mind how truly great the great kings were, when here is one who stands somewhat below the very highest grade. For this reason I will show as a specimen that a collection of quotations from the standard historians paints a portrait of a man who, if only a king among kings, was certainly a giant among men. Young as he was, Henry mounted the throne with a resolute purpose of government, which his reign carried steadily out. His practical, serviceable frame suited the hardest worker of his time. There was something in his build and look, in the square, stout frame, the fiery face, the close-cropped hair, the prominent eyes, the bull neck, the coarse, strong hands, the bowed legs, that marked out the keen, stirring, coarse-fibred man of business. "He never sits down," said one who observed him closely. "He is always on his legs from morning till night. Orderly in business, careless in appearance, sparing in diet, never resting or giving his servants rest, chatty, inquisitive, endowed with a singular charm of address and strength of memory, obstinate in love or hatred, a fair scholar, a great hunter, his general air that of a rough, passionate, busy man." Henry's personal character told directly of the character of his reign. His accession marks a period of amalgamation, when neighbourhood and traffic and intermarriage drew Englishmen and Normans rapidly into a single people. The national feeling was thus springing up, before which the barriers of the older feudalism were to be swept away. Henry had even less reverence for the feudal past than the men of his day. He was indeed utterly without the imagination and reverence which enables men to sympathise with any past at all. He had a practical man's impatience of the obstacles thrown in the way of his reforms by the older constitution of the realm, nor could he understand other men's reluctance to purchase and double improvements by the sacrifice of customs and traditions of bygone days. Without any theoretical hostility to the coordinate powers of the state, it seemed to him a perfectly reasonable and natural course to trample either baronage or church underfoot to gain his end of good government. He saw clearly that the remedy for such anarchy as England had endured under Stephen lay in the establishment of a kingly government unembarrassed by any privileges of order or class administered by royal servants, and in whose public administration the nobles acted simply as delegates of the sovereign. His work was to lie in the organisation of judicial and administrative reforms which realised this idea. There is no ground for thinking that Thomas Becket in any degree influenced his system or rule. Henry's policy seems, for good or evil, to have been throughout his own. The work of reorganisation went steadily on amidst trouble at home and abroad. Justice and peace, in the sense which these words conveyed to the men of his day, were to be the main characteristics of his reign in England. The old machinery of justice, of finance, of general administration was at work again. Yet the work that he did for England was only the part of his work that outlasted his own life, and its lasted for 7 centuries. It was by his power that England, Scotland, and Ireland were brought to some vague acknowledgment of a common suzerain lord. It was he who abolished feudalism as a system of government and left it little more than a system of land tenure. It was he who defined the relations established between church and state, and decreed that in England churchman as well as baron was to be held under the common law. It was he who preserved the tradition of self-government which had been handed down in borough and shire moot from the earliest time of English history. His reforms established the judicial system whose main outlines have been preserved to our own day. It came to pass that all over the world the English-speaking races are governed by English and not by Roman law. It was by his genius for government that the servants of the royal household became transformed into ministers of state. It was he who gave England a foreign policy which decided our continental relations for 700 years. Of all kings between the Conqueror and Edward I, he has the best right to the name of lawgiver. Within the island world of Britain, the power of England rose for a moment under Henry II to a greater height than it had ever risen at any earlier time. Foreign affairs were undeniably successful. He held France in the hollow of his hand. He built up and kept together in a marvellous manner a continental dominion. The legislation of his reign was probably in great part of his own contriving. His supervision of the law courts was close and jealous. He transacted a great amount of judicial business in his own person, even after he had formed a high court of justice which might sit without his personal presence. To these activities he devoted his scanty intervals of leisure. His government was stern. He overrode the privileges of the baronage without regard to precedent. He persisted in keeping large districts under the arbitrary and vexatious jurisdiction of the forest courts. But it is the general opinion of historians that he had a high sense of his responsibility and a strong love of justice. Despite the looseness of his personal morals, he commanded the affection and respect of Gilbert Folliot and Hugh of Lincoln, the most upright of the English bishops. Whatever may be said against his private character, the wisdom and steadiness with which he pursued these aims, and the permanence of the mark that he left upon the Constitution, secure him the title of a great king. The next English king is one who always appeals to the popular imagination. The relations of Richard Coeur de Lion to his home country were, however, very unimportant, compared with many sovereigns of an earlier and later date. Spending most of his time in foreign lands, perhaps the chief and only way his personality is directly mirrored in domestic affairs is that a continual drain was placed upon the exchequer which had to be met by high taxation. The king departed for the Great Crusade in the summer of 1190, just after his ascension. Then he spent something over a year in captivity. The remainder of his reign was chiefly taken up in warfare with Philip Augustus of France. Richard was only twice in England for a few months during his entire sovereignty. The country was ruled, and ruled wisely, by 3 or 4 ministers or justicars. It is a very important point, as it signalizes one of the earliest proofs of England's fitness for self-government, for constitutionalism and not togetherness growth. The machinery so well set up by Henry II continued to work. The bureaucrats acted honestly, and the barons remained remarkably peaceful. Important constitutional advances took place, and despite the onerous demand for taxes, wealth seemed to have been increasing, and the general picture of England at that time is far from gloomy. I will not attempt to discuss the causes for the phenomenon. I merely call attention to the period as a very early indication of an advance non-royal in character. The more eminent men of this decade were William of Longchamp, Walter of Constance, and Hubert Walter. The last, decidedly the greatest of the three, held the offices of Chief Justicar and Archbishop of Canterbury. He was a relative of Ranulph de Glanville, the great Justicar of Henry II. Any minister had a difficult task at that time to stand between the king and his people, and to satisfy the constant demands for money, most of which was intended to be sent outside of the kingdom. Hubert Walter not only managed taxation in an honest way, but appears as the true originator in England of the principal representation and election for public service, the election of coroners or registrars of the pleas of the crown, and more important, the use of juries to decide on questions of assessment and taxation. The knighthood class rose in power, and, taken all in all, the reign of Richard I was very fruitful in the growth of institutions favourable to popular liberty. The reign of John also illustrates, and in a well-known way, the early English determination not to abide a sovereign who should carry tyranny too far. John may or may not have been intellectually superior. There is some disagreement as to this side of his make-up, but as far as his moral character is concerned, there is but one verdict. All the vices of his house appear in his character unredeemed by any greatness. He was mean, false, vindictive, and abnormally cruel. At once greedy and extravagant, he extorted money from his subjects and spent it in an ignoble manner. He had a violent temper and a stubborn disposition, but he lacked real firmness of mind and was at heart a coward. Although not without capacity, he was so frivolous and slothful that, at the most critical time, he behaved like a fool. He was self-indulgent and scandalously immoral. Foul as it is, hell itself is defiled by the fouler presence of John. The terrible verdict of the king's contemporaries has passed into the sober judgment of history. John's lack of insight was on the moral side, not at all on the intellectual. It is of some interest that in all the contemporary discussion of this case, no one ever suggested that John was personally incapable of such a violation of his oath or such a murder with his own hand. He is of all kings the one whose character no man, of his own age or later, has ever had a good word. Historians have been found to speak highly of his intellectual or military abilities, but words have been exhausted to describe the meanness of his moral nature and his utter depravity, his utter falsity, the impossibility of binding him, his readiness to betray any interest or any man or woman whenever tempted to it. George Burden Adams, author of this paragraph, makes the comment before closing his account of John, that the failure of modern students to find redeeming features assures us of their absence. The personality of this king gives the student of royalty a lowest mark for the development of moral character and a prototype of all that royalty may be at its very worst. This furnishes, therefore, a valuable point of departure and gives aid in estimating and grading kings not quite as bad as John, those possessed of some redeeming virtues. Thus the compiled and systematically arranged opinions of authorities fit the law of probability, because there should be theoretically only one or two, a very few at most, out of a large number of kings, or other individuals, who inherit no good qualities whatever. There are so many traits that are generally accounted good that some at least will reach almost everyone. This schematic view of John's character, which I here suggest, will be understood by an analogy. It is as if a large assembly, black, grey, and white cards, were dealt out 20 to each. There would be, say, only one person who would receive all black. Such a one was John. Of course, this would be carrying a little too far, as it is impossible to believe that some moral traits of John's were not at least grey, but it matters not as far as my point is concerned, which is to show that King John was thoroughly bad, according to all accounts, that one or two such monsters are to be expected, and that, having this agreed upon, one is more inclined to believe what is said about the others, who are not quite so wicked, and who increase in frequency until the average type is reached. King John's influence on the England of his time was not unimportant. At the close of the reign, the situation was one of dire calamity. For this the king himself seems chiefly to deserve the blame. Yet this reign is marked by common consent at the time from which Englishmen and English descendants first state their chartered liberties. Although most of the Magna Carta was but a recognition of principles already won in earlier reigns, the significance of the meeting at Runnymede is such that both in its intellectual and material bearings this event may be felt to outbalance the adversities and afflictions of a tempestuous reign. The importance of Magna Carta was much exaggerated in latter ages, and doubtless its importance is in no way commensurate with its fame. But in the pages of a special study like the present, the happenings of the year 1215 in England are unparalleled, or at least unprecedented, and are very provocative of thought and theory. Some great historical movements have their obvious leaders, who may have been the initiators or may themselves have been the product of their times. Other movements seem to generate en masse. The winning of the Magna Carta appears to belong to the latter category. It must not, however, be supposed that the people as a whole, or even a large part of the middle or upper middle class, either demand the Great Charter or got much out of it. It was a demand springing from the great clergy and the barons, and designed by them to benefit themselves. Stephen Langton was the most prominent among the prelates, and Robert Fitzwater was leader of the barons. The latter appears more in the role of agitator, but was not a great man, at least judged by his subsequent career. Stephen Langton, however, takes hold upon the fancy. The record of his life portrays a man of genius. Perhaps if a soul of the movement is to be unveiled in any one person more than any other, it must be identified with the church primate, Stephen Langton. The baronial party had another really great man in William Marshall, Earl of Pembroke. His name was especially mentioned in the preamble, along with a few other prominent persons, but there is nothing to connect this statesman with leadership in the events anterior to the meeting and signing of the Charter. Be all this as it may, there is one feature of the whole situation which one should fail to notice, and that is that here was concerted action. One can espy many places in the tables which are printed in the appendix of this volume where villainous, incapable, and tyrannical kingship ought to have led to happenings similar to those in England in 1215. For instance, one can cite from France the reign of Philip I, Philip IV, and his three sons, Philip VI, John II, Charles VI, from Castile, Urraca, Peter the Cruel, from Portugal, Ferdinand I, from Scotland, David II, from Denmark, Eric, 1412 to 1439, from Sweden, Eric XIV, and John III, from Russia, Basil Shuisky, 1606-1610, and Sofia, 1682-1689, from Turkey, Murad III, 1574-1595, Muhammad III, and Osman II. Not but what other reigns show disturbed conditions, weaknesses, and needed to be taken well in hand. Great wrongs endured by the masses that cooperate he did not receive it. But these sovereigns here enumerated are the ones who most resemble King John of England. These instances show that intolerable tyrants do not give rise to concerted action on the part of the oppressed. To say that England gained continually because of John's wickedness does not reach the heart of the matter. It does not pick out the peculiar point of difference. England gained at this point because of something inherently peculiar in the English baronage of that time, or in a small number of them, or in one of them, or in the special circumstances of the situation. The problem is open for further enlightenment. I shall show later that the last of these suppositions is rendered highly improbable by subsequent historical developments. The short period directly following the death of John, 1216 and 1219, furnishes an instance of a minority not retrogressive in its tendency, but quite the contrary. The single man responsible for all this, William Marshal, Earl of Pembroke, was exceptionally great and good, a loyal and noble character, as is shown through all the deeds of a varied and brilliant career before he was made governor of the king and kingdom. His regency was the worthy finish of his long life. The great and special work of Marshal was the pacification of the realm after the period of disorder. This task he accomplished by the firm and conciliatory policy of his 3 short years of rule, and it is because he thus made possible the realization of the charters that he deserves an honourable place among the founders of English liberty. The expulsion of the French, the restoration of order, and the securing of the validity of the Great Charter by successive and solemn confirmations were the chief debts that England owed to William Marshal. The remaining years of Henry III's minority were also progressive, though not quite so much so. Control of the government was divided under a sort of triumvirate, of which the Justiciar, Hubert de Burgh, was chief, and of which the papal legate and Peter des Roches were members. In Hubert de Burgh, England had found another able champion of the public welfare. Henry III, however, failed to appreciate a man who might have saved him from many misfortunes. In 1232 he deposed the Justiciar and took affairs into his own hands. His reign of 56 years is from the constitutional side one of considerable importance, inasmuch as it initiated in England the practice of calling together parliaments in which the various classes and sections found representation. This must be counted as far as it goes towards political betterment, and therefore of influence on material affairs. In addition, it must be said that the era of Henry III was not a time of economic decline, as it is sometimes stated. The English people were very heavily taxed, and for purposes foreign to their own interests. The royal revenues were squandered, and the nation sunk in debt. But it does not appear that in wealth and civilization the people were not better off at the end of the reign than at the beginning. This might actually be expected as a part of the world movement of the 13th century, which was very productive in many quarters of Europe. Certainly the good side of the reign was not due to King Henry III or the royal favourites. Their influence is clear enough. They are responsible for the maladministration, while the good features spring from the people as a whole, or at least a considerable number of persons, or perhaps from other causes. Simon de Montfort, more than any other one man, is entitled to the credit of leadership, but the whole movement seems to spring more from concerted action than from the inspiration of a solitary genius. For many years the policy of the king had been opposed by many of the wiser and more patriotic men of prominence, including Edmund of Abington, Robert Grosseteste, and Richard Earl of Cornwall. It was only after Earl Simon took up the good cause that anything was actually done to assuage the sufferings of the nation. The Parliament of 1258 and the legal limitations placed upon the monarch at this time were in the direction of reform, but they failed to furnish the only real remedy, which meant the actual seizure and restraint of the king himself. This was accomplished at Lewes, 1264, where a minority of the barons under Montfort's skilful generalship won the day. For the rest of his life, until 1272, Henry III was kept in confinement or under tutelage, and his name disappears from English history. After the death of Montfort and Evesham, Prince Edward became the real ruler of the kingdom. Just how great a part Earl Simon, the righteous, played individually in delivering the people from a wretchedly incompetent king, one might hesitate to say. To my mind, the most interesting aspect of the reign of Henry III is the unexpected nature of its successful termination. It is missing the mark widely to think that the weakness of the king and the insufferable irritation which his ill-advised policy had aroused among all classes of citizens was the cause of his capture and downfall. Of course, in one sense, it was a cause, because if he had been great and wise, surely all this would not have happened. But weakness in a king at that point, say between the 10th and 17th centuries, usually did not find itself followed by a like result. Let one pick out the rulers of that age who most resembled Henry III and see how many instances one can find where popular liberty advanced. As examples of incompetent sovereigns under whom constitutional advance should have taken place but did not, I will cite Robert II, Philip III, and Louis X of France, Ferdinand IV, John I, and John II of Castile, Ramiro II and Alfonso IV of Aragon, Alfonso V of Portugal, James III of Scotland, Christopher III and Christian I of Denmark, Theodore I of Russia, and George William of Prussia. Besides these, one can point to Edward II and Henry VI of England. Against these 16 instances of failure on the part of nobles, or the people, to exact constitutional advance, I can find but 3 instances outside of England where a growth took place somewhat like that under Henry III. Under Louis VII of France, that concessions were granted to townspeople and to the lower classes. Under Robert III of Scotland, in spite of the general lawlessness, Parliament is to be accredited with the passage of certain new statutes favourable to the masses. And under Mary of the Netherlands, the people were able to gain their important great privilege of 1477. All this shows that the really significant and peculiar cause for the successful and valuable features of the reign of Henry III lies somewhere not far from the character of Simon de Montfort, or others closely associated with him and high up on the social ladder. That it was not due to the temper of the English people as a whole is at least disputed, if not disproved, by the long parliamentary lethargy from Henry VI's reign onward, lasting as it did nearly 2 centuries. End of Chapter 16, Part 1. End of Section 16.